nature of people to form pairs. Everyone except him. He was left alone in the shadows. Maybe there was something wrong with him, the way the judges had said. Sajam had chosen him to form a pair with in safety, but Friendly had no illusions. Sajam had chosen him because he was useful, because he was feared. As feared as anyone in the darkness. But Sajam had not pretended any differently. He was the only honest man that Friendly knew, and so it had been an honest arrangement. It had worked so well that Sajam had made enough money in prison to buy his freedom from the judges. But he was an honest man, and so, when he was free, he had not forgotten Friendly. He had come back and bought his freedom too. Outside the walls, where there were no rules, things were different. Sajam had other business, and Friendly was left alone again. He did not mind, though. He was used to it, and had the dice for company. So he found himself here, in the darkness, on a roof in Westport in the dead of winter, with these two mismatched pairs of dishonest people. The guards came in 2-2s as well, 4 at a time, and 2 groups of 4, following each other endlessly around the bank all night. It was raining now, a half-frozen sleet spitting down. Still they followed each other, round and round and round through the darkness. One party trudged along the lane beneath, well-armoured, polearms shouldered. "Here they come again," said Shivers.
"I see that,"
sneered Morvier.
"Start a count."
Day's whisper came through the night, high and throaty.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Friendly stared open-mouthed at her lips moving, the dice forgotten by his limp hand. His own mouth moved silently along with hers.
22, 23, 24. How to reach the roof?
Morvier was musing.
How to reach the roof?
"Rope and grapple?" asked Makato.
Too slow, too noisy, too uncertain. The rope would be left in plain view the entire time, even supposing we could firmly set a grapple. No, we need a method that allows for no accidents.
Friendly wished they would shut their mouths so he could listen to Day's counting. His cock was aching hard from listening to it.
112, 113.
He let his eyes close, let his head fall back against the wall, one finger moving back and forth in time.
182, 183.
"No one could climb up there free," came Makato's voice. "Not anyone. Too smooth, too sheer, and the spikes to worry on."
"I am in complete agreement."
"Up from inside the bank, then."
"Impossible. Entirely too many eyes. It must be up the walls, then in via the great windows in the roof. At least the lane is deserted during the hours of darkness. That is something in our favour."
"What about the other sides of the building?"
"The north face is considerably busier and better lit. The east contains the primary entrance, with an additional party of 4 guards posted all night. The south is identical to this face, but without the advantage of our having access to an adjacent roof. No, this wall is our only option."
Friendly saw the faint flicker of light down below in the lane. The next patrol, 2 times 2 guards, 2 plus 2 guards, 4 guards, working their steady way around the bank.
"All night they keep this up?" "There are 2 other parties of 4 that relieve them. They maintain their vigil uninterrupted until daybreak." 291, 292, and here comes the next set.
Day clicked her tongue.
300, give or take. 300,
hissed Morvier, and Friendly could see his head shaking in the darkness.
"Not enough time." "Then how?"
snapped Monza. Friendly swept the dice up again, felt their familiar edges pressing into his palm. It hardly mattered to him how they got into the bank, or even whether they ever did. His hopes mostly involved Day starting to count again.
"There must be a way. There must be a—"
"I can do it." They all looked round. Shivers was sitting against the parapet, white hands dangling.
You?
Sneered Morvier.
How?
Friendly could just make out the curve of the Northman's grin in the darkness. Magic. Plans and accidents. The guards grumbled their way down the lane. 4 of them. Breastplates, steel caps, halberd blades catching the light from their swinging lanterns. Shivers pressed himself deep into the doorway as they clattered past, waited a nervy moment, then padded across the lane and into the shadows beside the pillar he'd chosen. He started counting. 300 or so to make it to the top and onto the roof. He looked up. Seemed a bastard of a long way. Why the hell had he said yes to this? Just so he could slap the smile off that idiot Morvier's face and show Makato he was worth his money?
Always my own worst enemy,
he whispered. Turned out he'd too much pride. That, and a terrible weakness for fine-looking women. Who'd have thought it? He pulled the rope out 2 strides long with an eye at one end and a hook at the other. He cast a glance over the windows in the buildings facing him. Most were shuttered against the cold night, but a few were open, a couple still with lights burning inside. He wondered what the chances were of someone looking out and seeing him shinning up the side of a bank. Higher than he'd like, that was sure.
Worst fucking enemy.
He got ready to climb up onto the pillar's base. Somewhere here. Where, idiot? Shivers froze, rope dangling from his hands. Footsteps now, armor jingling. Bastard guards were coming back. They'd never done that in 50 circuits of the place. For all his chat about science, that bloody poisoner had made an arse of it, and Shivers was the one left with his fruits dangling in the wind. He squeezed deeper into the shadows, felt the big flat bow on his back scraping stone. How the hell was he going to explain that? Just a midnight stroll, you know, all in black, taking the old bow for a walk? If he bolted, they'd see him, chase him, more than likely stab him with something. Either way, they'd know someone had been trying to creep into the bank, and that would be the end of the whole business. If he stayed put, same difference, more or less, except the stabbing got a sight more likely. The voices came closer. Can't be far away. All we bloody do is go round and round. One of them must have lost something. Shivers cursed his shitty luck, and not for the first time. Too late to run. He closed his fist round the grip of his knife. Footsteps thumped just on the other side of the pillar. Why had he taken her silver? Turned out he'd a terrible weakness for money, too. He gritted his teeth, waited for... Please? Makato's voice. She walked out across the lane, hood back, long coat swishing. Might have been the first time Shivers had seen her without a sword. I'm so sorry to bother you. I'm only trying to get home, but I seem to have got myself completely lost. One of the guards stepped round the pillar, his back to Shivers, and then another. They were no more than arm's length away, between him and her. He could almost have reached out and touched their backplates. Where you staying? With some friends, near the fountain on Lord Sebeldi Street. But I'm new in the city and... She gave a hopeless laugh. I've quite misplaced it. One of the guards pushed back his helmet. I'll say you have. Other side of town, that. I swear I've been wandering the city for hours. She began to move away, drawing the men gently after her. Another guard appeared, and another. All 4 now, with their backs still to Shivers. He held his breath, heart thumping so loud it was a wonder none of them could hear it. If one of you gentlemen could point me in the right direction, I'd be so grateful. Stupid of me, I know. No, confusing place, Westport. Especially at night. I get lost here myself, time to time. The men laughed, and Monza laughed along, still drawing 'em on. Her eye caught Shivers just for an instant, and they looked right at each other, and then she was gone round the next pillar, and the guards too, and their eager chatter drifted away. He closed his eyes and slowly breathed out. Just as well he weren't the only man around with a weakness for women. He swung himself up onto the square base of the pillar, slid the rope around it and under his rump, hooked it to make a loop. No idea what the count was now, just knew he had to get up there fast. He set off, gripping the stone with his knees and the edges of his boots, sliding the loop of rope up, then dragging it tight while he shifted his legs and set 'em again. It was a trick his brother taught him when he was a lad. He'd used it to climb the tallest trees in the valley and steal eggs. He remembered how they'd laughed together when he kept falling off near the bottom. Now he was using it to help kill folk, and if he fell off, he'd be dead himself. Safe to say, life hadn't turned out quite the way he'd hoped. Still, he went up quick and smooth, just like climbing a tree, except no eggs at the end of it, and less chance of bark splinters in your fruits. Hard work, though. He was sweating through by the time he made it up the pillar and still had the hardest part to go. He worked one hand into the mess of stonework at the top, unhooked the rope with the other, and dragged it over his shoulder. Then he pulled himself up, fingers and toes digging holes out among the carvings, breath hissing, arms burning. He slipped one leg over a sculpture of a woman's frowning face and sat there, high above the lane, clinging to a pair of stone leaves and hoping they were stronger than the leafy kind. He'd been in some better spots, but you had to look on the sunny side. It was the first time he'd had a woman's face between his legs in a while. He heard a hiss from across the lane, picked out Day's black shape on the roof. She pointed down. The next patrol were on their way. Shit. He pressed himself tight to the stonework, trying to look like Rock himself, hands tingling raw from gripping the hemp, hoping no one chose that moment to look up. They clattered by underneath, and he let out a long hiss of air, heart pounding in his ears louder than ever. He waited for them to move off round the corner of the building, getting his breath back for the last stretch. The spikes further along the walls were mounted on poles, could spin round and round. Impossible to get over. At the tops of the pillars, though, they were mortared to the stone. He took his gloves out, heavy smith's gloves, and pulled them on. Then he reached up and worked his hands tight around two spikes, took a deep breath. He let go with his legs and swung free, drew himself up, staring a touch cross-eyed at the iron points in front of his face. Just like pulling yourself into the branches, except for the chance of taking your eye out, of course. Be nice to come out of this with both his eyes. He swung one way, then heaved himself back the other, and got one boot up on top. He twisted himself round, felt the spike scrape against his thick jerkin, digging at his chest as he dragged himself over, and he was up.
78, 79, 80.
Friendly's lips moved by themselves as he watched shivers roll over the parapet and onto the roof of the bank.
He made it,
whispered Day, voice squeaky with disbelief.
and in good time, too.
Morvier chuckled softly.
Who would have thought he would climb like an ape?
The Northman stood, a darker shape against the dark night sky. He pulled the big flatbow off his back and started to fiddle with it.
Let's hope he doesn't shoot like an ape,
whispered Day. Shivers took aim. Friendly heard the soft click of the bowstring. A moment later, he felt the bolt thud into his chest. He snatched hold of the shaft, frowning down. It hardly hurt at all.
A happy circumstance that it has no point.
Morvier unhooked the wire from the flights.
We would do well to avoid any further mishaps, and your untimely death would seem to qualify.
Friendly tossed the blunt bolt away and tied the rope off to the end of the wire.
You sure that thing will take his weight?
Muttered Day.
Soljuk silk cord,
said Morvier smugly.
Light as down, but strong as steel. It would take all three of us simultaneously, and no one looking up will see a thing.
You hope.
What do I never take, my dear? Yes, yes.
The black cord hissed through Friendly's hands as Shivers started reeling the wire back in. He watched it creep out across the space between the roofs, counting the strides. 15, and Shivers had the other end. They pulled it tight between them, then Friendly looped it through the iron ring they'd bolted to the roof timbers and began to knot it once, twice, 3 times.
"Are you entirely sure of that knot?" asked Morvier. "There is no place in the plan for a lengthy drop."
28 strides,
said Friendly.
"What?"
the drop.
A brief pause.
"That is not helpful."
A taut black line linked the 2 buildings. Friendly knew it was there, and still he could hardly see it in the darkness. Day gestured towards it, curls stirred by the breeze.
"After you."
Morvier fumbled his way over the balustrade, breathing hard. In truth, the trip across the cord had not been a pleasant excursion by any stretch of the imagination. chilly wind had blown up halfway and set his heart to hammering. There had been a time, during his apprenticeship to the infamous Muhmayin Bek, when he had executed such acrobatic exertions with a feline grace, but he suspected it was dwindling rapidly into his past, along with a full head of hair. He took a moment to compose himself, wiped chill sweat from his forehead, then realized Shivers was sitting there grinning at him.
"Is there some manner of a joke?"
demanded Morvier. "Depends what makes you laugh, I reckon. How long will you be in there?"
"Precisely as long as I need to be."
"Best move quicker than you did across that rope, then. You might still be climbing in when they open the place tomorrow." The Northman was still smiling as he slipped over the parapet and back across the cord, swift and sure for all his bulk.
"If there is a god, he has cursed me through my acquaintance."
Morvier gave only the briefest consideration to the notion of cutting the knot while the primitive was halfway across, then crept away down a narrow lead channel between low-pitched slopes of slate towards the center of the building. The great glass roof glowed ahead of him, faint light glittering through thousands of distorting panes. Friendly squatted beside it, already unwinding a second length of cord from around his waist.
"Ah, the modern age."
Morvier knelt beside Day, pressing his hands gently to the expanse of glass.
"What will they think of next?"
"I feel blessed to live in such exciting times."
"So should we all, my dear."
He carefully peered down into the bank's interior.
"So should we all."
The hallway was barely lit, a single lamp burning at each end, bringing a precious gleam to the gilt frames of the huge paintings, but leaving the doorways rich with shadow.
"Banks,"
he whispered, a ghost of a smile on his face.
"Always trying to economize."
He pulled out his glazing tools and began to prise away the lead with pliers, lifting each piece of glass out carefully with blobs of putty. The brilliance of his dexterity was quite undimmed by age, and it took him mere moments to remove 9 panes, to snip the lead latticework with pincers and peel it back to leave a diamond-shaped hole ample for his purposes.
"Perfect timing,"
he murmured. The light from the guard's lantern crept up the panelled walls of the hallway, brought a touch of dawn to the dark canvases. His footsteps echoed as he passed by underneath them, giving vent to a booming yawn, his long shadow stretching out over the marble tiles. Morvier applied the slightest blast of air to his blowpipe.
"Gah!"
The guard clapped a hand to the top of his head, and Morvier ducked away from the window. There were footsteps below, a scuffling, a gurgle, then the loud thump and clatter of a toppling body. On peering back through the aperture, the guard was plainly visible, spread-eagled on his back, lit lamp on its side by one outstretched hand.
"Excellent,"
breathed Day.
"Naturally."
However much we talk about science, it always seems like magic.
"We are, one might say, the wizards of the modern age. The rope, if you please, Master Friendly."
The convict tossed one end of the silken cord over, the other still knotted around his waist.
"You are sure you can take my weight?"
Yes.
There was indeed a sense of terrible strength about the silent man that lent even Morvier a level of confidence. With the rope secured by a knot of his own devising, he lowered first one soft shoe and then the other into the diamond-shaped opening. He worked his hips through, then his shoulders, and he was inside the bank.
"Lower away!"
And down he drifted, as swiftly and smoothly as if lowered by a machine. His shoes touched the tiles, and he slipped the knot with a jerk of his wrist, slid silently into a shadowy doorway, loaded blowgun ready in one hand. He was expecting but the single guard within the building, but one should never become blinded by expectations. Caution first, always. His eyes rolled up and down the darkened hallway, his skin tingling with the excitement of the work underway. There was no movement, only silence so complete it seemed almost a pressure against his prickling ears. He looked up, saw Day's face at the gap, and beckoned gently to her. She slid through as nimbly as a circus performer and glided down, their equipment folded around her body in a bandolier of black cloth. When her feet touched the ground, she slipped free of the rope and crouched there, grinning. He almost grinned back, then stopped himself. It would not do to let her know the warm admiration for her talents, judgment, and character that had developed during their 3 years together. It would not do to let her even suspect the depth of his regard. It was when he did so that people inevitably betrayed his trust. His time in the orphanage, his apprenticeship, his marriage, his working life, all were scattered with the most poignant betrayals. Truly, his heart bore many wounds. He would keep matters entirely professional and thus protect them both, him from her and her from herself.
Clear,
She hissed.
as an empty squares board,
He murmured, standing over the stricken guard.
and all according to plan. What do we most despise after all? Mustard? And? Accidents. Correct. There are no such things as happy ones. Get his boots.
With considerable effort, they maneuvered him down the hallway to his desk and into his chair. His head flopped back, and he began to snore, long moustache fluttering gently around his lips.
Ah, he sleeps like a babe. Props, if you please.
Day handed him an empty spirits bottle, and Morvier placed it carefully on the tiles beside the guard's boot. She passed him a half-full bottle, and he removed the stopper and sloshed a generous measure down the front of the guard's studded leather jerkin. Then he placed it carefully on its side by his dangling fingers, spirits leaking out across the tiles in an acrid puddle. Morvier stepped back and framed the scene with his hands.
The tableau is prepared. What employer does not suspect his night watchman of partaking, against his express instructions, of a measure or two after dark? Observe the slack features, the reek of strong spirits, the loud snoring. Ample grounds, upon his discovery at dawn, for his immediate dismissal. He will protest his innocence, but in the total absence of any evidence.
He rummaged through the guard's hair with his gloved fingers and plucked the spent needle from his scalp.
No further suspicions will be aroused. All perfectly as normal. Except it will not be normal, will it? Oh no. The silent halls of the Westport office of the banking house of Valent and Bulk will conceal a deadly secret.
He blew out the flame of the guard's lantern, sinking them into deeper darkness.
This way, Day, and do not dither.
They crept together down the hallway, a pair of silent shadows, and stopped beside the heavy door to Malthus's office. Day's picks gleamed as she bent down to work the lock. It only took a moment for her to turn the tumblers with a meaty clatter, and the door swung silently open.
Poor locks for a bank,
as she slid her picks away.
They put the good locks where the money is. And we're not here to steal. Oh, no, no. We are rare thieves indeed. We leave gifts behind us.
He padded around Malthus's monstrous desk and swung the heavy ledger open, taking care not to move it so much as a hair from its position.
The solution, if you please.
She handed him the jar, full almost to the brim with thin paste, and he carefully twisted the cork out with a gentle thwop. He used a fine paintbrush for the application, the very tool for an artist of his incalculable talents. The pages crackled as he turned them, giving a flick of the brush to the corners of each and every one.
You see, Day? Swift, smooth, and precise, but with every care. With every care, most of all. What kills most practitioners of our profession? Their own agents. Precisely so.
With every care, therefore, he swung the ledger closed, its pages already close to dry, slid the paintbrush away, and pressed the cork back into the jar.
"Let's go,"
said Day.
"I'm hungry."
Go? Morvia's smile widened.
"Oh no, my dear. We are far from finished. You must still earn your supper. We have a long night's work ahead of us. A very long night's work."
Here. Shivers nearly jumped clean over the parapet. He was that shocked. Lurched round, heart in his mouth. Makato crouched behind, grinning, breath leaving a touch of smoke about her shadowy face.
"By the dead, but you gave me a scare," he hissed.
"Better than what those guards would have given you." She crept to the iron ring and tugged at the knot. "You made it up there, then?" More than a touch of surprise in her voice. "You ever doubt I'd do it? I thought you'd break your skull, if you even got high enough to fall." He tapped his head with a finger. "Least vulnerable part of me. Shake our friends off?"
"Halfway to bloody Lord Sibeldi Street, I did. If I'd known they'd be that easily led, I'd have hooked them in the first place."
Shivers grinned.
"Well, I'm glad you hooked them in the end, or they'd most likely have hooked me. Couldn't have that. We've still got a lot of work to do."
Shivers wriggled his shoulders, uncomfortable. It was easy to forget at times that the work they were about was killing a man.
"Cold, eh?"
He snorted.
"Where I come from, this is a summer day."
He dragged the cork from the bottle and held it out to her. "This might help keep you warm."
"Oh, that's very thoughtful of you."
She took a long swallow, and he watched the thin muscles in her neck shifting.
"I'm a thoughtful man, for one out of a gang of hired killers. I'll have you know that some hired killers are very nice people."
She took another swig, then handed the bottle back.
"None of this crew, of course. Hell no. We're shits to a man, or woman." "They're in there? Morvier and his little echo?"
"Aye. A while now, I reckon."
"And friendly with them?"
"He's with them."
"Morvier say how long he'd be?"
"Him? Tell me anything? I thought I was the optimist." They crouched in cold silence, close together by the parapet, looking across at the dark outline of the bank. For some reason, he felt very nervy, even more than you'd expect going about a murder. He stole a sideways glance at her, then didn't look away quite quick enough when she looked at him.
"Not much for us to do but wait and get colder then,"
she said.
"Not much, I reckon. Unless you want to cut my hair any shorter. I'd be scared to get the scissors out, in case you tried to strip."
That brought a laugh from him.
"Very good.
Reckon that earns you another pull." He held out the bottle.
"I'm quite the humorist for a woman who hires killers."
She came closer to take it, close enough to give him a kind of tingle in the side that was near her, close enough that he could feel the breath in his throat all of a sudden coming quick. He looked away, not wanting to make a fool of himself any more than he'd been doing the last couple of weeks. Heard her tip the bottle, heard her drink.
"Thanks again."
"Not a worry. Anything I can do, Chief, just let me know." When he turned his head, she was looking right at him, lips pressed together in a hard line, eyes fixed on his, that way she had, like she was working out how much he was worth.
"There is one other thing."
Morvier pushed the last blips of lead into position with consummate delicacy and stowed his glazing tools.
"Will that do?"
asked Day.
"I doubt it will deflect a rainstorm, but it will serve until tomorrow. By then I suspect they will have considerably greater worries than a leaking window."
He rolled the last smudges of putty away from the glass, then followed his assistant across the rooftop to the parapet. Friendly had already negotiated the cord, a squat shape on the other side of a chasm of empty air. Morvier peered over the edge. Beyond the spikes and the ornamental carvings, the smooth stone pillar dropped vertiginously to the cobbled lane. One of the groups of guards slogged past it, lamps bobbing.
"What about the rope?"
Day hissed once they were out of earshot.
When the sun comes up, someone will... No detail overlooked.
Morvier grinned as he produced the tiny vial from an inside pocket.
A few drops will burn through the knot sometime after we have crossed. We need only wait at the far side and reel it in.
As far as could be ascertained by darkness, his assistant appeared unconvinced.
What if it burns more quickly than... It will not. Seems like an awful chance, though. What do I never take, my dear? Chances, but you go first, then, by all means. You can count on it.
Day swung quickly under the rope and swarmed across, hand over hand. It took her no longer than a count of 30 to make it to the other side. Morvier uncorked the little bottle and allowed a few drops to fall onto the knots. Considering it, he allowed a few more. He had no desire to wait until sunup for the cursed thing to come apart. He allowed the next patrol to pass below, then clambered over the parapet with, it had to be admitted, a good deal less grace than his assistant had displayed. Still, there was no need for undue haste. Caution first, always. He took the rope in his gloved hands, swung beneath it, hooked one shoe over the top, lifted the other. There was a harsh ripping sound, and the wind blew suddenly cold about his knee. Morvier peered down. His trouser leg had caught upon a spike bent upwards well above the others, and torn almost as far as his rump. He thrashed his foot, trying to untangle it, but only succeeded in entrapping it more thoroughly.
Damn it!
Plainly, this had not been part of the plan. Faint smoke was curling now from the balustrade around which the rope was knotted. It appeared the acid was acting more swiftly than anticipated.
Damn it!
He swung himself back to the roof of the bank and perched beside the smoking knot, gripping the rope with one hand. He slid his scalpel from an inside pocket, reached forwards and cut the flapping cloth away from the spike with a few deft strokes. 1, 2, 3, and it was almost done, neat as a surgeon. The final stroke and... Ah! He realized with annoyance, then mounting horror, that he had nicked his ankle with the blade.
Damn it!
The edge was tainted with larynx tincture, and, since the stuff had always given him a swell of nausea in the mornings, he had allowed his resistance to it to fade. It would not be fatal, not of itself, but it might cause him to drop off a rope, and he had developed no immunity to a flailing plunge onto hard cobblestones. The irony was bitter indeed. Most practitioners of his profession were killed, after all, by their own agents. He pulled one glove off with his teeth and fumbled through his many pockets for that particular antidote, gurgling curses around the leather, swaying this way and that as the chill wind gusted up and spread gooseflesh all the way down his bare leg. Tiny tubes of glass rattled against his fingertips, each one etched with a mark that enabled him to identify it by touch. Under the circumstances, though, the operation was still a testing one. He burped and felt a rush of nausea, a sudden painful shifting in his stomach. His fingers found the right mark. He let the glove fall from his mouth, pulled the phial from his coat with a trembling hand, dragged the cork out with his teeth, and sucked up the contents. He gagged on the bitter extract, spluttered sour spit down onto the faraway cobbles. He clung tight to the rope, fighting dizziness, the black street seeming to tip round and around him. He was a child again, and helpless. He gasped, whimpered, clung on with both hands, as desperately as he had clung to his mother's corpse when they came to take him. Slowly, the antidote had its effect. The dark world steadied, his stomach ceased its mad churning. The lane was beneath him, the sky above, back in their customary positions. His attention was drawn sharply to the knots again, smoking more than ever now and making a slight hissing sound. He could distinctly smell the acrid odor as they burned through.
Damn it!
He hooked both legs over the rope and set off, pitifully weak from the self-administered dose of larynx. The air hissed in his throat, tightened now by the unmistakable grip of fear. If the cord burned through before he reached the other side, what then? His guts cramped up, and he had to pause for a moment, teeth gritted, wobbling up and down in empty air. On again, but he was lamentably fatigued. His arms trembled, his hands shuffled, bare palm and bare leg burning from friction. Well beyond halfway now and creeping onwards. He let his head hang back, sucking in air for one more effort. He saw Friendly, an arm out towards him, big hand no more than a few strides distant. He saw Daze staring, and Morvier wondered with some annoyance if he could detect the barest hint of a smile on her shadowy face. Then there was a faint ripping sound from the far end of the rope. The bottom dropped out of Morvier's stomach, and he was falling, swinging downwards, chill air whooshing in through his gaping mouth. The side of the crumbling building plunged towards him. He started to let go a mad wail, just like the one he made when they tore him from his mother's dead hand. There was a sickening impact that drove his breath out, cut his scream off, tore the cord from his grasping hands. There was a crashing, a tearing of wood. He was falling, clawing at the air, mind a cauldron of mad despair, eyes bulging sightless. Falling, arms flailing, legs kicking helplessly, the world reeling around him, wind rushing at his face. Falling, no further than a stride or two. His cheek slapped against floorboards, fragments of wood clattering down around him.
Eh?
He muttered. He was shocked to find himself snatched around the neck, dragged into the air, and rammed against a wall with bowel-loosening force, breath driven out in a long wheeze for the second time in a few moments.
You? What the fuck?
Shivers. The Northman was, for some reason still obscure, entirely naked. The grubby room behind him was dimly lit by some coals banked up in a grate. Morvier's eyes wandered down to the bed. Makato was in it, propped up on her elbows, rumpled shirt hanging open, breasts flattened against her ribs. She peered at him with no more than a mild surprise, as if she'd opened her front door to see a visitor she had not been expecting until later. Morvier's mind clicked into place. Despite the embarrassment of the position, the residual pulsing of mortal terror, and the tingling scratches on his face and hands, he began to chuckle. The rope had snapped ahead of time, and by some freak but hugely welcome chance, he had swung down in a perfect arc and straight through the rotten shutters of one of the rooms in the crumbling house. One had to appreciate the irony.
It seems there is such a thing as a happy accident, after all,
he cackled. Makato squinted over from the bed, eyes somewhat unfocused. She had a set of curious scars, he noticed, following the lines of her ribs on one side.
Why you smoking?
She croaked. Morvier's eyes slid to the husk pipe on the boards beside the bed, a ready explanation for her lack of surprise at the unorthodox manner of his entrance.
You are confused, but it is easy to see why. I believe it is you that has been smoking. That stuff is absolute poison, you realize? Absolute.
Her arm stretched out, limp finger pointing towards his chest.
Smoking, idiot.
He looked down. A few acrid wisps were curling up from his shirt.
Damn it!
He squeaked as Shivers took a shocked step back and let him fall. He tore his jacket off, fragments of glass from the shattered acid bottle tinkling to the boards. He scrabbled with his shirt, the front of which had begun to bubble, ripped it open and flung it on the floor. It lay there, smoking noticeably and filling the grubby chamber with a foul reek. The three of them stared at it, by a turn of fate that surely no one could have anticipated, all now at least half naked.
My apologies.
Morvier cleared his throat.
Plainly, this was not part of the plan.
Repaid in full. Monza frowned at the bed, and she frowned at shivers in it. He lay flat out, blanket rumpled across his stomach. One big long arm hung off the edge of the mattress, white hand lying limp on its back against the floorboards. One big foot stuck from under the blanket, black crescents of dirt under the nails. His face was turned towards her, peaceful as a child's, eyes shut, mouth slightly open. His chest and the long scar across it rose and fell gently with his breathing. By the light of day, it all seemed like a serious error. She tossed the coins at Shivers, and they jingled onto his chest and scattered across the bed. He jerked awake, blinking around.
What's this?
He stared blearily down at the silver stuck to his chest. 5 scales. More than a fair price for last night.
Hey?
He pushed sleep out of his eye with 2 fingers.
You're paying me?
He shoved the coins off his skin and onto the blanket.
I feel something like a whore.
Aren't you one?
No. I've got some pride.
So, you'll kill a man for money, but you won't suck a cunt for it? She snorted. There's morals for you. You want my advice? Take the 5 and stick to killing in future. That you've got a talent for. Shivers rolled over and dragged the blanket up around his neck. Shut the door on your way out, eh? It's dreadful cold in here. The blade of the Calvez slashed viciously at the air. Cuts left and right, high and low. She spun in the far corner of the courtyard, boots shuffling across the broken paving, lunging with her left arm, bright point darting out chest high. Her quick breath smoked around her face, shirt stuck to her back in spite of the cold. Her legs were a little better each day. They still burned when she moved quickly, was stiff as old twigs in the morning, and ached like fury by evening time, but at least she could almost walk without grimacing. There was some spring in her knees even, for all their clicking. Her shoulder and her jaw were loosening. The coins under her scalp barely hurt when she pressed them. Her right hand was as ruined as ever, though. She tucked Benna's sword under her arm and pulled the glove off. Even that was painful. The twisted thing trembled, weak and pale, the scar from Gobber's wire lurid purple round the side. She winced as she forced the crooked fingers closed, little one still stubbornly straight. The thought that she'd be cursed with this hideous liability for the rest of her life brought on a sudden rush of fury.
Bastard!
She hissed through gritted teeth and dragged the glove back on. She remembered her father giving her a sword to hold for the first time, no more than 8 years old. She remembered how heavy it had felt, how strange and unwieldy in her right hand. It hardly felt much better now in her left. But she had no choice but to learn. To start from nothing, if that was what it took. She faced a rotten shutter, blade out straight towards it, wrist turned flat to the ground. She snapped out 3 jabs, and the point tore 3 slats from the frame, one above the other. She snarled as she twisted her wrist and slashed downwards, splitting it clean in 2, splinters flying. Better, better each day.
Magnificent!
Morvier stood in a doorway, a few fresh scratches across one cheek.
There is not a shutter in Styria that will dare oppose us.
He ambled forwards into the courtyard, hands clasped behind him.
I dare say you were even more impressive when your right hand still functioned.
I'll worry about that.
A great deal, I should think. Recovered from your exertions of last night with our northern acquaintance?
My bed, my business. And you? Recovered from your little drop through my window?
No more than a scratch or 2.
Shame. She slapped the Calvez back into its sheath. Is it done?
It will be.
He's dead?
He will be.
When? Morvier grinned up at the square of pale sky above them.
Patience is the first of virtues, General Mercato. The bank has only just opened its doors, and the agent I used takes some time to work. Jobs done well are rarely done quickly. But it will work. Oh, absolutely so. It will be masterful. I want to see it. Of course you do. Even in my hands, the science of death is never utterly precise, but I would judge about an hour's time to be the best moment. I strongly caution you to touch nothing within the bank, however. He turned away, wagging one finger at her over his shoulder. And take care you are not recognized. Our work together is only just commencing. The banking hall was busy. Dozens of clerks worked at heavy desks, bent over great ledgers, their pens scratching, rattling, scratching again. Guards stood bored about the walls, watching half-heartedly or not watching at all. Monza weaved between primped and pretty groups of wealthy men and women, slid between their oiled and bejeweled rows, Shivers shouldering his way through after. Merchants and shopkeepers and rich men's wives, bodyguards and lackeys with strong boxes and money bags. As far as she could tell, it was an ordinary day's monumental profits for the banking house of Valent and Bulk. The place Duke also got his money. Then she caught a glimpse of a lean man with a hook nose speaking to a group of fur-trimmed merchants and with a clerk flanking him on either side, ledgers tucked under their arms. That vulture face sprang from the crowds like a spark in a cellar and set a fire in her. Malthus, the man she'd come to Westport to kill, and it hardly needed saying that he looked very much alive. Somebody called out over in the corner of the hall, but Monza's eyes were fixed ahead, jaw suddenly clenched tight. She started to push through the queues towards Orso's banker. "What are you doing?" Shivers hissed in her ear, but she shook him off, shoved a man in a tall hat out of her way. "Give him some air!" somebody shouted. People were looking around, muttering, craning up to see something, the orderly queues starting to dissolve. Monza kept going, closer now and closer. Closer than was sensible. She had no idea what she'd do when she got to Malthus. Bite him? Say hello? She was less than 10 paces away, as near as she'd been when he peered down at her dying brother. Then the banker gave a sudden wince. Monza slowed, easing carefully through the crowd. She saw Malthus double over, as if he'd been punched in the stomach. He coughed, and again, hard, retching coughs. He took a lurching step and clutched at the wall. People were moving all around, the place echoing with curious whispers, the odd strange shout. "Stand back! What is it?" "Turn him over!" Malthus's eyes shimmered with wet, veins bulging from his thin neck. He clawed at one of the clerks beside him, knees buckling. The man staggered, guiding his master slowly to the floor. "Sir? Sir?" An atmosphere of breathless fascination seemed to have gripped the whole hall, teetering on the brink of fear. Monza edged closer, peering over a velvet-clad shoulder. Malthus's starting eyes met hers, and they stared straight at each other. His face was stretched tight, skin turning red, fibers of muscle standing rigid. One quivering arm raised up towards her, one bony finger pointing. "Ma," he mouthed. "Ma. Ma." His eyes rolled back, and he started to dance, legs flopping, back arching, jerking madly around on the marble tiles like a landed fish. The men about him stared down, horrified. One of them was doubled up like a coughing fit. People were shouting all over the banking hall. "Help! Over here! Somebody! Some air, I said!" A clerk lurched up from his desk, chair clattering over, hands at his throat. He staggered a few steps, face turning purple, then crashed down, a shoe flying off one kicking foot. One of the clerks beside Malthus was on his knees, fighting for breath. A woman gave a piercing scream. "By the dead!" came Shiver's voice. Pink foam frothed from the banker's wide-open mouth. His thrashing settled to a twitching, then to nothing. His body sagged back,
empty eyes goggling up over Monza's shoulder towards the grinning busts ranged round the walls. 2 dead, 5 left. "Plague!" somebody shrieked, and as if a general had roared for the charge on a battlefield, the place was plunged instantly into jostling chaos. Monza was nearly barged over as one of the merchants who'd been talking to Malthus turned to run. Shivers stepped up and gave him a shove, sent him sprawling on top of the banker's corpse. A man with skewed eyeglasses clutched at her, bulging eyes horribly magnified in his pink face. She punched on an instinct with her right hand, gasped as her twisted knuckles jarred against his cheek and sent a jolt of pain to her shoulder, chopped at him with the heel of her left and knocked him over backwards. "No plague spreads quicker than panic," Stolicus wrote, "nor is more deadly." The veneer of civilization was peeled suddenly away. The rich and self-satisfied were transformed into animals. Those in the way were flung aside. Those that fell were given no mercy. She saw a fat merchant punch a well-dressed lady in the face, and she collapsed with a squeal, was kicked to the wall, wig twisted across her bloody face. She saw an old man huddled on the floor, trampled by the mob. A strong box banged down, silver coins spilling, ignored, kicked across the floor by milling shoes. It was like the madness of a rout. The screaming and the jostling, the swearing and the stink of fear, the scattering of bodies and broken junk. Someone shoved at her and she lashed out with an elbow, felt something crunch, spots of blood on her cheek. She was caught up by the crush like a twig in a river, jabbed at, twisted, torn and tangled. She was carried snarling through the doorway and into the street, feet scarcely touching the ground, people pressing, thrashing, wriggling up against her. She was swept sideways, slipped from the steps, twisted her leg on the cobbles, and lurched against the wall of the bank. She felt Shivers grab her by the elbow and half lead, half carry her off. A couple of the bank's guards stood, trying ineffectually to stem the flow of panic with the hafts of their halberds. There was a sudden surge in the crowd, and Monza was carried back. Between flailing arms, she saw a man quivering on the ground, coughing red foam onto the cobbles. A wall of horrified, fascinated faces twitched and bobbed as people fought to get away from him. Monza felt dizzy, mouth sour. Shivers strode beside her, breathing fast through his nose, glancing back over his shoulder. They rounded the corner of the bank and made for the crumbling house, the maddened clamour fading behind them. She saw Morvier standing at a high window, like a wealthy patron enjoying the theatre from his private box. He grinned down and waved with one hand. Shivers growled something in his own tongue as he heaved the heavy door open, and Monza came after him. She snatched up the Calves and made straight for the stairs, taking them 2 at a time, hardly noticing the burning in her knees. Morvier still stood by the window when she got there, his assistant cross-legged on the table, munching her way through half a loaf of bread.
There seems to be quite the ruckus down in the street.
The poisoner turned into the room, but his smile vanished as he saw Monza's face.
What? He's alive?
"He's dead. Dozens of them are." Morvier's eyebrows went up by the slightest fraction.
An establishment of that nature, the books will be in constant movement around the building. I could not take the risk that Malthus would end up working from another. What do I never take, Day?
"Chances. Caution first, always." Day tore off another mouthful of bread and mumbled around it. "That's why we poisoned them all. Every ledger in the place."
This isn't what we agreed,
Monza growled.
I rather think it is. Whatever it takes, you told me, no matter who gets killed along the way. Those are the only terms under which I work. Anything else allows for misunderstandings.
Morvier looked somewhat puzzled, somewhat amused.
I'm well aware that some individuals are uncomfortable with wholesale murder, But I certainly never anticipated that you, Monscaro Mercato, the Serpent of Tarlins, the Butcher of Capril, would be one. You need not worry about the money. Malthus will cost you 10,000 as we agreed. The rest are free of...
It's not a question of money, fool!
Then what is the question? I undertook a piece of work as commissioned by you and was successful. So how can I be at fault? You say you never had in mind any such result and did not undertake the work yourself, so how can you be at fault? The responsibility seems to drop between us then, like a turd straight from a beggar's arse and into an open sewer, to be lost from sight forever and cause nobody any further discomfort. An unfortunate misunderstanding, shall we say? An accident? As if a sudden wind blew up and a great tree fell and caught every little insect in that place and squashed them dead.
Squashed them,
chirped Day.
If your conscience nags at you...
Monza felt a stab of anger, gloved hand gripping the sword scabbard painfully hard, twisted bones clicking as they shifted.
Conscience is an excuse not to do what needs doing. This is about keeping control. We'll stick to one dead man at a time from now on.
Will we indeed?
She took a sudden stride into the room, and the poisoner edged away, eyes flickering nervously down to her sword, then back.
Don't test me. Not ever. One at a time, I said.
Morvier carefully cleared his throat.
You are the client, of course. We will proceed as you dictate. There really is no cause to get angry.
Oh, you'll know if I get angry.
He gave a pained sigh.
What is the tragedy of our profession, Day?
No appreciation.
His assistant popped the last bit of crust into her mouth.
Precisely so. Come, we will take a turn about the city, while our employer decides which name on her little list next merits our attentions. The atmosphere in here feels somewhat tainted by hypocrisy.
He marched out with an air of injured innocence. Day looked up from under her sandy lashes, shrugged, stood, brushed crumbs from the front of her shirt, then followed her master. Monza turned back to the window. The crowds had mostly broken up. Groups of nervous city watch had appeared, blocking off the street before the bank, keeping a careful distance from the still shapes sprawled out on the cobbles. She wondered what Benner would have said to this. Told her to calm down, most likely. Told her to think it through. She grabbed a chest with both hands and snarled as she flung it across the room. It smashed into the wall, sending lumps of plaster flying, clattered down and sagged open, clothes spilling out across the floor. Shivers stood there in the doorway watching her. "I'm done."
No,
she swallowed.
No, I still need your help.
Standing up and facing a man, that's one thing. But this...
The rest will be different. I'll see to it.
Nice, clean murders? I doubt it. You set your mind to killing, it's hard to pick the number of the dead. Shivers slowly shook his head. Morvier and his fucking like might be able to step away from it and smile, but I can't.
So, what?
She walked slowly to him, the way you might walk to a skittish horse, trying to stop it bolting with your eyes.
Back to the north with 50 scales for the journey? Grow your hair and go back to bad shirts and blood on the snow? I thought you had pride. I thought you wanted to be better than that. That's right. I wanted to be better. You can be. Stick. Who knows? Maybe you can save some lives that way.
She laid her left hand gently on his chest.
Steer me down the righteous path. Then you can be good and rich at once. I'm starting to doubt a man can be both. Help me. I have to do this for my brother.
You sure? The dead are past help him. Vengeance is for you.
For me, then. She forced her voice to drop soft again. There's nothing I can do to change your mind? His mouth twisted. Gonna toss me another 5, are you? I shouldn't have done that. She slid her hand up, traced the line of his jaw, trying to judge the right words, pitch the right bargain. You didn't deserve it. I lost my brother, and he's all I had. I don't want to lose someone else. She let it hang in the air. There was a strange look in Shiver's eye now, part angry, part hungry, part ashamed. He stood there silent for a long moment, and she felt the muscles clenching and unclenching on the side of his face. 10,000, he said. 6. 8. Done. She let her hand fall, and they stared at each other. Get packed. We leave within the hour. Right. He slunk guiltily out of the door without meeting her eye and left her there alone. And that was the trouble with good men. Just so damned expensive. Part 3. Sipani. The belief in a supernatural source of evil is not necessary. Men alone are quite capable of every wickedness. Joseph Conrad. Not 2 weeks later, men came over the border looking to even the tally, and they hanged old Distort and his wife and burned the mill. A week after that, his son set out for vengeance, and Monza took down her father's sword and went with them, Benner sniffling along behind. She was glad to go. She had lost the taste for farming. They left the valley to settle a score, and for 2 years they did not stop. Others joined them, men who had lost their work, their farms, their families. Before too long, it was them burning crops, breaking into farmhouses, taking what they could find. Before too long, it was them doing the hangings. Benner grew up quickly and sharpened to a merciless edge. What other choice? They avenged killings, then thefts, then slights, then the rumors of slights. There was war, so there was never any shortage of wrongs to avenge. Then, at the end of summer, Tarlins and Massalia made peace, with nothing gained on either side but corpses. A man with a gold-edged cloak rode into the valley with soldiers behind him and forbade reprisals. Distort's sons and the rest split up, took their spoils with them, went back to what they'd been doing before the madness started, or found new madness to take a hand in. By then, Monza's taste for farming had grown back. They made it as far as the village. A vision of martial splendor stood at the edge of the broken fountain in a breastplate of shining steel, a sword hilt set with glinting gemstones at his hip. Half the valley had gathered to listen to him speak. My name is Nikimo Koska, captain of the Company of the Sun, a noble brotherhood fighting with the 1,000 swords, greatest mercenary brigade in Styria. We have a paper of engagement from the young Duke Rogont of Austria and are looking for men. Men with experience of war, men with courage, men with a love of adventure and a taste for money. Are any of you sick of grubbing in the mud for a living? Do any of you hope for something better? For honor, for glory, for riches? Join us! We could do that, Benner hissed. No, said Monza. I'm done with fighting. There will be little fighting, shouted Koska, as if he could guess her thoughts. That I promise you. And what there is, you will be well paid for thrice over. A scale a week, plus shares of booty. And there will be plenty of booty, lads, believe me. Our cause is just, or just enough, and victory is a certainty. We could do that, hissed Benner.
You want to go back to tossing mud? Broken down, tired every night, and dirt under your fingernails? I won't.
Monza thought of the work she would have just to clear the upper field, and how much she might make from doing it. A line had formed of men keen to join the company of the sun, beggars and farmers mostly. A black-skinned notary took their names down in a ledger. Monza shoved past them. I am Monscaro Makato, daughter of Japo Makato, and this is my brother Benna, and we are fighters. Can you find work for us in your company? Koska frowned at her, and the black-skinned man shook his head.
We need men with experience of war, not women and boys.
He tried to move her away with his arm. She would not be moved.
We've experience. More than these scrapings.
I've worked for you,
said one of the farmers, made bold by signing his mark on the paper.
How about you suck my cock?
He laughed at that, until Monza knocked him down in the mud and made him swallow half his teeth with the heel of her boot. Nikimo Koska watched this methodical display with one eyebrow slightly raised. Sajam, the paper of engagement. Does it specify men exactly? What is the wording? The notary squinted at a document.
200 cavalry and 200 infantry. Those to be persons well equipped and of quality. Persons is all it says.
And quality is such a vague term. You go, Makato. You are hired. And your brother, too. Make your marks. She did so, and so did Benna, and as simply as that, they were soldiers of the 1,000 Swords. Mercenaries. The farmer clutched at Monza's leg.
My teeth!
Pick through your shit for them, she said. Nikimo Koska, famed soldier of fortune, led his new hirings from the village to the sound of a merry pipe, and they camped under the stars that night, gathered round fires in the darkness, talking of making it rich in the coming campaign. Monza and Benna huddled together with their blanket around their shoulders. Koska came out of the murk, firelight glinting on his breastplate. Ah, my war children, my lucky mascots. Cold, eh? He swept his crimson cloak off and tossed it down to them. Take this. Might keep the frost from your bones.
What do you want for it?
Take it with my compliments. I have another.
Why?
She grunted, suspicious. A captain looks first to the comfort of his men, then to his own, Stolicus said. Who's he? Asked Benna. Stolicus? Why, the greatest general of history. Monza stared blankly at him. An emperor of old, the most famous of emperors.
What's an emperor?
Asked Benna. Koska raised his brows. Like a king, but more so. You should read this. He slid something from a pocket and pressed it into Monza's hand. A small book with a red cover, scuffed and scarred.
I will.
She opened it and frowned at the first page, waiting for him to go.
Neither of us can read,
said Benna, before Monza could shut him up. Koska frowned, twisting one corner of his waxed moustache between finger and thumb. Monza was waiting for him to tell them to go back to the farm, but instead he lowered himself slowly and sat cross-legged beside them.
Children, children.
He pointed at the page.
This here is the letter A.
Fogs and whispers. Sipani smelled of rot and old salt water, of coal smoke, shit and piss, of fast living and slow decay. Made Shivers feel like puking, though the smell mightn't have mattered so much if he could have seen his hand before his face. The night was dark, the fog so thick that Monza, walking close enough to touch, weren't much more than a ghostly outline. His lamp scarcely lit 10 cobbles in front of his boots, all shining with cold dew. More than once he'd nearly stepped straight off into water. It was easily done. In Sipani, water was hiding round every corner. Angry giants loomed up, twisted, changed to greasy buildings, and crept past. Figures charged from the mist, like the Shanka did at the Battle of Dunbreck, then turned out to be bridges, railings, statues, carts. Lamps swung on poles at corners, torches burned by doorways, lit windows glowed, hanging in the murk, treacherous as marshlights. Shivers would set his course by one set, squinting through the mist, only to see a house start drifting. He'd blink and shake his head, the ground shifting dizzily under his boots. Then he'd realize it was a barge, sliding past in the water beside the cobbled way, bearing its lights off into the night. He'd never liked cities, fog, or saltwater. The three together were like a bad dream. Bloody fog, Shivers muttered, holding his lamp higher as though that helped. Can't see a thing. This is Sipani, Monza tossed over her shoulder. City of fogs, city of whispers. The chill air was full of strange sounds, all right. Everywhere, the slap-slop of water, the creaking of ropes, as rowing boats squirmed on the shifting canals. Bells tolling in the darkness, folk calling out, all kinds of voices, prices, offers, warnings, jokes and threats spilling over each other. Dogs barked, cats hissed, rats skittered, birds croaked. Snatches of music lost in the mist. Ghostly laughter fluttered past on the other side of the seething water, lamps bobbing through the gloom as some revel wended into the night from tavern to brothel to gambling den to smokehouse. Made Shivers' head spin and left him sicker than ever. Felt like he'd been sick for weeks, ever since Westport. Footsteps echoed from the darkness, and Shivers pressed himself against the wall, right hand on the haft of the hatchet tucked in his coat. Men loomed up and away, brushing past him. Women, too, one holding a hat to her piled-up hair as she ran. Devil faces, smeared with drunken smiles, reeling past in a flurry and gone into the night, mist curling behind their flapping cloaks.
Bastards!
Hissed Shivers after them, letting go his axe and peeling himself away from the sticky wall.
Lucky I didn't split one of them.
Get used to it. This is Sipani, city of revels, city of rogues. Rogues were in long supply, all right. Men slouched around steps, on corners, beside bridges, dishing out hard looks. Women, too. Black outlines in doorways, lamps glowing behind, some of them hardly dressed in spite of the cold. "A scale!" one called at him from a window, letting one thin leg dangle in the murk. "For a scale, you get the night of your life. 10 bits, then. 8.
Selling themselves,
Shivers grunted. "Everyone's selling themselves," came Monza's muffled voice. "This is... Yes, this is fucking Sipani." Monza stopped, and he nearly walked into her. She pushed her hood back and squinted at a narrow doorway in a wall of crumbling brickwork. "This is it. You take a man to all the finest places, eh? Maybe later you'll get the tour. For now, we've got business. Look dangerous." "Right you are, Chief." Shivers stood up tall and fixed his hardest frown. "Right you are." She knocked, and not long after, the door wobbled open. A woman stared out from a dim-lit hallway, long and lean as a spider. She had a way of standing, hips loose and tilted to one side, arm up on the doorframe, one thin finger tapping at the wood. Like the fog was hers, and the night, and them too. Shivers brought his lamp up a touch closer. A hard, sharp face with a knowing smile, spattered with freckles, short red hair sprouting always from her head. "Shiloh Vitari?" asked Monza.
You'll be Makato, then?
"That's right."
Death suits you.
She narrowed her eyes at Shivers, cold eyes with a hint of a cruel joke in them.
Who's your man?
He spoke for himself. Name's Cool Shivers, and I'm not hers. No? She grinned at Monza. Who is he then? I'm my own. She gave a sharp laugh at that. Seemed everything about her had an edge on it. This is Sapani, friend. Everyone belongs to someone. Northman, eh? That a problem? Got tossed down a flight of stairs by one once. Haven't been entirely comfortable around them since. Why Shivers? She caught him off balance with that one. What? Up in the north, the way I heard it, a man earns his name. Great deeds done and all that. Why Shivers? The last thing he needed was to look the fool in front of Monza. He was still hoping to make it back into her bed at some point. Because my enemies shiver with fear when they face me, he lied. That's so. Vitari stood back from the door, giving him a mocking grin as he ducked under the low lintel. You must have some cowardly bloody enemies. Sajam says you know people here, said Monza, as the woman led them into a narrow sitting room, barely lit by some smoky coals on a grate. I know everyone. She took a steaming pot off the fire. Soup? Not me, said Shivers, leaning against the wall and folding his arms over his chest. He'd been a lot more careful about hospitality since he met Morvir. Nor me, said Monza. Suit yourselves. Vitari poured a mug out for herself and sat, folding one long leg over the other, pointed toe of her black boot rocking backwards and forwards. Monza took the only other chair, wincing a touch as she lowered herself into it. Sajam says you can get things done. And just what is it that the two of you need doing? Monza glanced across at Shivers, and he shrugged back at her. I hear the King of the Union is coming to Sapani. So he is. Seems he's got it in mind that he's the great statesman of the age. Vitari smiled wide, showing 2 rows of clean, sharp teeth. He's going to bring peace to Styria. Is he now? That's the rumour. He's brought together a conference to negotiate terms between Grand Duke Orso and the League of Eight. He's got all their leaders coming, those who are still alive at least, Rogont and Salia at the front. He's got old Sartorius to play host. Neutral ground here in Sapani is the thinking. And he's got his brothers-in-law on their way to speak for their father. Monza craned forwards, eager as a buzzard at a carcass. Ario and Foscar both. Ario and Foscar both. They're going to make peace? Asked Shivers, and soon regretted saying anything. The 2 women each gave him their own special kind of sneer. This is Sapani, said Vitari. All we make here is fog. And that's all anyone will be making at this conference, you can depend on that. Monza eased herself back into her chair, scowling. Fogs and whispers. The League of Eight is splitting at the seams. Borletta fallen, Cantane dead. Visserine will be under siege when the weather breaks. No talk's going to change that. Ario will sit and smirk and listen and nod, scatter a little trail of hopes that his father will make peace, right up until Orso's troops appear outside the walls of Visserine. Vitari lifted her cup again, narrow eyes on Monza. And the 1,000 swords alongside them. Salia and Rogont and all the rest will know that well enough. They're no fools. Misers and cowards, maybe, but no fools. They're only playing for time to maneuver. Maneuver? Asked Shivers, chewing on the strange word. Wriggle, said Vitari, showing him her teeth again. Orso won't make peace, and the League of Eight aren't looking for it. The only man who's coming here hoping for anything but fog is His August Majesty, but they say he's got a talent for self-deception. Comes with the crown, said Monza. But he's nothing to me. Ario and Foscar are my business. What will they be about, other than feeding lies to their brother-in-law? There's going to be a masked ball in honor of the king and queen at Sartorius' palace on the first night of the conference. Ario and Foscar will be there. That'll be well guarded, said Shivers, doing his best to keep up. Didn't help that he thought he could hear a child crying somewhere. Vitari snorted. A dozen of the best guarded people in the world, all sharing a room with their bitterest enemies? There'll be more soldiers than at the Battle of Adua, I'll be bound. Hard to think of a spot where the brothers would be less vulnerable. What else, then? Snapped Monza. We'll see. I'm no friend of Ariel's, but I know someone who is. A close, close friend. Monza's black brows drew in. Then we should be talking to... The door creaked suddenly open, and Shivers spun round, hatchet already halfway out. A child stood in the doorway. A girl, maybe 8 years old, dressed in a too-long shift with bony ankles and bare feet sticking out the bottom, red hair poking from her head in a tangled mess. She stared at Shivers, then Monza, then Vitari with wide blue eyes. Mama, Cass is crying. Vitari knelt down and smoothed the little girl's hair. Never you mind, baby. I hear. Try and soothe him. I'll be up as soon as I can and sing to you all. All right. The girl gave Shivers another look, and he pushed his axe away, somewhat shamefaced, and tried to make a grin. She backed off and pulled the door shut. My boy's got a cough, said Vitari, her voice with its hard edge again. One gets ill, then they all get ill, then I get ill. Who'd be a mother, eh? Shivers lifted his brows. Can't say I've got the equipment. Never had much luck with family, said Monza. Can you help us? Vitari's eyes flickered over to Shivers and back. Who else you got along with you? A man called Friendly, as muscle. Good, is he? Very, said Shivers, thinking of the 2 men hacked bloody on the streets of Tarlins. Bit strange, though. You need to be in this line of work. Who else? A poisoner and his assistant. A good one? According to him. Name of Morvier. Gah! Vitari looked as if she'd the taste of piss in her mouth. Castor Morvier? That bastard's about as trustworthy as a scorpion. Monza looked back, hard and level. Scorpions have their uses. Can you help us? I asked. Vitari's eyes were 2 slits shining in the firelight. I can help you, but it'll cost. If we can get the job done, something tells me I won't be welcome in Sapani anymore. Money isn't a problem, just as long as you can get us close. You know someone who can help with that? Vitari drained her mug, then tossed the dregs hissing onto the coals. Oh, I know all kinds of people. The arts of persuasion. It was early, and the twisting streets of Sipani were quiet. Monza hunched in a doorway, coat wrapped tight around her, hands wedged under her armpits. She'd been hunched there for an hour at least, steadily getting colder, breathing fog into the foggy air. The edges of her ears and her nostrils tingled unpleasantly. It was a wonder the snot hadn't frozen in her nose. But she could be patient. She had to be. 9/10 of war is waiting, Stolicus wrote, and she felt he'd called it low. A man wheeled past a barrow heaped with straw, tuneless whistling deadened by the thinning mist, and Monza's eyes slid after him until he became a murky outline and was gone. She wished Benna was with her, and she wished he'd brought his husk pipe with him. She shifted her tongue in her dry mouth, trying to push the thought out of her mind, but it was like a splinter under her thumbnail. The painful, wonderful bite at her lungs, the taste of the smoke as she let it curl from her mouth, her limbs growing heavy, the world softening. The doubt, the anger, the fear, all leaking away. Footsteps clapped on wet flagstones, and a pair of figures rose out of the gloom. Monza stiffened, fists clenching, pain flashing through her twisted knuckles. A woman in a bright red coat edged with gold embroidery. "Hurry up!" snapped in a faint Union accent to a man lumbering along behind with a heavy trunk on one shoulder. "I do not mean to be late again." Vitari's shrill whistle cut across the empty street. Shivers slid from a doorway, loomed up behind the servant, and pinned his arms. Friendly came out of nowhere and sank 4 heavy punches into his gut before he could even shout, sent him to the cobbles, blowing vomit. Monza heard the woman gasp, caught a glimpse of her wide-eyed face as she turned to run. Before she'd gone a step, Vitari's voice echoed out of the gloom ahead. "Carlot dan Ida, unless I'm much mistaken." The woman in the red coat backed towards the doorway, where Monza was standing, one hand held up. "I have money. I can pay you." Vitari sauntered out of the murk, loose and easy as a mean cat in her own garden.
"Oh, you'll pay all right. I must say I was surprised when I learned Prince Ario's favorite mistress was in Sapani. I heard you could hardly be dragged from his bedchamber."
Vitari herded her towards the doorway, and Monza backed off into the dim corridor, wincing at the sharp pains through her legs as she started to move.
"Whatever the League of Eight are paying,
I don't work for them, and I'm hurt by the assumption. Don't you remember me? From the Goska? Don't you remember trying to sell the city to the Gurkish? Don't you remember getting caught?"
And Monza saw her let something drop and clatter against the cobbles, a cross-shaped blade dancing and rattling on the end of a chain.
"The Goska."
Ida's voice had a note of strange terror in it now.
"No. I've done everything he asked. Everything. Why would he—"
"Oh, I don't work for the cripple anymore."
Vitari leaned in close.
"I've gone freelance."
The woman in the red coat stumbled back over the threshold and into the corridor. She turned and saw Monza waiting, gloved hand slack on the pommel of her sword. She stopped dead, ragged breath echoing from the damp walls. Vitari shut the door behind them, latch dropping with a final-sounding click.
"This way."
She gave Ida a shove, and she nearly fell over her own coattails.
"If it please you."
Another shove as she found her feet, and she sprawled through the doorway on her face. Vitari dragged her up by one arm, and Monza followed them slowly into the room beyond, jaw clenched tight. Like her jaw, the room had seen better days. The crumbling plaster was stained with black mold, bubbling up with damp. The stale air smelled of rot and onions. Day leaned back in one corner, a carefree smile on her face as she buffed a plum the color of a fresh bruise against her sleeve. She offered it to Ida.
"Plum? What? No. Suit yourself. They're good, though."
"Sit."
Vitari shoved Ida into the rickety chair that was the only furniture. Usually a good thing, getting the only seat, but not now.
"They say history moves in circles, but who'd ever have thought we'd meet like this again? It's enough to bring tears to our eyes, isn't it? Yours, anyway."
Carlot dan Ida didn't look like crying any time soon, though. She sat upright, hands crossed in her lap. Surprising composure under the circumstances, dignity almost. She was past the first flush of youth, but a most striking woman still, and everything carefully plucked, painted, and powdered to make the best show of it. A necklace of red stones flashed around her throat, gold glittered on her long fingers. She looked more like a countess than a mistress, as out of place in the rotting room as a diamond ring in a rubbish heap. Vitari prowled slowly around the chair, leaning down to hiss in her ear.
"You're looking well. Always did know how to land on your feet. Quite the tumble, though, isn't it? From head of the Guild of Spicers to Prince Ario's whore."
Ida didn't even flinch.
"It's a living. What do you want?"
"Just to talk."
Vitari's voice purred low and husky as a lover's.
"Unless we don't get the answers we want, then I'll have to hurt you."
"No doubt you'll enjoy that."
"It's a living."
She punched Ario's mistress suddenly in the ribs, hard enough to twist her in the chair. She doubled up, gasping, and Vitari leaned over her, bringing her fist up again. Another? No! Ida held her hand up, teeth bared, eyes flickering round the room, then back to Vitari. No, I'll be helpful. Just tell me what you need to know. Why are you down here ahead of your lover? To make arrangements for the ball. Costumes, masks, all kinds of... Vitari's fist thumped into her side in just the same spot, harder than the first time, the sharp thud echoing off the damp walls. Ida whimpered, arms wrapped around herself, took a shuddering breath, then coughed it out, face twisted with pain. Vitari leaned down over her like a black spider over a bound-up fly. I'm losing patience. Why are you here? Ario's putting on another kind of celebration afterwards. For his brother's birthday. What kind of celebration? The kind for which Sipani is famous. Ida coughed again, turned her head and spat, a few wet specks settling across the shoulder of her beautiful coat. Where? At Cardotti's House of Leisure. He's hired the whole place for the night. For him and for Foscar and for their gentlemen. He sent me here to make the arrangements. He sent his mistress to hire a horse? Monza snorted. Sounds like Ario. What arrangements? To find entertainers, to make the place ready, to make sure it's safe. He trusts me. More fool him, Vitari chuckled. I wonder what he'd do if he knew who you really worked for, eh? Who you really spy for? Our mutual friend at the House of Questions? Our crippled friend from His Majesty's Inquisition? Keeping an eye on Styrian business for the Union, eh? You must have trouble remembering who you're supposed to betray from week to week. Ida glowered back at her, arms still folded around her battered ribs. It's a living. A dying, if Ario learns the truth. One little note is all it would take. What do you want? Monza stepped from the shadows. I want you to help us get close to Ario and to Foscar. I want you to let us into Cardotti's House of Leisure on the night of this celebration of yours. When it comes to arranging the entertainments, I want you to hire who we say, when we say, how we say. Do you understand? Ida's face was very pale. You mean to kill them? No one spoke, but the silence said plenty. Orso will guess I betrayed him. The cripple will know I betrayed him. There aren't two worse enemies in the circle of the world. You might as well kill me now. All right. The blade of the Calvez rang gently as she drew it. Ida's eyes went wide. Wait! Monza reached out, resting the glinting point of the sword in the hollow between Ida's collarbones, and gently pushed. Ario's mistress arched back over the chair, hands opening and closing helplessly. Monza twisted her wrist, steel flashing as the slender blade tilted one way and the other, the point grinding, digging, screwing ever so slowly into Ida's neck. A line of dark blood trickled from the wound it made and crept down her breastbone. Her squealing grew more shrill, more urgent, more terrified. No! Please, no! No? Monza held her there, pinned over the back of the chair. Not quite ready to die after all. Not many of us are when it comes to the moment. She slid the Calvez free, and Ida rocked forwards, touching one trembling fingertip to her bloody neck, breath coming in ragged gasps. You don't understand. It isn't just Orso. It isn't just the Union. They're both backed by the bank, by Valent and Bulk, owned by the bank. The years of blood are no more than a sideshow to them, a skirmish. You've no idea whose garden you're pissing in. Wrong. Monza leaned down and made Ida shrink back. I don't care. There's a difference. Now? Asked Day. Now. The girl's hand darted out and pricked Ida's ear with a glinting needle. Day yawned as she slipped the splinter of metal into an inside pocket.
Don't worry. It's slow working. You've got at least a week. Until what? Until you get sick.
Day took a bite out of her plum, and juice ran down her chin.
Bloody hell,
she muttered, catching it with a fingertip.
Sick?
Breathed Ida.
Really, really sick. A day after that, you'll be deader than Juvens.
Help us. You get the antidote, and at least the chance to run. Monza rubbed the blood from the point of Benna's sword with gloved thumb and forefinger. Try and tell anyone what we're planning, here or in the Union, Orso or Ario or your friend the cripple, and... She slid the blade back into its sheath and slapped the hilt home with a sharp snap. One way or another, Ario will be short one mistress. Ida stared round at them, one hand still pressed to her neck.
You evil bitches.
Day gave the plum pit a final suck, then tossed it away.
It's a living.
We're done. Vitari dragged Ario's mistress to her feet by one elbow and started marching her towards the door. Monza stepped in front of them. What will you be telling your battered manservant when he comes round?
That we were robbed?
Monza held out her gloved hand. Ida's face fell even further. She unclasped her necklace and dropped it into Monza's palm, then followed it with her rings.
Convincing enough?
I don't know. You seem like the kind of woman to put up a struggle. Monza punched her in the face. She squawked, stumbled, would have fallen if Vitari hadn't caught her. She looked up, blood leaking from her nose and her split lip, and for an instant she had this strange expression. Hurt, yes, afraid, of course, but more angry than either one. Like the look Monza had herself, maybe, when they threw her from the balcony. Now, we're done, she said. Vitari yanked at Ida's elbow and dragged her into the hallway towards the front door, their footsteps scraping against the grubby boards. Day gave a sigh, then pushed herself away from the wall and brushed plaster dust from her backside.
Nice and neat.
No thanks to your master. Where is he?
I prefer employer, and he said there were some errands he had to run.
Errands?
That a problem?
I paid for the master, not the dog. Day grinned.
Woof woof. There's nothing more Veer can do that I can't.
That so?
He's getting old, arrogant. That rope burning through was nearly the death of him in Westport. I wouldn't want any carelessness like that to interfere with your business. Not for what you're paying. No one worse to have next to you than a careless poisoner.
You'll get no argument from me on that score. Day shrugged.
Accidents happen all the time in our line of work, especially to the old. It's a young person's trade, really.
She sauntered out into the corridor, past Vitari stalking back the other way. The look of glee was long gone from her sharp face, and the swagger with it. She lifted one black boot and shoved the chair angrily away into one corner. There's our way in, then, she said. Seems so. Just what I promised you. Just what you promised. Ario and Foscar both together, and a way to get to them. A good day's work. They looked at each other, and Vitari ran her tongue around the inside of her mouth as if it tasted bitter. Well, she shrugged her bony shoulders. It's a living. The life of the drinker.
A drink, a drink, a drink. Where can a man find a drink?
Nicomo Koska, famed soldier of fortune, tottered against the wall of the alley, rooting through his purse yet again with quivering fingers. There was still nothing in it but a tuft of grey fluff. He dug it out, blew it from his fingertips, and watched it flutter gently down. All his fortune.
bastard purse?
He flung it in the gutter in a feeble rage. Then he thought better of it and had to stoop to pick it up, groaning like an old man. He was an old man, a lost man, a dead man, give or take a final rattle of breath. He sank slowly to his knees, gazing at his broken reflection in the black water gathered between the cobblestones. He would have given all he owned for the slightest taste of liquor. He owned nothing, it had to be said, but his body was his still. His hands, which had raised up princes to the heights of power and flung them down again. His eyes, which had surveyed the turning points of history. His lips, which had softly kissed the most celebrated beauties of the age. His itching cock, his aching guts, his rotting neck. He would happily have sold it all for a single measure of grape spirit. But it was hard to see where he would find a buyer.
I have become myself an empty purse.
He raised his leaden arms imploringly and roared into the murky night.
Someone give me a fucking drink!
Stop your mouth, asshole!
A rough voice called back, and then, with the clatter of shutters closing, the alley plunged into deeper gloom. He had dined at the tables of dukes. He had sported in the beds of countesses. Cities had trembled at the name of Koska.
How did it ever come to this?
He clambered up, swallowing the urge to vomit. He smoothed his hair back from his throbbing temples, fumbled with the limp ends of his moustaches. He made for the lane, with something approaching his famous swagger of old. Out between the ghostly buildings and into a patch of lamplight in the mist, moist night breeze tickling at his sore face. Footsteps approached, and Koska lurched round, blinking.
Good sir, I find myself temporarily without funds and wonder whether you would be willing to advance me a small loan until...
Why, you piss beggar!
The man shoved past, barging him against the wall. Koska's skin flushed with greasy outrage.
You address none other than Nikamo Koska, famed soldier of fortune.
The effect was somewhat spoiled by the brittle cracking of his ravaged voice.
Captain General of the Thousand Swords. Ex-Captain General, that is.
The man made an obscene gesture as he disappeared into the fog.
I dined at the beds of dukes.
Koska collapsed into a fit of hacking coughs and was obliged to bend over, shaking hands on his shaking knees, aching ribcage going like a creaky bellows. Such was the life of the drinker. A quarter on your ass, a quarter on your face, a quarter on your knees, and the rest of your time bent over. He finally hawked up a great lump of phlegm, and with one last cough blew it spinning from his sore tongue. Would this be his legacy? Spit in 100,000 gutters? His name a byword for petty betrayal, avarice, and waste? He straightened with a groan of the purest despair, staring up into nothingness. Even the stars denied him by Sipani's all-cloaking fog.
One last chance. That's all I'm asking.
He had lost count of the number of last chances he had wasted.
Just one more. God!
He had never believed in God for an instant.
Fates!
He had never believed in fates either.
Anyone!
He had never believed in anything much beyond the next drink.
Just one more chance.
All right, one more. Koska blinked.
God? Is that you?
Someone chuckled. A woman's voice and a sharp, mocking, most ungodlike sort of a chuckle.
You can kneel if you like, Koska.
He squinted into the sliding mist, pickled brains spurred into something approaching activity. Someone knowing his name was unlikely to be a good thing. His enemies far outnumbered his friends, and his creditors far outnumbered both. He fished drunkenly for the hilt of his gilded sword, then realized he had pawned it months ago in Austria and bought a cheap one. He fished drunkenly for the hilt of that instead, then realized he had pawned that one when he first reached Sapani. He let his shaky hand drop. Not much lost. He doubted he could have swung a blade even if he'd had one.
Who the bloody hell's out there? If I owe you money, make ready.
His stomach lurched, and he gave vent to a long, acrid burp.
Sadai!
A dark shape rose suddenly from the murk at his side, and he spun, tripped over his own feet, and went sprawling, head cracking against the wall and sending a blinding flash across his vision.
So, you're alive still.
You are alive, aren't you? A long, lean woman, a sharp face, mostly in shadow, spiky hair tinted orange. His mind fumbled sluggishly to recognition.
Shiloh Vittori. Well, I never.
Not an enemy, perhaps, but certainly not a friend. He propped himself up on one elbow, but from the way the street was spinning, decided that was far enough.
Don't suppose you might consent to buy a man a drink, might you?
Goat's milk.
What?
I hear it's good for the digestion.
They always said you had a flint for a heart, but I never thought even you would be so cold as to suggest I drink milk, damn you. Just one more shot of that old grape spirit.
A drink, a drink, a drink.
Just one more and I'm done.
Oh, you're done, all right. How long you been drunk this time?
I've a notion it was summer when I started. What is it now?
Not the same year, that's sure. How much money have you wasted?
All there is and more. I'd be surprised if there's a coin in the world that hasn't been through my purse at some point. But I seem to be out of funds right now, so if you could just spare some change.
You need to make a change, not spend some. He drew himself up, as far as his knees at least, and jabbed at his chest with a crabbing finger.
Do you suppose the shriveled, piss-soaked, horrified better part of me, the part that screams to be released from this torture, doesn't know that?
He gave a helpless shrug, aching body collapsing on itself.
But for a man to change, he needs the help of good friends, or better yet, good enemies. My friends are all long dead, and my enemies, I'm forced to admit, have better things to do.
Not all of us. Another woman's voice, but one that sent a creeping shiver of familiarity down Koska's back. A figure formed out of the gloom, mist sucked into smoky swirls after her flicking coattails.
No,
he croaked. He remembered the moment he first laid eyes on her, a wild-haired girl of 19 with a sword at her hip and a bright stare rich with anger, defiance, and the slightest fascinating hint of contempt. There was a hollowness to her face now, a twist of pain about her mouth. The sword hung on the other side, gloved right hand resting slack on the pommel. Her eyes still had that unwavering sharpness, but there was more anger, more defiance, and a long stretch more contempt. Who could blame her for that? Koska was beyond contemptible and knew it. He had sworn 1,000 times to kill her, of course, if he ever saw her again. Her, or her brother, or Andish, Victus, Cesaria, faithful Carpi, or any of the other treacherous bastards from the 1,000 Swords who had once betrayed him. Stolen his place from him, sent him fleeing from the battlefield at Afieri with his reputation and his clothes both equally tattered. He had sworn 1,000 times to kill her. But Koska had broken all manner of oaths in his life, and the sight of her brought no rage. Instead, what welled up in him was a mixture of worn-out self-pity, sappy joy, and, most of all, piercing shame at seeing in her face how far he had fallen. He felt the ache in his nose, behind his cheeks, tears welling in his stinging eyes. For once, he was grateful that they were red as wounds at the best of times. If he wept, no one could tell the difference.
Monza!
He tried to tug his filthy collar straight, but his hands were shaking too badly to manage it.
I must confess, I heard you were dead. I was meaning to take revenge, of course.
On me or for me? He shrugged.
Difficult to remember. I stopped on the way for a drink.
Smells like it was more than one. There was a hint of disappointment in her face that pricked at his insides almost worse than steel. I heard you finally got yourself killed in Dagoska. He managed to lift one arm high enough to wave her words away.
There have always been false reports of my death. Wishful thinking on the part of my many enemies. Where is your brother?
Dead. Her face did not change.
Well, I'm sorry for that. I always liked the boy.
The lying, gutless, scheming louse. He always liked you. They had detested each other, but what did it matter now?
If only his sister had felt as warmly about me, things might be so much different.
Might be takes us nowhere. We've all got regrets. They looked at each other for a long moment, her standing, him on his knees. Not quite how he had pictured their reunion in his dreams.
Regrets? The cost of the business? Sazine used to tell me.
Perhaps we should put the past behind us.
I can hardly remember yesterday,
he lied. The past weighed on him like a giant suit of armor. The future, then. I've got a job for you, if you'll take it. Reckon you're up to a job?
What manner of job?
Fighting. Koska winced.
You always were far too attached to fighting. How often did I tell you? A mercenary has no business getting involved with that nonsense.
A sword is for rattling, not for drawing.
There's my girl. I've missed you.
He said it without thinking, had to cough down his shame, and nearly coughed up a lung. Help him up, friendly. A big man had silently appeared while they were talking, not tall, but heavy-set, with an air of calm strength about him. He hooked Koska under his elbow and pulled him effortlessly to his feet.
That's a strong arm and a good deed,
he gurgled over a rush of nausea.
Friendly is your name? Are you a philanthropist?
A convict.
I see no reason why a man cannot be both. My thanks in any case. Now, if you could just point us in the direction of a tavern.
The taverns will have to wait for you, said Vitari. No doubt causing a slump in the wine industry. The conference begins in a week and we need you sober.
I don't do sober anymore. Sober hurts. Did someone say conference?
Monza was still watching him with those disappointed eyes. I need a good man. A man with courage and experience. A man who won't mind crossing Grand Duke also. The corner of her mouth curled up. You're as close as we could find at short notice. Koska clung to the big man's arm while the misty street tipped around.
From that list, I have experience?
I'll take one of 4, if he needs money, too. You need money, don't you, old man?
Shit, yes. But not as much as I need a drink.
Do the right job, and we'll see.
I accept.
He found he was standing tall, looking down at Monza now, chin held high.
We should have a paper of engagement, just like the old days, written in swirly script with all the accoutrements, the way Sajam used to write them, signed with red ink and... Where can a man find a notary this time of night?
Don't worry, I'll take your word.
You must be the only person in stereo who would ever say that to me. But as you please.
He pointed decisively down the street.
This way, my man, and try to keep up.
He boldly stepped forwards, his leg buckled, and he squawked as Friendly caught him.
Not that way,
came the convict's slow, deep voice. He slid one hand under Koska's arm and half led him, half carried him in the opposite direction.
You are a gentleman, sir,
muttered Koska.
I am a murderer.
I see no reason why a man cannot be both.
Koska strained to focus on Vitari, loping along up ahead, then at the side of Friendly's heavy face. Strange companions, outsiders, those no one else would find a use for. He watched Monza walking, the purposeful stride he remembered from long ago turned slightly crooked. Those who were willing to cross Grand Duke Orso. And that meant madmen, or those with no choices. Which was he? The answer was in easy reach. There was no reason a man could not be both. Left out. Friendly's knife flashed and flickered, 20 strokes one way and 20 the other, grazing the whetstone with a sharpening kiss. There was little worse than a blunt knife, and little better than a sharp one, so he smiled as he tested the edge and felt that cold roughness against his fingertip. The blade was keen.
Cardotti's House of Leisure is an old merchant's palace,
Vitari was saying, voice chilly calm.
Wood-built, like most of Sepani, round 3 sides of a courtyard with the 8th canal right at its rear.
They had set up a long table in the kitchen at the back of the warehouse, and the 6 of them sat about it now. Makato and Shivers, Day and Morvier, Koska and Vitari. On the table stood a model of a large wooden building on 3 sides of a courtyard. Friendly judged that it was 1/36 the size of the real Cardotti's House of Leisure, though it was hard to be precise, and he liked very much to be precise. Vitari's fingertip trailed along the windows on one side of the tiny building.
There are kitchens and offices on the ground floor, a hall for husk and another for cards and dice.
Friendly pressed his hand to his shirt pocket and was comforted to feel his own dice nuzzling against his ribs.
2 staircases in the rear corners. On the first floor, 13 rooms where guests are entertained.
Fucked, said Koska. We're all adults here. Let's call it what it is. His bloodshot eyes flickered up to the 2 bottles of wine on the shelf, then back. Friendly had noticed they did that a lot. Vitari's finger drifted up towards the model's roof.
Then, on the top floor, 3 large suites for the fucking of the most valued guests. They say the royal suite in the center is fit for an emperor.
Then Ario might just consider it fit for himself, growled Makato. The group had grown from 5 to 7, so Friendly cut each of the 2 loaves into 14 slices, the blade hissing through the crust and sending up puffs of flour dust. There would be 28 slices in all, 4 slices each. Makato would eat less, but Day would make up for it. Friendly hated to leave a slice of bread uneaten.
According to Ida, Ario and Foscar will have 3 or 4 dozen guests, some of them armed but not keen to fight, as well as 6 bodyguards.
She telling the truth? Shivers' heavy accent.
Chance may play a part, but she won't lie to us.
Keep in charge of that many. We'll need more fighters.
Killers,
interrupted Koska. Again, let's call them what they are.
20, maybe, came Makato's hard voice. As well as you 3.
23. An interesting number. Heat kissed the side of Friendly's face as he unhooked the door of the old stove and pulled it creaking open. 23 could be divided by no other number except 1. No parts, no fractions, no half measures, not unlike Makato herself. He hauled the big pot out with a cloth around his hands. Numbers told no lies, unlike people. "How do we get 20 men inside without being noticed?" "It's a revel," said Vitari. "They'll be entertainers, and we'll provide them."
Entertainers?
This is Sapani. Every other person in the city is an entertainer or a killer. Shouldn't be too difficult to find a few who are both. Friendly was left out of the planning, but he did not mind. Sajam had asked him to do what Makato said, and that was the end of it. He had learned long ago that life became much easier if you ignored what was not right before you. For now, the stew was his only concern. He dipped in his wooden spoon and took a taste, and it was good. He rated it 41 out of 50. The smell of cooking, the sight of the steam rising, the sound of the fizzing logs in the stove, it all put him in comforting mind of the kitchens in safety, of the stews and soups and porridge they used to make in the great vats. Long ago, back when there was an infinite weight of comforting stone always above his head, and the numbers added and things made sense. "Ario will want to drink for a while," Makato was saying, "and gamble and show off to his idiots. Then he'll be brought up to the royal suite." Koska split a cracked lip grin.
"Where women will be waiting for him, I take it."
"One with black hair and one with red." Makato exchanged a hard look with Vitari.
"A surprise fit for an emperor,"
chuckled Koska wetly. "When Ario's dead, which will be quickly, we'll move next door and pay Foscar the same kind of visit." Makato shifted her scowl to Morvia. "They'll have brought guards upstairs to watch things while they're busy. You and Day can handle them."
"Can we indeed?"
The poisoner took a brief break from sneering at his fingernails.
"A fit purpose for our talents, I'm sure."
"Try not to poison half the city this time. We should be able to kill the brothers without raising any unwanted attention. But if something goes wrong, that's where the entertainers come in." The old mercenary jabbed at the model with a quivery finger.
"Take the courtyard first, the gaming and smoking halls, and from there secure the staircases. Disarm the guests and round them up. Politely, of course, and in the best taste. Keep control."
Control. Makato's gloved forefinger stabbed the tabletop. "That's the word I want at the front of your tiny minds. We kill Ario, we kill Foscar. If any of the rest make trouble, you do what you have to, but keep the murder to a minimum. There'll be trouble enough for us afterwards without a bloodbath. You all got that?" Koska cleared his throat.
"Perhaps a drink would help me to commit it all to—"
"I've got it." Shivers spoke over him. "Control and as little blood as possible."
2 murders.
Friendly set the pot down in the middle of the table.
1 and 1 and no more. Food.
And he began to ladle portions out into the bowls. He would have liked very much to ensure that everyone had the exact same number of pieces of meat, the same number of pieces of carrot and onion too, the same number of beans. But by the time he had counted them out, the food would have been cold, and he had learned that most people found that level of precision upsetting. It had led to a fight in the mess in safety once, and Friendly had killed 2 men and cut a hand from another. He had no wish to kill anyone now. He was hungry, so he satisfied himself by giving each one of them the same number of ladles of stew and coped with the deep sense of unease it left him.
"This is good,"
gurgled Day around a mouthful.
"This is excellent. Is there more?" "Where did you learn to cook, my friend?"
Koska asked.
I spent 3 years in the kitchens in safety. The man who taught me used to be head cook to the Duke of Boletta.
"What was he doing in prison?"
He killed his wife and chopped her up and cooked her in the stew and ate it.
There was quiet around the table. Koska noisily cleared his throat.
"No one's wife in this stew, I trust."
The butcher said it was lamb. and I've no reason to doubt him.
Friendly picked up his fork.
No one sells human meat that cheap.
There was one of those uncomfortable silences that Friendly always seemed to produce when he said more than 3 words at once. Then Koska gave a gurgling laugh.
Depends on the circumstances. Reminds me of when we found those children. Do you remember, Monza, after the siege at Muris?
Her scowl grew even harder than usual, but there was no stopping him.
We found those children, and we wanted to sell them onto some slavers, but you thought we could... Of course! Morvier almost shrieked. Hilarious! What could possibly be more amusing than orphan children sold into slavery?
There was another awkward silence, while the poisoner and the mercenary gave each other a deadly glare. Friendly had seen men exchange that very look in safety, when new blood came in and prisoners were forced into a cell together. Sometimes 2 men would just catch each other wrong, hate each other from the moment they met. Too different, or too much the same. Things were harder to predict out here, of course, but in safety, when you saw 2 men look at each other that way, you knew sooner or later there would be blood. A drink, a drink, a drink. Koska's eyes lurched from that preening louse Morvier and down to the poisoner's full wine glass, around the glasses of the others, reluctantly back to his own sickening mug of water, and finally to the wine bottle on the table, where his gaze was gripped as if by burning pincers. A quick lunge and he could have it. How much could he swallow before they wrestled it from his hands? Few men could drink faster when circumstances demanded. Then he noticed Friendly watching him, and there was something in the convict's sad, flat eyes that made him think again. He was Nicomo Koska, damn it! Or he had been once, at least. Cities had trembled and so on. He had spent too many years never thinking beyond his next drink. It was time to look further. To the drink after next, at any rate. But change was not easy. He could almost feel the sweat springing out of his skin. His head was pulsing, booming with pain. He clawed at his itchy neck, but that only made it itch the more. He was smiling like a skull, he knew, and talking far too much. But it was smile and talk, or scream his exploding head off. Saved my life at the siege of Muris, eh, Monster? At Muris, was it? He hardly even knew how his cracking voice had wandered onto the subject. Bastard came at me out of nowhere, a quick thrust. He nearly knocked his water cup over with a wayward jab of his finger, and she ran him through, right through the heart, I swear. Saved my life. At Muris. Saved my life. And he almost wished she had let him die. The kitchen seemed to be spinning, tossing, tipping wildly, like the cabin of a ship in a fatal tempest. He kept expecting to see the wine slosh from the glasses, the stew spray from the bowls, the plates slide from the seesawing table. He knew the only storm was in his head, yet still found himself clinging to the furniture whenever the room appeared to heal with particular violence. Wouldn't have been so bad if she hadn't done it again the next day. I took an arrow in the shoulder and fell in the damn moat. Everyone saw on both sides. Making me look a fool in front of my friends is one thing, but in front of my enemies... You've got it wrong. Koska squinted up the table at Monza. I have? Though he had to admit he could hardly remember his last sentence, let alone the events of a siege a dozen drunken years ago. It was me in the moat, you that jumped in to pull me out. Risked your life, and took an arrow doing it. Seems astoundingly unlikely I'd have done a thing like that. It was hard to think about anything beyond his violent need for a drink. But I'm finding it somewhat difficult to recall the details, I must confess. Perhaps if one of you could just see your way to passing me the wine, I could... Enough! She had that same look she always used to have when she dragged him from one tavern or another, except even angrier, even sharper, and even more disappointed. I've 5 men to kill,
and I've no time to be saving anyone anymore, especially from their own stupidity. I've no use for a drunk." The table was silent as they all watched him sweat.
"I'm no drunk," croaked Koska. "I simply like the taste of wine. So much so that I have to drink some every few hours or become violently ill."
He clung to his fork while the room swayed around him, fixed his aching smile while they chuckled away. He hoped they enjoyed their laughter while they could, because Nikomo Koska always laughed last, provided he wasn't being sick, of course. Morvier was feeling left out. He was a scintillating conversationalist face to face, it hardly needed to be said, but had never been at his ease in large groups. This scenario reminded him unpleasantly of the dining room in the orphanage, where the larger children had amused themselves by throwing food at him. A terrifying prelude to the whisperings, beatings, dunkings, and other torments in the nocturnal blackness of the dormitories. Makato's 2 new assistants, on the hiring of whom he had not been given even the most superficial consultation, were far from putting his mind at ease. Shiloh Vitari was a torturer and broker in information, highly competent but possessed of an abrasive personality. He had collaborated with her once before, and the experience had not been a happy one. Morvier found the whole notion of inflicting pain with one's own hands thoroughly repugnant. But she knew Sipani, so he supposed he could suffer her, for now. Nikomo Koska was infinitely worse. A notoriously destructive, treacherous, and capricious mercenary with no code or scruple but his own profit. A drunkard, dissipator, and womanizer with all the self-control of a rabid dog. A self-aggrandizing backslider with an epically inflated opinion of his own abilities, he was everything Morvier was not. But now, as well as taking this dangerously unpredictable element into their confidence and involving him intimately in their plans, the group seemed to be paying court to the trembling shell. Even Day, his own assistant, was chortling at his jokes, whenever she did not have a mouthful, which admittedly was but rarely.
"A group of miscreants hunched around a table in an abandoned warehouse?"
Koska was musing, bloodshot eyes rolling round the table.
"Talking of masks and disguises and weaponry? I cannot imagine how a man of my high caliber ended up in such company. One would think there was some underhand business taking place."
"My own thoughts exactly,"
Morvier shrilly interjected.
"I could never countenance such a stain upon my conscience. That is why I applied an extract of widow's blossom to your bowls. I hope you all enjoy your last few agonizing moments."
6 faces frowned back at him, entirely silent.
"A jest, of course,"
he croaked, realizing instantly that his conversational foray had suffered a spectacular misfire. Shivers exhaled long and slow. Makato curled her tongue sourly around one canine tooth. Day was frowning down at her bowl.
"I've taken more amusing punches in the face,"
said Vitari.
"Poisoner's humor."
Koska glowered across the table, though the effect was somewhat spoiled by the rattling of his fork against his bowl as his right hand vibrated.
"A lover of mine was murdered by poison. I've had nothing but disgust for your profession ever since, and all its members, naturally."
"You can hardly expect me to take responsibility for the actions of every person in my line of work."
Morvier thought it best not to mention that he had, in fact, been personally responsible, having been hired by Grand Duchess Cephaline of Austria to murder Nikomo Koska some 14 years before. It was becoming a matter of considerable annoyance that he had missed the mark and killed his mistress instead.
"I crush wasps whenever I find them, whether they have stung me or not. To my mind, you people, if I can call you people, are all equally worthy of contempt. A poisoner is the filthiest kind of coward.
Second only to a drunkard, returned Morvier with a suitable curling of his upper lip. Such human refuse might almost evoke pity, were they not so utterly repellent. No animal is more predictable. Like a befouled homing pigeon, the drunk returns ever to the bottle, unable to change. It is their one route of escape from the misery they leave in their wake. For them, the sober world is so crowded with old failures and new fears that they suffocate in it. There is a true coward. He raised his glass and took a long, self-satisfied gulp of wine. He was unused to drinking rapidly and felt, in fact, a powerful urge to vomit, but forced a queasy smile onto his face nonetheless. Koska's thin hand clutched the table with a white-knuckled intensity as he watched Morvier swallow.
How little you understand me. I could stop drinking whenever I wish. In fact, I have already resolved to do so. I would prove it to you.
The mercenary held up one wildly flapping hand.
If I could just get half a glass to settle these damn posies.
The others laughed. The tension diffused, but Morvier caught the lethal glare on Koska's face. The old soak might have seemed harmless as a village dunce, but he had once been counted among the most dangerous men in Styria. It would have been folly to take such a man lightly, and Morvier was nobody's fool. He was no longer the orphan child who had blubbered for his mother while they kicked him. Caution first, each and every time. Monza sat still, said no more than she had to, and ate less, gloved hand painfully clumsy with the knife. She left herself out up here at the head of the table. The distance a general needs to keep from the soldiers, an employer from the hirelings, a wanted woman from everyone, if she's got any sense. It wasn't hard to do. She'd been keeping her distance for years, and leaving Benner to do the talking and the laughing and be liked. A leader cannot afford to be liked, especially not a woman. Shivers kept glancing up the table towards her, and she kept not meeting his eye. She'd let things slip in Westport, made herself look weak. She couldn't let that happen again. The pair of you seem pretty familiar, Shivers was saying now, eyes moving between her and Koska. Old friends, are you?
Family, rather.
The old mercenary waved his fork wildly enough to have someone's eye out.
We fought side by side as noble members of the Thousand Swords, most famous mercenary brigade in the circle of the world.
Monza frowned sideways at him. His old bloody stories were bringing back things done and choices made she'd sooner have left in the past.
We fought across Styria and back, while Sazine was Captain General. Those were the days to be a mercenary, before things started to get complicated.
Vitari snorted.
You mean bloody? Different words for the same thing. People were richer back then, and scared more easily, and the walls were all lower. Then Sazine took an arrow in the arm, then lost the arm, then died, and I was voted to the Captain General's chair.
Koska poked his stew around.
Burying that old wolf, I realized that fighting was too much hard work, and I, like most persons of quality, wished to do as little of it as possible.
He gave Monza a twitchy grin.
So we split the brigade in two. You split the brigade in two. I took one half, and Monscaro and her brother Benner took the other, and we spread a rumour we'd had a falling out. We hired ourselves out to both sides of every argument we could find, and we found plenty, and pretended to fight.
Pretended, muttered Shivers. Koska's trembling knife and fork jabbed at each other in the air.
We'd march around for weeks at a time, picking the country clean all the while, mount the odd harmless skirmish for the show of it, then leave off at the end of each season a good deal richer, but with no one dead. Well, a few of the rot, maybe. Every bit as profitable as having at the business in earnest, though. We even mounted a couple of fake battles, didn't we?
We did.
Until Monza took an engagement with Grand Duke Orso of Tarlins and decided she was done with fake battles. Until she decided to mount a proper charge with swords well sharpened and swung in earnest. Until you decided to make a difference. Eh, Monza? Shame you never told me we weren't faking anymore. I could have warned my boys and saved some lives that day.
Your boys, she snorted. Let's not pretend you ever cared for anyone's life but your own.
There have been a few others I valued higher. I never profited by it, though, and neither did they.
Koska hadn't taken his bloodshot eyes from Monza's.
Which of your own people turned on you? Faithful Carpi, was it? Not so faithful in the end, eh?
He was as faithful as you could wish for, right up until he stabbed me.
And now he's taken the Captain General's chair, no doubt.
I hear he's managed to wedge his fat ass into it.
Just as you slipped your skinny one into it after mine. But he couldn't have taken anything without the consent of some other captains, could he? Fine lads, those. That bastard Andish, that big leech Cesaria, that sneering maggot Victus. Were those three greedy hogs still with you?
They still had their faces in the trough. All of them turned on me, I'm sure, just the way they turned on you. You're telling me nothing I don't know.
No one thanks you in the end. Not for the victories you bring them, not for the money you make them. They get bored, and the first sniff of something better.
Monza was out of patience. A leader can't afford to look soft, especially not a woman. For such an expert on people, it's a wonder you ended up a friendless, penniless drunk, eh, Koska? Don't pretend I didn't give you 1,000 chances. You wasted them all, like you wasted everything else. The only question that interests me is, are you set on wasting this one too? Can you do as I fucking tell you? Or are you set on being my enemy? Koska only gave a sad smile.
In our line of work, enemies are things to be proud of. If experience has taught the two of us anything, it's that your friends are the ones you need to watch. My congratulations to the cook.
He tossed his fork down in his bowl, got up and strutted from the kitchen in almost a straight line. Monza frowned at the sullen faces he left around the table. Never fear your enemies, Mercurio wrote, but your friends always. A few bad men. The warehouse was a drafty cavern, cold light finding chinks in the shutters and leaving bright lines across the dusty boards, across the empty crates piled up in one corner, across the old table in the middle of the floor. Shivers dropped into a rickety chair next to it, felt the grip of the knife Monza had given him pressing at his calf. A sharp reminder of what he'd been hired for. Life was getting way more dark and dangerous than back home in the north. As far as being a better man went, he was going backwards and quicker every day. So why the hell was he still here? Because he wanted Monza? He had to admit it, and the fact she'd been cold with him since Westport only made him want her more. Because he wanted her money? That too. Money was a damn good thing for buying stuff. Because he needed the work? He did. Because he was good at the work? He was. Because he enjoyed the work? Shivers frowned. Some men aren't stamped out for doing good, and he was starting to reckon he might be one of them. He was less and less sure with every day that being a better man was worth all the effort. The sound of a door banging tugged him from his thoughts, and Koska came down the creaking wooden steps from the room where he was sleeping, scratching slowly, a splatter of red rash up the side of his neck.
Morning.
The old mercenary yawned.
So it seems. I can barely remember the last one of these I saw. My shirt.
Shivers twitched at his sleeve. Dark silk with polished bone buttons and clever stitching down the cuff.
flashier than he'd have picked out, but Monza had liked it. Hadn't noticed. I used to be one for fine clothes myself. Oscar dropped into a rickety chair next to Shivers. So did Monza's brother, for that matter. He had a shirt just like that one, as I recall. Shivers weren't sure what the old bastard was getting at, but he was sure he didn't like it. And? Spoken much about her brother, has she? Koska had a strange little smile, like he knew something Shivers didn't. She told me he's dead. So I hear. She told me she's not happy about it. Most decidedly not. Something else I should know. I suppose we could all be wiser than we are. I'll leave that up to her, though. Where is she? Snapped Shivers, patience drying up. Monza? Who else? She doesn't want anyone to see her face that doesn't have to. But not to worry. I've hired fighting men all across the circle of the world. And my fair share of entertainers, too, as it goes. Do you have any issue with my taking charge of the proceedings? Shivers had a pile of issues with it. It was plain the only thing Koska had taken charge of for a good long while was a bottle. After the Bloody Nine killed his brother and cut his head off and had it nailed up on a standard, Shivers' father had taken to drinking. He'd taken to drinking and rages and having the shakes. He'd stopped making good choices, and he'd lost the respect of his people. And he'd wasted all he'd built and died, leaving Shivers naught but sour memories. I don't trust a man who drinks, he growled, not bothered about dressing it up. A man takes to drinking, then he gets weak, then his mind goes. Koska sadly shook his head. You have it back to front. A man's mind goes, then he gets weak, then he takes to drink. The bottle is the symptom, not the cause. But though I am touched to my core by your concern, you need not worry on my account. I feel a great deal steadier today. He spread his hands out above the tabletop. It was true they weren't shaking as bad as they had been. A gentle quiver rather than a mad jerk. I'll be back to my best before you know it. I can hardly wait to see that. Vitari strutted out from the kitchen, arms folded. None of us can, Shiloh. And Koska slapped Shivers on the arm. But enough about me. What criminals, footpads, thugs, and other such human filth have you dug from the slimy back streets of old Sapani? What fighting entertainers have you for our consideration? Musicians who murder? Deadly dancers? Singers with swords? Jugglers who kill? Offered Shivers. Koska's grin widened. Brusque and to the point, as always. Brusque. Thick. Vitari slid into the last chair and unfolded a sheet of paper on the scarred tabletop. First up, there's a band I found playing for bits near the docks. I reckon they make a fair stretch more from robbing passers-by than serenading them, though. Rough and tumble fellows, eh? The very type we need. Koska stretched out his scrawny neck like a cock about to crow. Enter! The door squealed open, and 5 men wandered in. Even where Shivers came from, they would have been reckoned a rough-looking set. Greasy-haired, pock-faced, rag-dressed. Their eyes darted about, narrow and suspicious, dirty hands clutching a set of stained instruments. They shuffled up in front of the table, one of them scratching his groin, another prodding at a nostril with his drumstick. And you are? Asked Koska. We're a band, the nearest said. And has your band a name? They looked at each other. No, why would it? Your own names, then, if you please, and your specialities, both as entertainer and fighter. My name's Salter. I play the drum and the mace. Flicking his greasy coat back to show the dull glint of iron. I'm better with the mace, if I'm honest. I'm Mork, said the next in line. Pipe and cutlass. Ollipin, horn and hammer.
Ollipin as well.
Jerking a thumb sideways.
Brother to this article. Fiddle and blades.
whipping a pair of long knives from his sleeves and spinning them round his fingers. The last had the most broken nose Shivers had ever seen, and he'd seen some bad ones.
Gurpy, loot and loot.
You fight with your loot? Asked Koska.
I hit some with it, just so.
The man showed off a sideways swipe, then flashed 2 rows of shit-coloured teeth.
There's a great axe hidden in the body.
Ouch. A tune, then, if you please, my fellows, and make it something lively. Shivers weren't much for music, but even he could tell it was no fine playing. The drum was out of time. The pipe was tuneless tooting. The lute was flat, probably on account of all the ironware inside. But Koska nodded along, eyes shut, like he'd never heard sweeter music.
My days, what multi-talented fellows you are!
He shouted, after a couple of bars, bringing the din to a stuttering halt. You're hired, each one of you, at 40 scales per man for the night.
40 scales a man?
Gawped the drummer.
Paid on completion, but it will be tough work. You will undoubtedly be called upon to fight, and possibly even to play. It may have to be a fatal performance for our enemies. You are ready for such a commitment?
For 40 scales a man? They were all grinning now.
Yes, sir, we are. For that much, we're fearless.
Good men. We know where to find you. Vitari leaned across as the band made their way out.
Ugly set of bastards. One of the many advantages of a masked revel, whispered Koska. Stick 'em in motley, and no one will be any the wiser.
Shivers didn't much care for the idea of trusting his life to those lot. They'll notice the playing, no? Koska snorted.
People don't visit Cardotti's for the music.
Shouldn't we have checked how they fight?
If they fight like they play, we should have no worries.
They play about as well as Runny's shit.
They play like lunatics. With luck, they fight the same way.
That's no kind of...
I hardly thought of you as the fussy type.
Koska peered at Shivers down his long nose.
You need to learn to live a little, my friend. All victories worth the winning are snatched with vim and brio.
With who?
Carelessness,
said Vitari.
Dash,
said Koska.
And seizing the moment.
And what do you make of all this? Shivers asked Vitari. Vim and whatever.
If the plan goes smoothly, we'll get Ariel and Foscar away from the others and...
She snapped her fingers with a sharp crack.
Won't matter much who strums the loot.
Time's running out. 4 days until the great and good of Styria descend on Sipani for their conference. I'd find better men in an ideal world, but this isn't one. Koska heaved a throaty sigh.
It most certainly is not. But let's not be downhearted. A few moments in, and we're 5 men to the good. Now, if I could just get a glass of wine, we'd be well on our way to... No wine, growled Vitari. It's coming to something when a man can't even wet his throat.
The old mercenary leaned close enough that Shivers could pick out the broken veins across his cheeks.
Life is a sea of sorrows, my friend.
Enter!
The next man barely fit through the warehouse door. He was that big. A few fingers taller than Shivers, but a whole lot weightier. He had thick stubble across his great chunk of jaw and a mop of grey curls, though he didn't seem old. His heavy hands fussed with each other as he came towards the table, a bit stooped, like he was shamed of his own size, boards giving a complaining creak every time one of his great boots came down. Koska whistled.
My, that is a big one.
Found him in a tavern down by the first canal, said Vitari. Drunk as shit, but everyone too scared to move him. Hardly speaks a word of Styrian. Koska leaned toward Shivers.
Perhaps you might take the lead with this one? The Brotherhood of the North.
Shivers didn't remember there being that much brotherhood up there in the cold, but it was worth a try. The words felt strange in his mouth. It was that long since he'd used them. What's your name, friend? The big man looked. looked surprised to hear Northern.
Greylock.
He pointed at his hair.
It's always been this color.
What brought you all the way down here?
Come looking for work.
What sort of work?
Whatever'll have me, I reckon.
Even if it's bloody?
Likely it will be. You're a Norseman.
Aye.
You look like a southerner.
Shivers frowned, drew his fancy cuffs back and out of sight under the table. Well, I'm not one. Name's Call Shivers. Greylock blinked.
Shivers?
Aye. He felt a flush of pleasure that the man knew his name. He still had his pride, after all. You heard of me?
You was at Ufris with the dogman?
That's right.
And Black Dow, too, eh? Neat piece of work, the way I heard it.
That it was. Took the city with no more than a couple dead.
No more than a couple.
The big man nodded slowly, eyes never leaving Shivers' face.
That must have been real smooth.
It was. He was a good chief for keeping folk alive, the dogman. Best I took orders from, I reckon.
Well then, since the dogman ain't here himself, it'd be my honor to stand shoulder to shoulder with a man like you.
Right you are. Likewise. Pleased to have you along. He's in, said Shivers in Styrian. Are you sure? Asked Koska. He has a certain sourness to his eye that worries me. You need to learn to live a little, grunted Shivers. Get some fucking brio in. Vitari snorted laughter, and Koska clutched his chest. Go! Run through with my own rapier! Well, I suppose you can have your little friend. What could we do with a pair of Northmen now? He threw up one finger. We could mount a reenactment, a rendering of that famous northern duel. You know the one. Fenris the Feared or whatever, and, you know, what's his name now? Shivers' back went cold as he said the name. The Bloody Nine. You've heard of it? I was there, right in the thick. I held a shield at the edge of the circle. Excellent! You should be able to bring a frisson of historical accuracy to the proceedings then. Frisson? Bit, grunted Vitari. Why not just bloody say bit then? But Koska was too busy grinning at his own notion. A whiff of violence. Ario's gentlemen will lap it up. And what better excuse for weapons in plain sight? Shivers was a sight less keen. Dressing up as the man who killed his brother, a man he'd nearly killed himself, and pretending to fight. The one thing in its favour was he wouldn't have to strum a lute, at least.
What's he saying?
Rumbled Greylock in Northern. The two of us are going to pretend to have a duel.
Pretend?
I know, but they pretend all kinds of shit down here. We'll put a show on. Act it out, you know, entertainment.
The circle's no laughing matter.
And the big man didn't look like laughing either. Down here it is. First we pretend, then we might have some others to fight for real. 40 scales if you can make it work.
Right you are then. First we pretend, then we fight for real. Got it.
Greylock gave Shivers a long, slow look, then lumbered away. Next! Bellowed Koska. A skinny man pranced through the doorway in orange tights and a bright red jacket, big bag in one hand. Your name? I am none other than... He gave a fancy bow. The incredible Ronco! The old mercenary's brows shot up as fast as Shivers' heart sank. And your specialities, both as entertainer and fighter? They are one and the same, sirs, nodding to Koska and Shivers. My lady, then to Vitari. He turned slowly round, reaching stealthily into his bag, then spun about, one hand to his face, cheeks puffed out. There was a rustle, and a blaze of brilliant fire shot from Ronco's lips, close enough for Shivers to feel the heat sting his cheek. He would have dived from his chair if he'd had the time, but instead he was left rooted, blinking, staring, gasping, as his eyes got used to the darkness of the warehouse again. A couple of patches of fire clung to the table, one just beyond the ends of Koska's trembling fingers. The flames sputtered in silence and died, leaving behind a smell that made Shivers want to puke. The incredible Ronco cleared his throat. A slightly more vigorous demonstration than I intended.
But damned impressive.
Koska wafted the smoke away from his face.
Undeniably entertaining and undeniably deadly. You are hired, sir, at the price of 40 scales for the night.
The man beamed.
Delighted to be of service.
He bowed even lower this time round.
Sirs, my lady, I take my leave.
You sure about that? Asked Shivers as Ronco strutted to the door. Bit of a worry, ain't it? Fire in a wooden building. Koska looked down his nose again.
I thought you Northmen were all wrath and bad teeth. If things turn sour, fire in a wooden building could be just the equalizer we need.
The what we need now?
Leveler,
said Vitari. That seemed a bad word to pick. They called death the great leveler up in the hills of the north. Fire indoors could end up leveling the lot of us, and in case you didn't notice, that bastard weren't too precise. Fire is dangerous.
Fire is pretty. He's in.
But won't he... Koska held up a silencing hand. We should... Don't tell me
I said. Do you not have the word in your country? Makato put me in charge of the entertainers, and with the greatest of respect, that means I say who is in. We're not taking votes. You concentrate on mounting a show to make Ario's gentlemen cheer. I'll handle the planning. How does that sound?
Like a shortcut to disaster, said Shivers.
Disaster. Koska grinned. I can't wait. Who have we to consider in the meantime?
Vitari cocked one orange brow at her list. Barty and Kummel, tumblers, acrobats, knife artists, and walkers on the high wire. Koska nudged Shivers in the ribs with his elbow.
Walkers on the high wire, there you go. How could that end badly?
The Peacemakers. It was a rare, clear day in the city of fogs. The air was crisp and cold, the sky was perfectly blue, and the King of the Union's Conference of Peace was due to begin its noble work. The ragged rooflines, the dirty windows, the peeling doorways were all thick with onlookers, waiting eagerly for the great men of Styria to appear. They trickled down both gutters of the wide avenue below, a multicolored confusion pressing up against the grim grey lines of soldiers deployed to hold them back. The hubbub of the crowd was a weight on the air. Thousands of murmuring voices, stabbed through here and there by the shouts of hawkers, bellowed warnings, squeals of excitement, like the sound of an army before a battle, nervously waiting for the blood to start spilling. 5 more dots, perched on the roof of a crumbling warehouse, were nothing to remark upon. Shivers stared down, big hands dangling over the parapet. Koska had his boot propped carelessly on the cracked stonework, scratching at his scabby neck. Vitari leaned back against the wall, long arms folded. Friendly stood bolt upright to the side, seeming lost in a world of his own. The fact that Morvier and his apprentice were away on their own business gave Monza scant confidence. When she first met the poisoner, she hadn't trusted him at all. Since Westport, she trusted him an awful lot less. And these were her troops. She sucked in a long, bitter breath, licked her teeth, and spat down into the crowd below. When God means to punish a man, the Cantic scriptures say, he sends him stupid friends and clever enemies. That's a lot of people, said Shivers, eyes narrowed against the chilly glare. Just the kind of stunning revelation Monza had come to expect from the man. An awful lot.
Yes.
Friendly's eyes flickered over the crowds, lips moving silently, giving Monza the worrying impression that he was trying to count them.
This is nothing.
Koska dismissed half of Sipani with an airy wave.
You should have seen the throng that packed the streets of Austria after my victory at the Battle of the Isles. They filled the air with falling flowers, twice as many at the least. You should have been there.
I was there, said Vitari, and there were half as many at the most.
Does pissing on my dreams give you some sick satisfaction?
A little.
Vitari smirked at Monza, but she didn't laugh. She was thinking of the triumph they'd put on for her in Talins after the fall of Capriel, or the massacre at Capriel, depending on who you asked. She remembered Benner grinning while she frowned, standing in his stirrups and blowing kisses to the balconies, the people chanting her name, even though Orso was riding in thoughtful silence just behind, with Ario at his shoulder. She should have seen it coming then.
Here they are.
Koska shielded his eyes with one hand, leaning out dangerously far over the railing.
All hail our great leaders.
The noise of the crowd swelled as the procession came into view. 7 mounted standard-bearers brought up the front, flags on lances, all at the exact same angle, the illusion of equality deemed necessary for peace talks. The cockle shell of Sipani, the white tower of Austria, the 3 Bs of Visserine, the black cross of Talins. The symbols of Puranti, Afoya, and Nicanti stirred lazily in the breeze alongside them. A man in gilded armor rode behind, the golden sun of the Union drooping from his black lance. Sartorius, Chancellor of Sipani, was the first of the great and good to appear, or the mean and evil, depending on who you asked. He was truly ancient, with thin white hair and beard, hunched under the weight of the heavy chain of office he'd worn since long before Monza was born. He hobbled along doggedly with the aid of a cane, and with the eldest of his many sons, probably in his 60s himself, at his elbow. Several columns of Sipani's leading citizens followed, sun twinkling on jewels and polished leather, bright silk and cloth of gold.
Chancellor Sartorius,
Koska was noisily explaining to Shivers.
According to tradition, the host goes on foot. Still alive, the old bastard.
Looks like he needs a rest, though, muttered Monza. Someone get the man a coffin.
Not quite yet, I think. Half blind he may be, but he still has clearer sight than most. The long-established master of the middle ground. One way or another, he's kept Sipani neutral for 2 decades. Right through the years of blood, ever since I gave him a bloody nose at the Battle of the Isles.
Vitari snorted.
Didn't stop you taking his coin when it all turned sour with Cephaline of Austria, as I recall.
Why should it have? Paid soldiers can't be too picky over their employers. You have to blow with the wind in this business. Loyalty on a mercenary is like armor on a swimmer.
Monza frowned sideways, wondering whether that was meant for her, but Koska was blathering on as though it meant nothing to anyone.
Still, he never suited me much, old Sartorius. It was a wedding of necessity, an unhappy marriage, and once victory was won, a divorce we were both happy to agree to. Peaceful men find little work for mercenaries, and the old Chancellor of Sipani has made a rich and glorious career from peace.
Vitari sneered down at the wealthy citizens tramping by below.
Looks like he's hoping to make an export of it.
Monza shook her head.
One thing also we'll never be buying.
The leaders of the League of 8 came next. Orso's bitter enemies, which had meant Monza's too, until her tumble down a mountain. They were attended by a regiment of hangers-on, all decked out in 100 clashing liveries. Duke Rogont rode at the front on a great black charger, reins in one sure hand, giving the occasional nod to the crowds as someone shouted for him. He was a popular man, and was called on to nod often, almost to the point that his head bobbed like a turkey's. Celia had somehow been wedged into the saddle of a stocky roan beside Rogont, pink jowls bulging out over the gilded collar of his uniform on one side, then the other, in time to the movement of his labouring mount.
"Who's the fat man?"
asked Shivers.
Salia, Grand Duke of Visserine.
Vitari sniggered.
For another month or two, maybe. He squandered his city's soldiers in the summer.
Monza had charged them down on the high bank, with faithful Carpi beside her.
His city's food in the autumn.
Monza had merrily burned the fields about the walls and driven off the farmers.
And he's fast running out of allies.
Monza had left Duke Cantaine's head rotting on the walls of Boletta.
You can almost see him sweating from here, the old bastard.
Shame, said Koska. I always liked the man. You should see the galleries in his palace. The greatest collection of art in the world, or so he says. Quite the connoisseur. Kept the best table in Styria, too, in his day.
It shows,
said Monza.
One does wonder how they get him in his saddle. Block and tackle,
snapped Vitari. Monza snorted.
Or dig a trench and ride the horse up underneath him.
What about the other one? Asked Shivers.
Rogont, Grand Duke of Austria.
He looks the part. True enough. Tall and broad-shouldered, with a handsome face and a mass of dark curls.
Looks it.
Monza spat again.
But not much more.
The nephew of my one-time employer, now thankfully deceased, the Duchess Cephaline. Koska had made his neck bleed with his scratching. They call him the Prince of Prudence, the Count of Caution, the Duke of Delay. A fine general by all accounts, but doesn't like to gamble.
I'd be less charitable, said Monza.
Few people are less charitable than you.
He doesn't like to fight.
No good general likes to fight.
But every good general has to, from time to time.
Rogont's been pitted against Orso throughout the years of blood and never fought more than a skirmish.
The man's the best withdrawer in Styria.
Toughest thing to manage, a retreat. Maybe he just hasn't found his moment yet.
Shivers gave a faraway sigh.
We're all of us waiting for our moment.
He's wasted all his chances now, said Monza. Once Visserine falls, the way to Puranti is open. And beyond that, nothing but Austria itself, and Orso's crown. No more delays. The sands run through on caution.
Rogont and Salia passed underneath them. The two men who, along with honest, honourable, dead Duke Cantaine, had formed the League of Eight to defend Styria against Orso's insatiable ambition, or to frustrate his rightful claims so they could fight among themselves for whatever was left, depending on who you asked. Koska had a faraway smile on his face as he watched them go. You live long enough, you see everything ruined. Capriel, a shell of her former glory.
Vitari grinned at Monza. That was one of yours, no? Musalia most shamefully capitulated to Orso, in spite of her impenetrable walls.
Vitari grinned wider.
Wasn't that one of yours too?
Boletta fallen, Koska lamented. Bold Duke Cantaine dead.
Yes,
growled Monza, before Vitari could open her mouth.
The invincible League of Eight has withered to a company of 5, and will soon dwindle to a party of 4, with 3 of those far from keen on the whole notion.
Monza could just hear Friendly's whisper.
8, 5, 4, 3.
Those 3 followed now, glittering households trailing them like the wake behind 3 ducks. Junior partners in the League, Lerozio, the Duke of Peranti, defiant in elaborate armor and even more elaborate moustaches. The young Countess Cotada of Afoya, a pasty girl whose pale yellow silks weren't helping her complexion, her uncle and first advisor, some said her first lover, hovering close at her shoulder. Patine came last, first citizen of Nicanti. His hair left wild, dressed in sackcloth with a knotted rope for a belt to show he was no better than the lowest peasant in his care. The rumour was he wore silken undergarments and slept on a golden bed, and with no shortage of company. So much for the humility of the powerful. Costa was already looking to the next chapter in the procession of greatness.
By the fates, Who are these young gods?
They were a magnificent pair, there was no denying that. They rode identical greys with effortless confidence, arrayed in matching white and gold. Her snowy gown clung to her impossibly tall and slender form and spread out behind her, fretted with glittering thread. His gilded breastplate was polished to a mirror glare, simple crown set with a single stone so big Monza could almost see its facets glittering 100 strides distant.
How incredibly fucking regal, she sneered. One can almost smell the majesty, threw in Koska. I would kneel if I thought my knees could bear it. His august majesty, the High King of the Union.
Vitari's voice was greasy with irony.
And his queen, of course. Therese, the jewel of Tarlins. She sparkles brightly, no? Orso's daughter.
Monza forced out through clenched teeth.
Ario and Foscar's sister. Queen of the Union and a royal cunt into the bargain.
Even though he was a foreigner on Styrian soil, even though Union ambitions were treated with the greatest suspicion here, even though his wife was Orso's daughter, the crowd found themselves cheering louder for a foreign king than they had for their own geriatric chancellor. The people far prefer a leader who appears great, Bialeveld wrote, to one who is.
Hardly the most neutral of mediators, you'd think. Koska puffed his cheeks out thoughtfully. Bound so tight to Orso and his brood, you can hardly see the light between them. Husband and brother and son-in-law to Tarlins? No doubt he considers himself above such earthly considerations.
Monza's lip curled as she watched the royal pair approach. It looked as if they'd ridden from the pages of a lurid storybook and out into the drab and slimy city by accident. Wings on their horses were all they needed to complete the fantasy. It was a wonder someone hadn't glued some on. Therese wore a great necklace of huge stones, flashing so brilliantly in the sun they were painful to look at. Vitari was shaking her head.
How many jaws can you pile on one woman? Not many more without burying the bitch, growled Monza.
The ruby that Benna had given her seemed a child's trinket by comparison.
Jealousy is a terrible thing, ladies.
Koska nudged friendly in the ribs.
She seems well enough in my eyes, eh, my friend?
The convict said nothing. Koska tried shivers instead.
Hey?
The Northman glanced sideways at Monza, then away.
Don't get the fuss myself. Well, a pretty pair, the two of you. I never met such cold-blooded fighting men. I may be past my prime, but I'm nothing like so withered inside as you set of long faces. My heart can still be moved by a young couple in love.
Monza doubted there could be that much fire between them, however they might grin at one another.
Few years ago now, well before she was a queen in anything but her own mind, Benna had a bet with me that he could bed her.
Koska raised one brow.
Your brother always liked to sow his seed widely, as I recall. The results? Turned out he wasn't her type.
It had turned out Monza interested her a great deal more than Benna ever could. A household even grander than the whole League of Eight had fielded followed respectfully behind the royal couple. A score at least of ladies-in-waiting, each one dripping jewels of her own. A smattering of lords of Midderland, Angland and Starrickland, weighty furs and golden chains about their shoulders. Men-at-arms plodded behind, armor stained with dust from the hooves in front. Each man choking on the dirt of his betters, the ugly truth of power.
King of the Union, eh?
Mused Shivers, watching the royal couple move off.
That there is the most powerful man in the whole circle of the world.
Vitari snorted.
That there is the man he stands behind. Everyone kneels to someone. You don't know too much about politics, do you?
About what?
Lies, The cripple rules the Union. That boy with all the gold is the mask he wears. Koska sighed. If you look like the cripple, I dare say you'd get a mask too. Such cheering as there was moved off slowly after the king and queen and left a sullen silence behind it. Quiet enough that Monza could hear the clattering of the wheels as a gilded carriage rattled down the avenue. Several score of grim guardsmen tramped in practiced columns to either side, weapons less well polished than the Union's had been, but better used. A crowd of well-dressed and entirely useless gentlemen followed. Monza closed her right fist tight, crooked bones shifting. The pain crept across her knuckles, through her hand, up her arm, and she felt her mouth twist into a grim smile.
There they are, said Koska.
Ario sat on the right, draped over his cushions, swaying gently with the movement of the carriage, his customary look of lazy contempt smeared across his face. Fosca sat pale and upright beside him, head starting this way and that at every smallest sound. Preening tomcat and eager puppy dog placed neatly together. Gobber had been nothing. Malthus had been just a banker. Orso would scarcely have remarked on the new faces around him when they were replaced. But Ario and Foscar were his sons, his precious flesh, his future. If she could kill them, it would be the next best thing to sticking the blade in Orso's own belly. Her smile grew, imagining his face as they brought him the news.
Your Excellency, your sons are dead.
A sudden shriek split the silence.
Murderers! Scum! Orso's bastards!
Some limbs flailed down in the crowd below, someone trying to break through the cordon of soldiers.
You're a curse on Styria!
There was a swell of angry mutterings, and nervous ripples spread out through the onlookers. Sertorius might have called himself neutral, but the people of Sipani had no love for Orso or his brood. They knew when he broke the League of Eight, they'd be next. Some men always want more. A couple of the mounted gentlemen drew steel. Metal gleamed at the edge of the crowd. There was a thin scream. Foscar was almost standing in the carriage, staring off into the heaving mass of people. Ario pulled him down and slouched back in his seat, careless eyes fixed on his fingernails. The disturbance was finished. The carriage rattled off, gentlemen finding their formation again, soldiers in the livery of Tarlins tramping behind. The last of them passed under the roof of the warehouse and off down the avenue.
And the show is over,
sighed Koska, pushing himself from the railing and making for the door that led to the stairs.
I wish it could have gone on forever,
sneered Vitari as she turned away.
1,812,
said Friendly. Monza stared at him.
What?
People in the parade.
And?
105 stones in the Queen's necklace.
Did I fucking ask?
No.
Friendly followed the others back to the stairs. She stood there alone, frowning into the stiffening wind for a moment longer, glaring off up the avenue as the crowd began to disperse, her fist and her jaw still clenched aching tight. Monza, not alone. When she turned her head, Shivers was looking her in the eye, and from closer than she'd have liked. He spoke as if finding the words was hard work. Seems like we haven't, I don't know, since Westport. I just wanted to ask, best if you don't. She brushed past him and away. Cooking up trouble. Nikimo Koska closed his eyes, licked his smiling lips, breathed in deep through his nose in anticipation, and raised the bottle. A drink, a drink, a drink. The familiar promise of the tap of glass against his teeth, the cooling wetness on his tongue, the soothing movement of his throat as he swallowed. If only it hadn't been water.
He had crept from his sweat-soaked bed and down to the kitchen in his clammy nightshirt to hunt for wine. Or any old piss that could make a man drunk. Something to make his dusty bedroom stop shaking like a carriage gone off the road. Banish the ants he felt were crawling all over his skin. Sponge away his pounding headache, whatever the costs. Shit on change and Makato's vengeance, too. He had hoped that everyone would be in bed and squirmed with trembling frustration when he had seen Friendly at the stove making porridge for breakfast. Now, though, he had to admit he was strangely glad to have found the convict here. There was something almost magical about Friendly's aura of calmness. He had the utter confidence to stay silent and simply not care what anyone thought. Enough to take Koska a rare step towards calmness himself. Not silence, though. Indeed, he had been talking virtually uninterrupted since the first light began to creep through the chinks in the shutters and turn to dawn. Why the hell am I doing this, Friendly? Fighting at my age. Fighting! I've never enjoyed that part of the business. And on the same side as that self-congratulating vermin Morphea. A poisoner? Stinking way to kill a man, that. And I am acutely aware, of course, that I am breaking the soldier's first rule. Friendly cocked one eyebrow a fraction as he slowly stirred the porridge. Koska strongly suspected the convict knew exactly why he had come here, but if he did, he had better manners than to bring it up. Convicts in the main are wonderfully polite. Bad manners can be fatal in prison.
First,
He asked. Never fight for the weaker side. Much though I have always despised Duke Orso with a flaming passion, there is a huge and potentially fatal gulf between hating the man and actually doing anything about it. He thumped his fist gently against the tabletop and made the model of Cardotti's rattle gently. Particularly on behalf of a woman who already betrayed me once. Like a homing pigeon drawn endlessly back to its loved and hated cage, his mind was dragged back through 9 wasted years to Afieri. He pictured the horses thundering down the long slope, sun flashing behind them, as he had so many times since in 100 different stinking rooms and bone-cheap boarding houses and broken-down slum taverns across the circle of the world. A fine pretense, he had thought as the cavalry drew closer, smiling through the haze of drink to see it done so well. He remembered the cold dismay as the horsemen did not slow, the sick lurch of horror as they crashed into his own slovenly lines, the mixture of fury, hopelessness, disgust, and dizzy drunkenness as he scrambled onto his horse to flee, his ragtag brigade ripped apart around him, and his reputation with it. That mixture of fury, hopelessness, disgust, and dizzy drunkenness that had followed him as tightly as his shadow ever since. He frowned at the distorted reflection of his wasted face in the bubbly glass of the water bottle. The memories of our glories fade, he whispered, and rot away into half-assed anecdotes, thin and unconvincing as some other bastard's lies. The failures, the disappointments, the regrets, they stay raw as the moments they happened. A pretty girl's smile never acted on. A petty wrong we let another take the blame for. A nameless shoulder that knocked us in a crowd and left us stewing for days, for months, forever. He curled his lip. This is the stuff the past is made of. The wretched moments that make us what we are. Friendly stayed silent, and it drew Koska out better than any coaxing. And none more bitter than the moment Mons Caro Mercato turned on me, eh? I should be taking my revenge on her, instead of helping her take hers. I should kill her, and Andish, and Cesaria, and Victus, and all my other one-time bastard friends from the Thousand Swords. So what the shit am I doing here, Friendly?
talking.
Koska snorted. As ever. I always had poor judgment where women were concerned.
He barked with sudden laughter. In truth, I always had dire judgment on every issue. That is what has made my life such a series of thrills. He slapped the bottle down on the table. Enough penny philosophy. The fact is, I need the chance. I need to change, and, much more importantly, I desperately need the money. He stood up. Fuck the past. I am Nicomo Koska, damn it. I laugh in the face of fear. He paused for a moment. And I am going back to bed. My earnest thanks, Master Friendly. You make as fine a conversation as any man I've known. The convict looked away from his porridge for just a moment.
I've hardly said a word.
Exactly. Morvier's morning repast was arranged upon the small table in his small bedchamber, once perhaps an upstairs storeroom in an abandoned warehouse in an insalubrious district of Sipani, a city he had always despised. Refreshment consisted of a misshapen bowl of cold oatmeal, a battered cup of steaming tea, a chipped glass of sour and lukewarm water. Beside them, in a neat row, stood 17 various vials, bottles, jars, and tins, each filled with its own pastes, liquids, or powders in a range of colours from clear to white through dull buff to the verdant blue of the scorpion oil. Morvier reluctantly spooned in a mouthful of mush. While he worked it around his mouth with scant relish, he removed the stoppers from the first 4 containers, slid a glinting needle from its packet, dipped it in the first, and pricked the back of his hand. The second, and the same. The third, and the fourth, and he tossed the needle distastefully away. He winced as he watched a tiny bead of blood well from one of the prick marks, then dug another spoonful from the bowl and sat back, head hanging, while the wave of dizziness swept over him. Damn larynx! Still, it was far preferable that he should endure a tiny dose and a little unpleasantness every morning than that a large dose, administered by malice or misadventure, should one day burst every blood vessel in his brain. He forced down another mouthful of salty slop, opened the tin next in line, scooped out a tiny pinch of mustard root, held one nostril closed, and snorted it up the other. He shivered as the powder burned at his nasal passages, licked at his teeth as his mouth turned unpleasantly numb. He took a mouthful of tea, found it unexpectedly scalding as he swallowed and nearly coughed it back up. Damn mustard root! That he had employed it against targets with admirable efficacy on several occasions gave him no extra love for consuming the blasted stuff himself. Quite the opposite. He gargled a mouthful of water in a vain attempt to sluice away the acrid taste, knowing full well that it would be creeping from the back of his nose for hours to come. He lined up the next 6 receptacles, unscrewed, uncorked, uncapped them. He could have swallowed their contents one at a time, but long years of such breakfasts had taught him it was better to dispose of them all at once. So he squirted, flicked, and dripped the appropriate amounts into his glass of water, mixed them carefully with his spoon, gathered himself, and forced it back in 3 ugly swallows. Morvier set the glass down, wiped the tears from under his eyes, and gave vent to a watery burp. He felt a momentary nudge of nausea, but it swiftly calmed. He had been doing this every morning for 20 years, after all. If he was not accustomed to it by... He dived for the window, flung the shutters open, and thrust his head through, just in time to spray his meagre breakfast into the rotten alley beside the warehouse. He gave a bitter groan as he slumped back, dashed the burning snot from his nose, and picked his way unsteadily to the washstand. He scooped water from the basin and rubbed it over his face, stared at his reflection in the mirror as moisture dripped from his brows. The worst of it was that he would now have to force more oatmeal into his rebellious guts. One of the many unappreciated sacrifices he was forced to make simply in order to excel.
The other children at the orphanage had never appreciated his special talents. Nor had his master, the infamous Muhmah Bek. His wife had not appreciated him. His many apprentices had not. And now it seemed his latest employer also had no appreciation for his selfless, for his discomforting, for his... No, it was no exaggeration, heroic efforts on her behalf. That dissolute old wineskin Nikimo Koska was afforded greater respect than he.
I am doomed, he murmured disconsolately. Doomed to give and get nothing in return.
A knock at the door and Day's voice. "You ready?"
"Soon."
"They're getting everyone together downstairs. We need to be off to Cardotti's, lay the groundwork. The importance of preparation and all that." It sounded as if she was talking with her mouth full. It would, in fact, have been a surprise had she not been.
"I will catch up with you."
He heard her footsteps moving off. There, at least, was one person with the requisite admiration for his magisterial skills, who rendered him the fitting respect, exceeded his lofty expectations. He was coming to rely on her a great deal, he realized, both practically and emotionally. More than was cautious, perhaps. But even a man of Morvier's extraordinary talents could not manage everything himself. He gave a long sigh and turned from the mirror. The entertainers, or the killers, for they were both, were scattered around the warehouse floor. 25 of them, if Friendly counted himself. The 3 Gurkish dancers sat cross-legged, 2 with their ornate cat-face masks pushed up on their oiled black hair. The last had her mask down, eyes glistening darkly behind the slanted eye-holes, rubbing carefully at a curved dagger. The band were already dressed in smart black jackets and tight striped grey and yellow, their silvered masks in the shape of musical notes, practicing a jig they had finally managed to play half-decently. Shivers stood nearby in a stained leather tunic with balding fur on the shoulders, a big round wooden shield on his arm, and a heavy sword in the other hand. Greylock loomed opposite, an iron mask covering his whole face, a great club set with iron studs in his fists. Shivers was talking fast in Northern, showing how he was going to swing his sword, how he wanted Greylock to react, practicing the show they would put on. Barty and Cummel, the acrobats, wore tight-fitting checkered motley, arguing with each other in the tongue of the Union, one of them passionately waving a short stabbing sword. The incredible Ronco watched from behind a mask painted vivid red, orange and yellow, like dancing flames. Beyond him, the 3 jugglers were filling the air with a cascade of shining knives, flashing and flickering in the half-darkness. Others lounged against crates, sat cross-legged on the floor, capered about, sharpened blades, tinkered with costumes. Friendly hardly recognized Koska himself, dressed in a velvet coat, heavy with silver embroidery, a tall hat on his head, and a long black cane in his hand, with a heavy golden knob on the end. The rash on his neck was disguised with powder. His greying moustaches were waxed to twinkling curves, his boots were polished to a glistening shine, his mask was crusted with splinters of sparkling mirror, but his eyes sparkled more. He swaggered towards Friendly with the smirk of a ringmaster at a circus.
"My friend, I hope you are well. My thanks again for your ear this morning."
Friendly nodded, trying not to grin. There was something almost magical about Koska's aura of good humor. He had the utter confidence to talk and know he would be listened to, laughed with, understood. It almost made Friendly want to talk himself. Koska held something out, a mask in the shape of a pair of dice, showing double 1 with eye holes where the spots should have been.
"I hoped you might do me the favor of minding the dice table tonight."
Friendly took the mask from him with a trembling hand.
I would like that very much.
Their mad crew wound through the twisting streets as the morning mists were clearing, down grey alleys, over narrow bridges, through hazy, rotting gardens, and along damp tunnels, footfalls hollow in the gloom. The treacherous water was never far off, Shivers wrinkling his nose at the salt stink of the canals. Half the city was masked and in costume, and it seemed they all had something to celebrate. Folk who weren't invited to the great ball in honor of Sipani's royal visitors had their own revels planned, and a lot of them were getting started good and early. Some hadn't gone too wild with their costumes, holiday coats and dresses with a plain mask around their eyes. Some had gone wild, then further still. Huge trousers, high shoes, gold and silver faces locked up in animal snarls and madman grins. Put Shivers in mind of the Bloody Nine's face when he fought in the circle, devil smiles spattered with blood. That did nothing for his nerves. Didn't help he was wearing fur and leather like he used to in the north, carrying a heavy sword and shield not much different from ones he'd used in earnest. A crowd poured past, all covered in yellow feathers, masks with great beaks, squawking like a flock of crazy seagulls. That did nothing for his nerves either. Off in the mist, half glimpsed round corners and across hazy squares, there were stranger shapes still, their hoots and warbles echoing down the wooden alleyways. Monsters and giants. Made Shivers' palms itch, thinking of the way the feared rose out of the mist up at Dunbreck, bringing death with him. These were just silly bastards on stilts, of course. But still, you put a mask on a person, something weird happens, changes the way they act, along with the way they look. Sometimes they don't seem like people at all no more, but something else. Shivers wouldn't have liked the flavor of it even if they hadn't been planning murder. Felt like the city was built on the borders of hell, and devils were spilling out into the streets, mixing with the everyday, and no one acting like there was much special about it. He had to keep reminding himself that, of all the strange and dangerous-seeming crowds, his was much the strangest and most dangerous they were likely to happen across. If there were devils in the city, he was one of the worst. Wasn't actually that comforting a thought, once it had taken root. "This way, my friends!" Koska led them across a square planted with 4 clammy, leafless trees, and a building loomed up from the gloom. A large wooden building on 3 sides of a courtyard. The same building that had been sitting on the kitchen table at the warehouse the last few days. 4 well-armed guards were frowning around a gate of iron bars, and Koska sprang smartly up the steps towards them, heels clicking. "A fine morning to you, gentlemen."
"Ardotti's is closed today,"
the nearest growled back.
"And tonight, too."
"Not to us." Koska took in the mismatched troop with a sweep of his cane. "We are the entertainers for this evening's private function, selected and hired especially for the purpose by Prince Ario's consort, Carlot den Ida. Now open that gate quick sharp. We have a great deal of preparation to attend to. In we come, my children, and don't dally. People must be entertained." The yard was bigger than Shivers had been expecting, and a lot more of a disappointment too, since this was supposed to be the best brothel in the world. A stretch of mossy cobbles with a couple of rickety tables and chairs painted in flaking gilt. Lines were strung from upstairs windows, sheets flapping sluggishly as they dried. A set of wine barrels were badly stacked in one corner. A bent old man was sweeping with a worn-out broom. A fat woman was giving what might have been some underwear a right thrashing on a washboard. 3 skinny women sat about a table, bored. One had an open book in her hand. Another frowned at her nails as she worked them with a file. The last slouched in her chair, watching the entertainers file in while she blew smoke from a little clay chagger pipe. Koska sighed. "There's nothing more mundane or less arousing than a whorehouse in the daytime, eh?" "Seems not." Shivers watched the jugglers find a space over in one corner and start to unpack their tools,
gleaming knives among them. I've always thought it must be a fine enough life being a whore, a successful one at any rate. You get the days off, and when finally you are called upon to work, you can get most of it done lying down. Not much honour in it, said Shivers. Shit at least makes flowers grow. Honour isn't even that useful. What happens when you get old, though, and no one wants you no more? Seems to me all you're doing is putting off the despair and leaving a pack of regrets behind you. Below Koska's mask, his smile had a sad twist. That's all any of us are doing, my friend. Every business is the same, and ours is no different. Soldiering, killing, whatever you want to call it. No one wants you when you get old. He strutted past Shivers and into the courtyard, cane flicking backwards and forwards with each stride. One way or another, we're all of us whores. He snatched a fancy cloth from a pocket, waved it at the three women as he passed, and gave a bow. Ladies, a most profound honour. Silly old cock. Shivers heard one of them mutter in Northern before she went back to her pipe. The band were already tuning up, making almost as sour a wine as they were actually playing. Two tall doorways led from the yard, left to the gaming hall, right to the smoking hall, from those to the two staircases. His eyes crept up the ivy-covered wall, herringbone planks of weather-darkened wood, to the row of narrow windows on the first floor. Rooms for the entertainment of guests. Higher still, to bigger windows of coloured glass just under the roofline. The royal suite, where the most valued visitors were welcomed. Where they planned to welcome Prince Ario and his brother Foscar in a few hours. Oi! A touch on his shoulder, and he turned and stood blinking. A tall woman stood behind him, a shining black fur draped around her shoulders, long black gloves on her long arms, black hair scraped over to one side and hanging soft and smooth across her white face. Her mask was scattered with chips of crystal, eyes gleaming through the narrow slots, and set on him. Shivers had to make himself look away from her chest, the shadow between her tits drawing his eyes like a bear's to a beehive. Something I can... I don't know. Is there? Her painted lips twisted up at one corner, part sneer and part smile. Seemed as if there was something familiar about that voice. Through the slit in her skirts, he could just see the end of a long pink scar on her thigh. Onza? He whispered. Who else as fine as this would have anything to say to the likes of you? She eyed him up and down. This brings back memories. You look almost as much of a savage as when I first met you. That's the idea, I reckon. You look, He struggled for the word. Like a whore? A damn pricey one, maybe. I'd hate to look a cheap one. I'm headed upstairs to wait for our guests. All goes well, I'll see you at the warehouse. Aye, if all goes well. Shiver's life had a habit of not going well. He frowned up at those stained glass windows. You gonna be all right? Oh, I can handle Ario. I've been looking forward to it. I know, but I'm just saying, if you need me closer... Stick your tiny mind to keeping things under control down here. Let me worry about me. I'm worried enough that I can spare some. Thought you were an optimist. She tossed over her shoulder as she walked away. Maybe you talked me out of it, he muttered at her back. He didn't like it much when she spoke to him that way, but he liked it a lot better when she wouldn't speak to him at all. He saw Greylock glowering at him as he turned and stabbed an angry finger at the big bastard. Don't just stand there. Let's get this damn fake circle marked out before we get old. Monza was a long way from comfortable as she teetered through the gambling hall, Koska beside her. She wasn't used to the high shoes. She wasn't used to the draft around her legs. Corsets were torture at the best of times, and it hardly helped that this one had 2 of the bones removed and replaced with long, thin knives.
the points up between her shoulder blades and the grips hidden in the small of her back. Her ankles and her knees and her hips were already throbbing. The notion of a smoke tickled at the back of her mind, just like always, but she forced it away. She'd endured enough pain these past few months. A little more was a light price to pay if it got her close to Ario. Close enough to stick a blade in his sneering face. The thought alone put some swagger back into her step. Carlot Dan Ida waited for them at the end of the room, standing with regal superiority between two card tables covered with grey sheets, wearing a red dress fit for an empress of legend.
"Will you look at the two of us?" sneered Monza as she came close. "A general dressed like a whore, and a whore dressed like a queen. Everyone's pretending to be someone else tonight. That's politics."
Ario's mistress frowned over at Koska.
"Who's this?"
Magister Ida. What a delightful and unexpected honor."
The old mercenary bowed as he swept his hat off, exposing his scabrous, sweat-beaded bald patch.
"I never dreamed the two of us would meet again." "You?"
Ida stared coldly back at him.
"I might have known you'd be caught up in this. I thought you died in Dagoska." "So did I, but it turned out I was only very, very drunk." "Not so drunk you couldn't fumble your way to betraying me."
The old mercenary shrugged.
"It's always a crying shame when honest people are betrayed. When it happens to the treacherous, though, one cannot avoid a certain sense of cosmic justice."
Koska grinned from Ida to Monza and back.
3 people as loyal as us, all on one side? I can hardly wait to see how this turns out."
Monza's guess was that it would turn out bloody.
"When will Ario and Foscar get here?"
"When Sartorius's grand ball begins to break up, midnight or just before."
"We'll be waiting." "The antidote," snapped Ida. "I've done my part." "You'll get it when I get Ario's head on a plate, not before." "What if something goes wrong?" "You'll die along with the rest of us. Better hope things run smoothly." "What's to stop you from letting me die anyway?" "A dazzling reputation for fair play and good behavior."
Unsurprisingly, Ida didn't laugh.
"I tried to do the right thing in Dagoska."
She jabbed at her chest with a finger.
"I tried to do the right thing. I tried to save people. Look what it's cost me."
"There might be a lesson in there about doing the right thing," Monza shrugged.
"I've never had that problem." "You can joke. Do you know what it's like to live in fear every moment?"
Monza took a quick step towards her, and she shrank back against the wall.
"Living in fear,"
she snarled, their masks almost scraping together.
"Welcome to my fucking life. Now quit whining and smile for Ario and the other bastards at the ball tonight."
She dropped her voice to a whisper.
"Then bring him to us. Him and his brother. Do as I tell you, and you might still get a happy ending."
She knew that neither one of them thought that very likely. There'd be precious few happy endings to tonight's festivities. Day turned the drill one last time, bit squealing through wood, then eased it gently free. A chink of light peeped up into the darkness of the attic and brightly illuminated a circular patch of her cheek. She grinned across at Morvier, and he was touched by a sudden bittersweet memory of his mother's smiling face by candlelight.
"We're through."
Now was hardly the time for nostalgia. He swallowed the upwelling of emotion and crept over, taking the greatest care to set his feet only upon the rafters. A black-clad leg bursting through the ceiling and kicking wildly would no doubt give Orso's sons and their guards some cause for concern. Peering down through the hole, doubtless invisible among the thick mouldings, Morvier could see an opulent stretch of panelled corridor with a rich Gurkish carpet and 2 high doorways. A crown was carved into the wood above the nearest one.
"Perfect positioning, my dear.
The royal suite.
From here, they had an unobstructed view of guards stationed by either door. He reached into his jacket and frowned. He patted at his other pockets, panic stabbing at him.
Damn it! I forgot my spare blowpipe. What if...
I brought 2 extra just in case. Morvier pressed one hand to his chest.
Thank the fates. No, damn the fates. Thank your prudent planning. Where would I be without you?
Day grinned her innocent little grin. About where you are now, but with less charming company.
Caution first, always. So true.
He dropped his voice back to a whisper.
And here they come.
Makato and Vitari appeared, both masked, powdered and dressed, or rather undressed, like the many female employees of the establishment. Vitari opened the door beneath the crown and entered. Makato glanced briefly up at the ceiling, nodded, then followed her.
They are within. So far, all proceeds according to plan.
But there was ample time yet for disasters.
The yard?
Day wriggled on her stomach to the far edge of the attic, where roof met rafters, and peered through the holes they had drilled overlooking the building's central courtyard.
Looks as if they are ready to welcome our guests. What now?
Morvier crept to the minuscule, grubby window and brushed some cobwebs away with the side of one hand. The sun was sinking behind the ragged rooftops, casting a muddy flare over the city of whispers.
The masked ball should soon be underway at Sartorius's palace.
On the far side of the canal, behind Cardotti's house of leisure, the torches were being lit, lamplight spilling from the windows in the black residences and into the blue evening. Morvier flicked the cobwebs from his fingers with some distaste.
Now, we sit here in this mouldering attic and wait for His Highness Prince Ario to arrive.
Sex and death. By darkness, Cardotti's house of leisure was a different world. A fantasy land, as far removed from drab reality as the moon. The gaming hall was lit by 317 flickering candles. Friendly had counted them as they were hoisted up on tinkling chandeliers, bracketed to gleaming sconces, twisted into glittering candlesticks. The sheets had been flung back from the gaming tables. One of the dealers was shuffling his cards, another was sitting, staring into space, a third carefully stacking up his counters. Friendly counted silently along with him. At the far end of the room, an old man was oiling the lucky wheel. Not too lucky for those that played it, by Friendly's assessment of the odds. That was the strange thing about games of chance. The chances were always against the player. You might beat the numbers for a day, but you could never beat them in the end. Everything shone like hidden treasure, and the women most of all. They were dressed now and masked, transformed by warm candlelight into things barely human. Long, thin limbs, oiled and powdered and dusted with glitter, eyes shining darkly through the eye holes of gilded masks, lips and nails painted black-red like blood from a fatal wound. The air was full of strange, frightening smells. There had been no women in safety, and Friendly felt greatly on edge. He calmed himself by rolling the dice over and over and adding the scores one upon another. He had reached already 4,200 and... One of the women swept past, her ruffled dress swishing against the Gurkish carpet, one long bare leg sliding out from the blackness with each step. 200 and... His eyes seemed glued to that leg, his heart beating very fast. 226. He jerked his eyes away and back to the dice. 3 and 2. Utterly normal and nothing to worry about. He straightened and stood waiting. Outside the window in the courtyard, the guests were beginning to arrive.
Welcome, my friends. Welcome to Cardotti's. We have everything a growing boy needs. Dice and cards, games of skill and chance are this way. For those who relish the embrace of Mother Husk, that door. Wine and spirits on demand. Drink deep, my friends. There will be various entertainments mounted here in the yard throughout the evening. Dancing, juggling, music, even perhaps a little violence for those with a taste for blood. As for female companionship, well, that you will find throughout the building. Men were pouring into the courtyard in a masked and powdered flow. The place was already heaving with expensively tailored bodies, the air thick with their braying chatter. The band was sawing out a merry tune in one corner of the yard, the jugglers flinging a stream of sparkling glasses high into the air in another. Occasionally, one of the women would strut through, whisper to someone, lead him away into the building. And upstairs, no doubt. Koska could not help wondering, could he be spared for a few moments?
Quite utterly charmed,
he murmured, tipping his hat at a willowy blonde as she swayed past. Stick to the guests, she snarled viciously in his face.
Only trying to lift the mood, my dear. Only trying to help.
You want to help? You can suck a prick or two. I've enough to get through. Someone touched her on the shoulder, and she turned, smiling radiantly, took him by the arm, and swept away.
Who are all these bastards?
Shivers muttering in his ear.
3 or 4 dozen, weren't we told? A few armed, but not keen to fight. There must be twice that many in already.
Koska grinned as he clapped the Northman on the shoulder.
I know! Isn't it a thrill when you throw a party and you get more guests than you expected? Somebody's popular.
Shivers did not look amused.
I don't reckon it's us. How do we keep control of all this? What makes you think I have the answers? In my experience, life rarely turns out the way you expect. We must bend with the circumstances and simply do our best. Maybe 6 guards, weren't we told? So who are they?
The Northman jerked his head towards a grim-looking knot of men gathered in one corner, all with polished breastplates over their padded black jackets, with serious masks of plain steel, serious swords and long knives at their hips, serious frowns on their chiseled jaws. Their eyes darted carefully about the yard as though looking for threats.
Mused Koska. I was wondering the same thing.
Wondering? The Northman's big fist was uncomfortably tight round Koska's arm.
When does wondering turn into shitting yourself? I've often wondered.
Koska peeled the hand away.
But it's a funny thing. I simply don't get scared.
He made off through the crowd, clapping backs, calling for drinks, pointing out attractions, spreading good humor wherever he went. He was in his element now. Vice and high living, but danger too. He feared old age, failure, betrayal, and looking a fool. Yet he never feared before a fight. Koska's happiest moments had been spent waiting for battles to begin, watching the countless Gurkish march upon the walls of Dagoska, watching the forces of Sipani deploy before the Battle of the Isles, scrambling onto his horse by moonlight when the enemy sallied from the walls of Muris. Danger was the thing he most enjoyed, worries for the future purged, failures of the past erased. Only the glorious now remained. He closed his eyes and sucked in air, felt it tingling pleasantly in his chest, heard the excited babbling of the guests. He scarcely even felt the need for a drink anymore. He snapped his eyes open to see 2 men stepping through the gate, others scraping away to make grovelling room for them. His Highness Prince Ario was dressed in a scarlet coat, silken cuffs drooping from his embroidered sleeves in a manner that implied he would never have to grip anything for himself. A spray of multicolored feathers sprouted from the top of his golden mask, thrashing like a peacock's tail as he looked about him, unimpressed.
Your Highness!
Koska swept off his hat and bowed low.
We are truly, truly honored by your presence.
Indeed you are, said Ario, and by the presence of my brother. He wafted a languid hand at the man beside him,
dressed all in spotless white, with a mask in the form of half a golden sun, somewhat twitchy and reluctant seeming, Koska rather thought. Fosca, no doubt, though he had grown a beard which very much suited him. Not to mention that of our mutual friend, Master Sulphur. Alas, I cannot stay. A nondescript fellow had slipped in behind the two brothers. He had a curly head of hair, a simple suit, and a faint smile. So much to do. Never the slightest peace, eh? And he grinned at Koska. Inside the holes of his plain mask, his eyes were different colors, one blue, one green. I must to Tallin's tonight and speak to your father. We cannot allow the Gurkish a free hand. Of course not. Damn those Gurkish bastards. Good journey to you, Sulphur. Ario gave the slightest bow of his head. Good journey, growled Foscar as Sulphur turned for the gate. Koska jammed his hat back on his head. Well, your two honors are certainly most welcome. Please, enjoy the entertainments. Everything is at your disposal. He sidled closer, flashing his most mischievous grin. The top floor of the building has been reserved for you and your brother. Your Highness will find, I rather think, a particularly surprising diversion in the royal suite. There, brother. Let us see if, in due course, we can divert you from your cares. Ario frowned towards the band. By the heavens! Could that woman not have found some better music? The thickening throng parted to let the brothers pass. Several sneering gentlemen followed in their wake, as well as 4 more of the grim men with their swords and armor. Koska frowned after their shining backplates as they stepped through the door into the gaming hall. Nicomo Koska felt no fear, that was a fact, but a measure of sober concern at all these well-armed men seemed only prudent. Monza had asked for control, after all. He hopped over to the entrance and touched one of the guards outside upon his arm. No more in tonight, we are full. He shut the gate and the man's surprised face turned the key in the lock and slipped it into his waistcoat pocket. Prince Ario's friend, Master Sulphur, would have the honor of being the last man to pass through the front gate tonight. He flung one arm up at the band. Something livelier, lads. Strike up a tune. We're here to entertain. Morvier knelt, hunched in the darkness of the attic, peering from the eaves of the roof into the courtyard far below. Men in ostentatious attire formed knots that swelled, dissolved, shifted, and flowed in and out through the 2 doors that led into the building. They glittered and gleamed in pools of lamplight. Ribald exclamations and hushed chatter, poor music and good-natured laughter floated up through the night, but Morvier was not inclined to celebrate. Why so many? He whispered. We were anticipating less than half this number. Something is awry. A gout of incandescent flame went up into the frigid night, and there was an eruption of clapping. That imbecile Ronco, endangering his own existence and that of every other person in the yard. Morvier slowly shook his head. If that was a good idea, then he was the emperor of... They hissed at him, and he fumbled his way back across the rafters, old wood creaking gently, and applied his eye to one of the holes. Someone's coming. A group of 8 persons emerged from the stairway, all of them masked. 4 were evidently guards, armed in highly polished breastplates. 2 were even more evidently women employed by Cardottis. It was the final 2 men that were of interest to Morvier. Ario and Fosca, whispered Day. So it would undoubtedly appear. Orso's sons exchanged a brief word while their guards took up positions flanking the 2 doors. Then Ario bowed low, his snigger echoing faintly around the attic. He swaggered down the corridor to the second door, one of the women on each arm, leaving his brother to approach the royal suite. Morvier frowned. Something is most seriously awry. It was an idiot's idea of what a king's bedchamber might look like. Everything was over-patterned, gaudy with gold and silver thread. The bed was a monstrous four-poster suffocated with swags of crimson silk. An obese cabinet burst with coloured liquor bottles. The ceiling was crusted with shadowy mouldings and an enormous tinkling chandelier that hung too low. The fireplace was carved like a pair of naked women holding up a plate of fruit, all in green marble. There was a huge canvas in a gleaming frame on one wall, a woman with an improbable bosom bathing in a stream and seeming to enjoy it a lot more than was likely. Monza never had understood why getting out a tit or two made for a better painting. But painters seemed to think it did, so tits is what you got.
That bloody music's giving me a headache, Vitari grumbled, hooking a finger under her corset and scratching at her side.
Monza jerked her head sideways.
That fucking bed's giving me a headache, especially against that wallpaper.
A particularly vile shade of azure blue and turquoise stripes with gilt stars splashed across them.
Enough to drive a woman to smoking.
Vitari prodded at the ivory pipe lying on the marbled table beside the bed, a lump of husk in a cut-glass jar beside it. Monza hardly needed it drawn to her attention. For the last hour, her eyes had rarely been off it.
Mind on the job,
she snapped, jerking her eyes away and back towards the door.
Always.
Vitari hitched up her skirt.
Not easy with these bloody clothes. How does anyone...
Shh! Footsteps coming down the corridor outside.
Our guests. You ready?
The grips of the two knives jabbed at the small of Monza's back as she shifted her hips.
Bit late for second thoughts, no? Unless you've decided you'd rather fuck them instead. I think we'll stick to murder.
Monza slid her right hand up the window frame in what she hoped was an alluring pose. Her heart was thumping, the blood surging painfully loud in her ears. The door creaked ever so slowly open, and a man stepped through into the room. He was tall and dressed all in white, his golden mask in the shape of half a rising sun. He had an impeccably trimmed beard, which failed to disguise a ragged scar down his chin. Monza blinked at him. He wasn't Ario. He wasn't even Foscar.
Shit,
she heard Vitari breathe. Recognition hit Monza like spit in the face. It wasn't Orso's son, but his son-in-law. None other than the great peacemaker himself, his august majesty, the High King of the Union.
Ready?
Asked Koska. Shivers cleared his throat one more time. It had felt like there was something stuck in it ever since he'd walked into this damn place.
Bit late for second thoughts, no?
The old mercenary's mad grin spread even wider.
Unless you decided you'd rather fuck them instead. Gentlemen, ladies, your attention please.
The band stopped playing and the violin began to hack out a single sawing note. It didn't make Shivers feel much better. Koska jabbed with his cane, clearing the guests out of the circle they'd marked in the middle of the yard.
Step back, my friends, for you are in the gravest danger. One of the great moments of history is about to be acted out before your disbelieving eyes.
When do I get a fuck? Someone called to ragged laughter. Koska leapt forwards, nearly took the man's eye out on the end of his cane.
Once someone dies.
The drum had joined in now. Whack, whack, whack. Folk pressed round the circle by flickering torchlight. A ring of masks, birds and beasts, soldiers and clowns, leering skulls and grinning devils. Men's faces underneath, drunk, bored, angry, curious. At the back, Bati and Kummel teetered on each other's shoulders, whichever was on top, clapping along with the drum beats.
For your education, edification, and enjoyment,
Shivers hadn't a clue what that meant.
Cardotti's House of Leisure presents to you...
He took a rough breath, hefting sword and shield, and pushed through into the circle.
The infamous duel between Fenris the Feared
Koska flicked his cane out towards Greylock as he lumbered into the circle from the other side.
And Logan, 9 fingers.
He's got 10 fingers, someone called, making a ripple of drunken laughter. Shivers didn't join him. Greylock might have been a long way less frightening than the real Feared had been, but he was a long way clear of a comforting sight still. Big as a house, with that mask of black iron over his face, left side of his shaved head, and his great left arm painted blue. His club looked awful heavy and very dangerous right then, clutched in those big fists. Shivers had to keep telling himself they were on the same side. Just pretending was all. Just pretending.
You gentlemen would be well advised to make room,
shouted Koska, and the 3 Gurkish dancers pranced round the edge of the circle, black cat masks over their black faces, herding the guests towards the walls.
There may be blood.
There'd better be.
Another wave of laughter.
I didn't come here to watch a pair of idiots dance with each other.
The onlookers whooped, whistled, booed. Mostly booed. Shivers somehow doubted his plan. Hop around the circle for a few minutes, flailing at the air, then stab Greylock between his arm and his side while the big man burst a bladder of pig blood, was going to get these fuckers clapping. He remembered the real duel outside the walls of Carleon, with the fate of all the North hanging on the outcome. The cold morning, the breath smoking on the air, the blood in the circle. The carls gathered round the edge, shaking their shields, screaming and roaring. He wondered what those men would have made of this nonsense. Life took you down some strange paths, all right.
Begin!
Shouted Koska, springing back into the crowd. Greylock gave a mighty roar and came charging forwards, swinging the club and swinging it hard. Gave Shivers the bastard of a shock. He got his shield up in time, but the weight of the blow knocked him clean over, sliding across the ground on his arse, left arm struck numb. He sprawled out, all tangled up with his sword, nicked his eyebrow on the edge. Lucky not to get the point in his eye. He rolled, the club crashing down where he'd lain a moment before and sending stone chips flying. Even as he was clambering up, Greylock was at him again, looking like he meant deadly business, and Shivers had to scramble away with all the dignity of a cat in a wolf pen. He didn't remember this being what they discussed. Seemed the big man meant to give these bastards a show to remember after all.
Kill him!
Someone laughed.
Give us some blood, you idiots!
Shivers tightened his hand round the grip of the sword. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Even worse than before. Rolling dice normally made Friendly feel calm. But not tonight. He had a bad feeling. Even worse than before. He watched them tumble, clatter, spin, their clicking seeming to dig at his clammy skin and come to rest.
2 and 4,
he said. We see the numbers, snapped the man with the mask like a crescent moon. Damn dice hate me. He tossed them angrily over, bouncing against the polished wood. Friendly frowned as he scooped them up and rolled them gently back.
5 and 3, house wins.
That seems to be making a habit of it,
growled the one with the mask like a ship, and some of their friends muttered angrily. They were all of them drunk and stupid. The house always makes a habit of winning, which is why it hosts games of chance in the first place. But it was hardly Friendly's job to educate them on that point. Someone at the far end of the room cried out with shrill delight as the lucky wheel brought up their number. A few of the card players clapped with mild disdain. Bloody dice. Crescent Moon slurped from his glass of wine as Friendly carefully gathered up the counters and added them to his own swelling stacks. He was having trouble breathing. The air was so thick with strange smells, perfume and sweat and wine and smoke. He realized his mouth was hanging open and snapped it shut. The King of the Union looked from Monza to Vitari and back, handsome, regal, and most extremely unwelcome. Monza realized her mouth was hanging open and snapped it shut.
I mean no disrespect, but one of you will be more than adequate, and I have always had a weakness for dark hair. He gestured to the door. I hope I will not offend by asking you to leave us. I will make sure you are paid.
How generous.
Vitari glanced sideways, and Monza gave her the tiniest shrug, her mind flipping around like a frog in hot water as it sought desperately for a way clear of this self-made trap. Vitari pushed herself away from the wall and strutted to the door. She brushed the front of the king's coat with the back of her hand on the way past.
Curse my red-haired mother,
she sneered. The door clicked shut. A most, the king cleared his throat, pleasing room.
You're easily pleased.
He snorted with laughter. My wife would not say so.
Few wives say good things about their husbands. That's why they come to us.
You misunderstand. I have her blessing. My wife is expecting our third child, and therefore, well, that hardly interests you.
I'll seem interested, whatever you say. That's what I'm paid for.
Of course. The king rubbed his hands somewhat nervously together. Perhaps a drink? She nodded towards the cabinet.
There they are.
Do you need one?
No.
No. Of course. Why would you? Wine gurgled from the bottle. I suppose this is nothing new for you.
No.
Though, in fact, it was hard to remember the last time she'd been disguised as a whore in a room with a king. She had two choices, bed him or murder him. Neither one held much appeal. Killing Ario would make trouble enough. To kill a king, even Orso's son-in-law, would be asking for a great deal more. When faced with two dark paths, Stolicus wrote, a general should always choose the lighter. She doubted these were quite the circumstances he'd had in mind, but that changed nothing. She slid one hand around the nearest bedpost, lowered herself until she was sitting awkwardly on the garish covers. Then her eye fell on the husk pipe. When faced with two dark paths, Farrons wrote, a general should always find a third.
You seem nervous,
she murmured. The king had made it as far as the foot of the bed. I must confess, it's been a long time since I visited a place like this one.
Something to calm you, then?
She turned her back on him before he had the chance to say no and began to fill the pipe. It didn't take her long to make it ready. She did it every night, after all.
Husk, I'm not sure that I... You need your wife's blessing for this, too?
She held it out to him. Of course not. She stood, lifting the lamp, holding his eye, and set the flame to the bowl. His first breath in, he coughed out straight away. The second, not much later. The third, he managed to hold, then blow out in a plume of white smoke.
Your turn,
he croaked, pressing the pipe back into her hand as he sank down on the bed, smoke still curling up from the bowl and tickling her nose. Oh, how she wanted it. She was trembling with her need for it. Right there, right in her hand. But this was no time to indulge herself. She needed to stay in control. His mouth curled up in a gormless grin. Whose blessing do you need? He croaked. I promise I won't tell her. Oh. She was already setting the flame to the grey-brown flakes, sucking the smoke in deep, feeling it burn at her lungs. Damn boots, the king was saying as he tried to drag his highly polished footwear off. Don't bloody fit me. You pay 100 marks for some boots. You expect them to... One flew off and clattered into the wall, leaving a bright trace behind it. Monza was finding it hard to stand up. Again. She held the pipe out. Well, where's the harm? Monza stared at the lamp flame as it flared up, shimmering, shining, all the colors of a hoard of priceless jewels, the crumbs of husk glowing orange, turning from sweet brown to blazing red to used-up grey ash. The king breathed a long plume of sweet-smelling smoke in her face, and she closed her eyes and sucked it in. Her head was full of it, swelling with it, ready to burst open. Oh. Eh? He stared around. That is rather... Yes. Yes, it is. The room was glowing. The pains in her legs had become pleasurable tickles. Her bare skin fizzed and tingled. She sank down, mattress creaking under her rump. Just her and the King of the Union, perched on an ugly bed in a whorehouse. What could have been more comfortable? The king licked lazily at his lips. My wife, the Queen. You know, did I mention that? Queen. She does not always. Your wife likes women, Monza found she'd said. Then she snorted with laughter and had to wipe some snot off her lip. She likes them a lot. The king's eyes were pink inside the eye holes of his mask. They crawled lazily over her face. Women? What were we talking of? He leaned forwards. I don't feel nervous anymore. He slid one clumsy hand up the side of her leg. I think, he muttered, working his tongue around his mouth. I think. His eyes rolled up and he flopped back on the bed, arms outspread. His head tipped slowly sideways, mask skewing across his face, and he was still, faint snoring echoing in Monza's ears. He looked so peaceful there. She wanted to lie down. She was always thinking, worrying, thinking. She needed to rest. She deserved to. But there was something nagging at her, something she needed to do first. What was it? She drifted to her feet, swaying uncertainly. Ario. That's it. She left His Majesty sprawled across the bed and made for the door, the room tipping one way and then the other, trying to catch her out. Tricky bastard. She bent down and tore one of the high shoes off, tottered sideways and nearly fell. She flung the other away, and it floated gently through the air like an anchor sinking through water. She had to force her eyes open wide as she looked at the door, because there was a mosaic of blue glass between her and the world, candle flames beyond it, leaving long, blinding smears across her sight. Morvier nodded today, and she nodded back. A deeper black shape crouched in the fizzing darkness of the attic, the slightest strip of blue light across her grin. Behind her, the joists, the laths, the rafters were all black outlines touched down the edges with the faintest glow. I will deal with the pair beside the royal suite, he whispered. You take the others. Done. But when? When was the question of paramount importance. He put his eye to the hole, blowpipe in one hand, fingertips of the other rubbing nervously against his thumb. The door to the royal suite opened, and Vitari emerged from between the guards. She frowned up, then walked away down the corridor. There was no sign of Makato, no sign of Foscar, no further sign of anything. This was not part of the plan. Of that, Morvier was sure. He had still to kill the guards, of course. He had been paid to do so, and always followed through on a contracted task. That was one thing, among many, that separated him from the obscene likes of Nikomo Koska. But when? Morvier frowned. He was sure he could hear the vague sound of someone chewing. Are you eating? Just a bun. Well, stop it. We're at work, for pity's sake, and I'm trying to think. Is an iota of professionalism too much to ask? Time stretched out to the vague accompaniment
of the incompetent musicians down in the courtyard, but with the exception of the guards rocking gently from side to side, there was no further sign of movement. Morvier slowly shook his head. In this case, it seemed, as in so many, one moment was much like another. He breathed in deep, lifted the pipe to his lips, taking aim on the furthest of his allotted pair. The door to Ario's chamber banged open. The two women emerged, one still adjusting her skirts. Morvier held his breath, cheeks puffed out. They pulled the door shut, then made off down the corridor. One of the guards said something to the other, and he laughed. There was the most discreet of hisses as Morvier discharged his pipe, and the laughter was cut short. The nearest guard pressed one hand to his scalp. What? Something, I don't know, stung me. Stung you? What would have... It was the other guard's turn to rub at his head. Bloody hell! The first had found the needle in his hair and now held it up to the light. A needle? He fumbled for his sword with a clumsy hand, lurched back against the wall, and slid down onto his backside. I feel all... The second guard took an unsteady stride into the corridor, reached up at nothing, then pitched over on his face, arm outstretched. Morvier allowed himself the slightest nod of satisfaction, then crept over to Day, crouching over two of the holes with her blowpipe in her hand.
Success?
He asked. Of course. She held the bun in the other, and now took a bite from it. Through the hole, Morvier saw the two guards beside Ario's suite slumped motionless.
Fine work, my dear. But that, alas, is all the work with which we were trusted.
He began to gather up their equipment.
Should we stay? See how it goes?
I see no reason so to do. The best we can hope for is that men will die, and that I have witnessed before. Frequently. Take it from me, one death is much like another. You have the rope?
Of course.
Never too soon to secure the means of escape?
Caution first, always.
Precisely so.
Day uncoiled the cord from her pack and made one end of it fast around a heavy joist. She lifted one foot and kicked the little window from its frame. Morvier heard the sound of it splashing down into the canal behind the building.
Most neatly done. What would I do without you?
Day! And Greylock came charging across the circle with that
great lump of wood high over his head. Shivers gasped along with the crowd, only just scrambled clear in time, felt the wind of it ripping at his face. He caught the big man in a clumsy hug, and they tottered together round the outside of the circle.
What the fuck are you after?
Shivers hissed in his ear.
Vengeance.
Greylock dealt him a knee in the side, then flung him off. Shivers stumbled away, finding his balance, picking his brains for some slight he'd given the man.
Vengeance? For what, you mad bastard? For Ufrit.
He slapped his great foot down, feinting, and Shivers hopped back, peering over the top of his shield.
Hey? No one got killed there. You sure? Couple of men down on the docks, but my brother, no more than 14 years old. I had no part of that, you great turd. Black Dow did them killings. Black Dow ain't before me now, and I swore to my mother I'd make someone pay. You the big enough pot for me to knock it out of you, fucker?
Shivers gave a girlish kind of squeak as he ducked back from another great sweep, heard men cheering around him, as keen for blood as the watchers might be at a real duel. Vengeance, then. A double-edged blade, if ever there was one. You never could tell when that bastard was going to cut you. Shivers stood, blood creeping down the side of his face from a knock he took just before, and all he could think was how fucking unfair it was. He'd tried to do the right thing, just the way his brother had always told him he should. He'd tried to be a better man, hadn't he? This was where good intentions put you, right in the shit.
But I've done my best,
he bellowed in Northern. Greylock sent spit spinning through the mouthhole of his mask.
So did my brother.
He came on, club coming down in a blur. Shivers ducked round it, jerked his shield up hard, and smashed the rim under the big man's jaw, sent him staggering back, spluttering blood. Shivers still had his pride. That much he'd kept for himself. He was damned if he was going to be put in the mud by some great thick bastard who couldn't tell a good man from a bad. He felt the fury boiling up his throat, the way it used to back home in the north, when the battle was joined and he was in the thick of it.
Vengeance, is it? He screamed. I'll show you fucking vengeance!
Koska winced as Shivers caught a blow on his shield and staggered sideways. He snarled something extremely angry-sounding in Northern, lashed at the air with his sword, and missed Greylock by no more than the thickness of a finger, almost chopping deep into the onlookers on the backswing and making them shuffle nervously away.
Amazing stuff,
someone frothed.
It looks almost real. I must hire them for my daughter's wedding.
It was true. The Northmen were mounting a good show. Rather too good. They circled warily, eyes fixed on each other, one of them occasionally jabbing forwards with foot or weapon. The furious, concentrated caution of men who knew the slightest slip could mean death. Shivers had his hair matted to the side of his face with blood. Greylock had a long scratch through the leather on his chest and a cut under his chin where the shield rim had cracked him. The onlookers had stopped yelling obscenities, cooing and gasping instead. Eyes locked hungrily on the fighters, caught between wanting to press forwards to see and press back when the weapons were swung. They felt something on the air in the courtyard, like the weight of the sky before a great storm. Genuine, murderous rage. The band had more than got the trick of the battle music. The fiddles stabbing as Shivers slashed with the sword, drum booming whenever Greylock heaved his great club, added significantly to the near unbearable tension. Quite clearly, they were trying to kill each other, and Koska had not the ghost of a notion how to stop them. He winced as the club crashed into Shivers' shield again and nearly knocked him off his feet. He glanced worriedly up towards the stained-glass windows high above the yard. Something told him they were going to leave more than 2 corpses behind tonight. The corpses of the 2 guards lay beside the door. One was sitting up, staring at the ceiling. The other lay on his face. They hardly looked dead, just sleeping. Monza slapped her own face, tried to shake the husk out of her head. The door wobbled towards her,
and a hand in a black glove reached out and grabbed the knob. Damn it, she needed to do that. She stood there, swaying, waiting for the hand to let go. Oh, it was her hand. She turned it, and the door came suddenly open. She fell through, almost pitched on her face. The room swam around her, walls flowing, melting, streaming waterfalls. Flames crackled, sparkling crystal in a fireplace. One window was open and music floated in, men shouting from down below. She could see the sounds, happy smears curling in around the glass, reaching across the changing space between, tickling at her ears. Prince Ario lay on the bed, stark naked, body white on the rumpled cover, legs and arms spread out wide. His head turned towards her, the spray of feathers on his mask making long shadows creep across the glowing wall behind. "More?" he murmured, taking a lazy swallow from a wine bottle. "I hope we haven't tired you out already." Monza's own voice seemed to boom out of a faraway bucket as she padded towards the bed, a ship tossing on a choppy red sea of soft carpet. "I dare say I can rise to the occasion," said Ario, fumbling with his cock. "You seem to have the advantage of me, though." He waved a finger at her. "Too many clothes." She shrugged the fur from her shoulders, and it slithered to the floor. "Gloves off," he swatted with his hand. "Don't care for them." "Nor me." She pulled them off, tickling at her forearms. Ario was staring at her right hand. She held it up in front of her eyes, blinked at it. There was a long pink scar down her forearm, the hand a blotchy claw, palm squashed, fingers twisted, little one sticking out stubbornly straight. She'd forgotten about that. A crippled hand. Ario wriggled eagerly down the bed towards her, his cock and the feathers sprouting from his head, waggling from side to side with the movements of his hips. How terribly exotic. Isn't it? The memory of Gobber's boot crunching down across it flashed through her mind and snatched her into the cold moment. She felt herself smile. No need for this. She took hold of the feathers and plucked the mask from his head, tossed it away into the corner. Ario grinned at her, pink marks around his eyes where the mask had sat. She felt the glow of the husk leaking from her mind as she stared into his face. She saw him stabbing her brother in the neck, heaving him off the terrace, complaining at being cut. And here he was before her now, Orso's heir. How rude! He clambered up from the bed. I must teach you a lesson. Or maybe I'll teach you one. He came closer, so close that she could smell his sweat. Bold to bandy words with me, very bold. He reached out and ran one finger up her arm. Few women are as bold as that. Closer, and he slipped his other hand into the slit in her skirts, up her thigh, squeezing at her ass. I almost feel as if I know you. Monza took hold of the corner of her mask with her ruined right hand as Ario drew her closer still. Know me? She slid her other fist gently behind her back, found the grip of one of the knives. Of course you know me. She pulled her mask away. Ario's smile lingered for a moment longer as his eyes flickered over her face. Then they went staring wide. Somebody! 100 scales on this next throw, Crescent Moon bellowed, holding the dice up high. The room grew quiet as people turned to watch.
100 scales.
It meant nothing to Friendly. None of it was his money, and money only interested him as far as counting it went. Losses and gains were exactly the same. Crescent Moon rattled the dice in his hand. Come on, you shits. The man flung them recklessly across the table, bouncing and tumbling.
5 and 6.
Ha!
Moon's friends whooped, chuckled, slapped him on the back as though he had achieved something fine by throwing one number instead of another. The one with the mask like a ship threw his arms in the air. "Have that!" The one with the fox mask made an obscene gesture. The candles seemed to have grown uncomfortably bright, too bright to count. The room was very hot, close, crowded. Friendly's shirt was sticking to him as he scooped up the dice and tossed them gently back. A few gasps round the table.
5 and 6. House wins.
People often forgot that any one score is just as likely as any other, even the same score. So it was not entirely a shock that Crescent Moon lost his sense of perspective.
You cheating bastard!
Friendly frowned. In safety, he would have cut a man who spoke to him like that. He would have had to, so that others would have known not to try. He would have started cutting him and not stopped. But they were not in safety now. They were outside. Control, he had been told. He made himself forget the warm handle of his cleaver pressing into his side. Control. He only shrugged.
5 and 6. The dice don't lie.
Crescent Moon grabbed hold of Friendly's wrist as he began to sweep up the counters. He leaned forwards and poked him in the chest with a drunken finger.
I think your dice are loaded.
Friendly felt his face go slack, the breath hardly moving in his throat. It had constricted so painfully tight. He could feel every drop of sweat tickling at his forehead, at his back, at his scalp. A calm, cold, utterly unbearable rage seared through every part of him.
You think my dice are what?
He could barely whisper. Poke, poke, poke.
Your dice are liars.
My dice are what?
Friendly's cleaver split the crescent mask in half and the skull underneath it wide open. His knife stabbed the man with the ship over his face through his gaping mouth, and the point emerged from the back of his head. Friendly stabbed him again and again. Squelch, squelch, the grip of the blade turning slippery. A woman gave a long, shrill scream. Friendly was vaguely aware that everyone in the hall was gaping at him. 4 times, 3 times, 4 of them, or more, or less. He flung the dice table over, sending glasses, counters, coins flying. The man with the fox mask was staring, eyes wide inside the eye holes, spatters of dark brains across his pale cheek. Friendly leaned forwards into his face.
Apologize!
He roared at the very top of his lungs.
Apologize to my fucking dice!
Somebody!
Ario's cry turned to a breathy wheeze of an in-breath. He stared down, and she did too. Her knife had gone in the hollow where his thigh met his body, just beside his wilting cock, and was buried in him to the grip, blood running out all over her fist. For the shortest moment he gave a hideous, high-pitched shriek. Then the point of Monza's other knife punched in under his ear and slid out of the far side of his neck. Ario stayed there, eyes bulging, one hand plucking weakly at her bare shoulder. The other crept trembling up and fumbled at the handle of the blade. Blood leaked out of him, thick and black, oozing between his fingers, bubbling down his legs, running down his chest in dark, treacly streaks, leaving his pale skin all smeared and speckled with red. His mouth yawned, but his scream was nothing but a soft farting sound, breath squelching around the wet steel in his throat. He tottered back, his other arm fishing at the air, and Monza watched him, fascinated, his white face leaving a bright trace across her vision.
3 dead,
she whispered.
4 left.
His bloody thighs slapped against the windowsill, and he fell, head smashing against the stained glass and knocking the window wide. He tumbled through and out into the night. The club came over, a blow that could have smashed in Shiver's skull like an egg.
But it was tired, sloppy, left Greylock's side open. Shivers ducked it, already spinning, snarling as he whipped the heavy sword round. It cut into the big man's blue-painted forearm with a meaty thump, hacked it off clean, carried on through, and chopped deep into the side of his stomach. Blood showered from the stump and into the faces of the onlookers. The club clattered to the cobbles, hand and wrist along with it. Someone gave a thin shriek, someone else laughed.
How do they do that?
Then Greylock started squealing like he'd caught his foot in a door.
Fuck, it hurts! Where's my...
He reached around with the one hand he had left, fumbling at the gash in his side, dark mush bulging out. He lurched forwards onto one knee, head tipping back, and started to scream. Until Shiver's sword hit his mask right in the forehead and made a clang that cut his roar off dead, left a huge dent between the eye holes. The big man crashed over on his back, his boots flew up in the air, then thumped down. And that was the end of the evening's entertainment. The band spluttered out a last few wobbly notes, then the music died. Apart from some vague yelling leaking from the gaming hall, the yard was silent. Shivers stared down at Greylock's corpse, blood bubbling out from beneath the stoved-in mask. His fury had suddenly melted, leaving him only with a painful arm, a scalp prickling with cold sweat, and a healthy sense of creeping horror. Why do things like this always happen to me?
Because you're a bad, bad man,
said Koska, peering over his shoulder. Shivers felt a shadow fall across his face. He was just looking up when a naked body crashed down head first into the circle from above, showering the already gaping crowd with blood. That's entertainment. All at once, things got confused.
The king!
Someone squealed, for no reason that made any sense. The blood-spattered space that had been the circle was suddenly full of stumbling bodies running to nowhere. Everyone was bawling, wailing, shouting. Men's voices and women's, a noise fit to deafen the dead. Someone shoved at Shiver's shield, and he shoved back, on an instinct, sent them sprawling over Greylock's corpse.
It's Ario! Murder!
A guest started to draw his sword, and one of the band stepped calmly forwards and smashed his skull apart with a sharp blow of a mace. More screams. Steel rang and grated. Shivers saw one of the Gurkish dancers slit a man's belly open with a curved knife, saw him fumble his sword as he vomited blood, stabbed the man behind him in the leg. There was a crash of tinkling glass, and a flailing body came flying through one of the windows of the gambling hall. Panic and madness spread like fire in a dry field. One of the jugglers was flinging knives, flying metal clattering about the yard, thudding into flesh and wood, just as deadly to friends as enemies. Someone grabbed hold of Shiver's sword arm, and he elbowed them in the face, lifted his sword to hack at them, and realized it was Mork, the pipe player, blood running from his nose. There was a loud whomp and a glare of orange through the heaving bodies. The screaming went up a notch, a mindless chorus.
Fire! Water! Out of my way! The juggler! Get the... Help! Help! Knights of the body! To me! To me! Where's the prince? Where's Ario? Somebody help!
Back! Shouted Koska.
Eh?
Shivers called at him, not sure who was howling at who. A knife flickered past in the darkness, rattled away between the thrashing bodies.
Back!
Koska sidestepped a sword thrust, whipped his cane around, a long, thin blade sliding free of it, ran a man through the neck with a swift jab. He slashed at someone else, missed, and almost stabbed Shivers as he lurched past. One of Ario's gentlemen, masked like a squares board, nearly caught Koska with a sword. Gurpy loomed up behind and smashed his loot over the man's head. The wooden body shattered, the axe blade inside split his shoulder right down to his chest and crushed his butchered wreckage into the cobbles. Another surge of flame went up, people stumbled away, shoving madly, a ripple through the straining crowd. They suddenly parted, and the incredible Ronco came thrashing straight at Shivers, white fire wreathing him like some devil burst out of hell. Shivers tottered back, smashed him away with his shield. Ronco reeled into the wall, bounced off it and into another, showering globs of liquid fire, folk scrambling away, steel stabbing about at random. The flames spread up the dry ivy, first a crackle, then a roar, leapt to the wooden wall, bathing the heaving courtyard in wild, flickering light. A window shattered. The locked gates clattered as men clutched at them, screaming to be let out. Shivers beat the flames on his shield against the wall. Ronco was rolling on the ground, still burning, making a thin screech like a boiling kettle, the flames casting a crazy glare across the bobbing masks of guests and entertainers, twisted monsters' faces everywhere Shivers looked. There was no time to make sense of any of it. All that mattered was who lived and who died, and he'd no mind to join the second lot. He backed off, keeping close to the wall, shoving men away with his scorched shield as they grabbed at him. A couple of the guards in breastplates were forcing their way through the press. One of them chopped Barty or Cummel down with his sword, hard to say which, caught one of Ario's gentlemen on the backswing and took part of his skull off. He staggered round, squealing, one hand clapped to his head, blood running out between his fingers, over his golden mask and down his face in black streaks. Barty, or Cummel, whichever was left, stabbed a knife into the top of the swordsman's head, right up to the hilt, then hooted as the point of a blade slid out of the front of his chest. Another armoured guard shouldered his way toward Shivers, sword held high, shouting something, sounded like the Union tongue. Didn't much matter where he was from, he had a mind for killing, that was clear, and Shivers didn't plan on giving him the first blow. He snarled as he swung, full-blooded, but the guard lurched back out of the way, and Shivers' sword chopped into something else with a meaty thwack. A woman's chest just happened to be stumbling past. She fell against the wall, scream turning to a gurgle as she slid down through the ivy, mask half torn off, one eye staring at him, blood bubbling from her nose, from her mouth, pouring down her white neck. The courtyard was a place of madness, lit by spreading flames. A fragment of a nighttime battlefield, but a battle with no sides, no purpose, no winners. Bodies were kicked around under the panicking crowd, living, dead, split and bloodied. Gerpy was flailing, all tangled up with the wreckage of his loot, not even able to swing his axe for the broken strings and bits of wood. While Shivers watched, one of the guards hacked him down, sent blood showering black in the firelight. "The smoking hall!" hissed Koska, chopping someone out of their way with his sword. Shivers thought it might have been one of the jugglers. There was no way of telling. He dived through the open doorway after the old mercenary. Together, they started to heave the door shut. A hand came through and got caught against the frame, clutching wildly. Shivers bashed at it with the pommel of his sword until it slithered back, trembling through the gap. Koska wrestled the door closed, and the latch dropped. Then he tore the key around and flung it jingling away across the boards. "What now?" The old mercenary stared at him, eyes wild. "What makes you think I've got the fucking answers?" The hall was long and low, scattered with cushions, split up by billowing curtains, lit by guttering lamps, smelling of sweet husk smoke. The sounds of violence out in the yard were muffled. Someone snored, someone else giggled. A man sat against the wall opposite, a beaked mask and a broad smile on his face, pipe dangling from his hand. "What about the others?" hissed Shivers, squinting into the half-light. "I think we've reached the point of every man for himself, don't you?" Koska was busy trying to drag an old chest in front of the door, already shuddering from blows outside. "Where's Monza?" "They'll get in by the gaming hall, no? Won't they?" Something crashed against a window, and it burst inwards, spraying twinkling glass into the room. Shivers shuffled further into the murk, heart thumping hard as a hammer at the inside of his skull. "Koska?" Naught but smoke and darkness, flickering light through the windows, flickering lamps on tables. He got tangled with a curtain, tore it down, fabric ripping from the rail above. Smoke was scratching at his throat. Smoke from the husk in here, smoke from the fire out there, more and more. The air was hazy with it. He could hear voices, crashing and screaming on his left like a bull going mad in the burning building.
My dice! My dice! Bastards!
Help! Somebody send for... somebody! Upstairs! The king! Upstairs!
Someone was beating at a door with something heavy. He could hear the wood shuddering under the blows. A figure loomed at him.
Excuse me, can you...
Shivers smashed him in the face with his shield and knocked him flying, stumbled past, a vague idea he was after the stairs. Monza was upstairs, top floor. He heard the door burst open behind him. Shifting light, brown smoke, writhing figures began to pour through into the smoking hall, blades shining in the gloom. One of them pointed at him.
There! There he is!
Shivers snatched a lamp up in his shield hand and flung it, missed the man at the front and hit the wall. It burst apart, showering burning oil across a curtain. People scattered, one of them screaming, arm on fire. Shivers ran the other way, deeper into the building, half falling as cushions and tables tripped him in the darkness. He felt a hand grab his ankle and hacked at it with his sword. He staggered through the choking shadows to a doorway, a faint chink of light down the edge, shouldered it open, sure he'd get stabbed between the shoulder blades any moment. He started up a set of spiral steps, 2 at a time, panting with effort, legs burning as he climbed up towards the rooms where guests were entertained. Or fucked, depending how you looked at it. A panelled corridor met the stairway, and a man came barreling out of it just as Shivers got there, almost ran straight into him. They ended up staring into each other's masks. One of the bastards with the polished breastplates. He clutched at Shivers' shoulder with his free hand, showing his teeth, tried to pull his sword back for a thrust, but got his elbow caught on the wall behind. Shivers butted him in the face on an instinct, felt the man's nose crunch under his forehead. No room for the sword. Shivers chopped him in the hip with the edge of his shield, gave him a knee in the fruits that made him whoop, then swung him round and bundled him down the stairs, watched him flop over and over around the corner, sword clattering away. He kept going, upwards, not stopping for breath, starting to cough. He could hear more shouting behind him, crashing, screaming.
The king! Protect the king!
He staggered on, 1 step at a time now, sword aching heavy in his hand, shield dangling from his limp arm. He wondered who was still alive. He wondered about the woman he'd killed in the courtyard, the hand he'd smashed in the doorway. He tottered into the hallway at the top of the stairs, wafting his shield in front of his face to try and clear the haze. There were bodies here, black shapes sprawled under the wide windows. Maybe she was dead. Anyone could have been dead. Everyone. He heard coughing. Smoke rolled around near the ceiling, pouring into the corridor over the tops of the doors. He squinted into it. A woman, bent over, bare arms stretched out in front of her, black hair hanging. Monza. He ran towards her, trying to hold his breath, keep down low under the smoke. He caught her round the waist. She grabbed his neck, snarling. She had blood spotted across her face, soot around her nose and her mouth. "Fire!" she croaked at him.
Over here!
He turned back the way he came and stopped still. Down at the end of the corridor, 2 men with breastplates were getting to the top of the steps. One of them pointed at him. Shit! He remembered the model. Cardotti's backs onto the 8th canal. He lifted 1 boot and kicked the window wide. A long way down below, beyond the blowing smoke, water shifted, busy with the reflections of fire.
My own worst fucking enemy,
he forced through his gritted teeth.
Ario's dead,
Monza drawled in his ear. Shivers dropped his sword, grabbed hold of her.
What are you...
He threw her out of the window, heard her choking shriek as she started falling. He tore his shield from his arm and flung it at the 2 men as they ran down the corridor towards him, climbed up on the window ledge, and jumped. Smoke washed and billowed around him. The rushing air tore at his hair, his stinging eyes, his open mouth. He hit the water feet first, and it dragged him down. Bubbles rushed in the blackness. The cold gripped him, almost forced him to suck in a breath of water. He hardly knew which way was up, flailing about, struck his head on something. A hand grabbed him under the jaw, pulled at it. His face burst into the night, and he gasped in cold air and cold water. He was dragged along through the canal, choking on the smoke he'd breathed, on the water he'd breathed, on the stink of the rotten water he was breathing now. He thrashed and jerked, wheezing, gasping.
Still, you bastard!
A shadow fell across his face, his shoulder scraped on stone. He fished around, and his hand closed on an old iron ring, enough to hold his head above the water while he coughed up a lungful of canal. Monza was pressed to him, treading water, arm around his back, holding him tight. Her quick, scared, desperate breathing and his own hissed out together, merged with the slapping of the water and echoed under the arch of a bridge. Beyond its black curve, he could see the back of Cardotti's house of leisure, the fire shooting high into the sky above the buildings around it, flames crackling and roaring, showers of sparks fizzing and popping, ash and splinters flying, smoke pouring up in a black-brown cloud. Light flickered and danced on the water and across one half of Monza's pale face, red, orange, yellow, the colors of fire.
Shit,
He hissed, shivering at the cold, at the aching lag end of battle, at what he'd done back there in the madness. He felt tears burning at his eyes, couldn't stop himself crying. He started to shake, to sob, only just managing to keep his grip on the ring.
shit, shit, shit.
Shh! Monza's hand clapped over his mouth. Footsteps snapped against the road above, shouted voices echoing back and forth. They shrank back together, pressing against the slimy stonework. A few hours ago, he'd have given a lot to be pressed up against her like this. Somehow, right then, he didn't feel much in the way of romance, though.
What happened?
She whispered. Shivers couldn't even look at her.
I've no fucking idea.
What happened? Nicamo Koska, infamous soldier of fortune, skulked in the shadows and watched the warehouse. All seemed quiet, shutters dark in their rotting frames. No vengeful mob, no clamor of guards. His instincts told him simply to walk off into the night and pay no further mind to Monscaro Mercato and her mad quest for vengeance. But he needed her money, and his instincts had never been worth a runny shit. He shrank back into the doorway as a woman in a mask ran down the lane, skirts held up, giggling. A man chased after her.
Come back! Kiss me, you bitch!
Their footsteps clattered away. Koska strutted across the street as if he owned it, into the alley behind the warehouse, then plastered himself to the wall. He sidled up to the back door. He slid the sword from his cane with a faint ring of steel, blade coldly glittering in the night. The knob turned. The door crept open. He eased his way through into the darkness. Far enough! Metal kissed his neck. Koska opened his hand and let the sword clatter to the boards.
I am undone. Koska? That you?
The blade came away. Vitari pressed into the shadows behind the door.
Shiloh, you changed. I much preferred the clothes you had at Cardotti's, more ladylike. Ha!
She pushed past him and down the dark passageway.
That underwear, such as it was torture. I shall have to content myself with seeing it in my dreams. What happened at Cardotti's?
What happened? Koska bent over stiffly and fished his sword up between two fingers.
I believed the word bloodbath would fit the circumstances. Then it caught fire. I must confess, I made a quick exit.
He was, in truth, disgusted with himself for having fled and saved his own worthless skin. But the decided habits of a whole life, especially a wasted life, were hard to change.
Why don't you tell me what happened?
The King of the Union happened.
The what?
Koska remembered the man in white with the mask like the rising sun. The man who had not looked very much like Foskar.
Ah, that would explain all the guards.
What about your entertainers?
Hugely expendable.
None of them have shown their faces here.
Vitari shook her head.
Not so far.
Then I would guess they are largely, if not entirely, expended. So it always is with mercenaries. Easily hired, even more easily discharged, and never missed once they're gone.
Friendly sat in the darkened kitchen, hunched over the table, rolling his dice gently in the light from a single lamp. A heavy and extremely threatening cleaver gleamed on the wood beside it. Koska came close, pointing to the dice.
3 and 4, eh?
3 and 4.
7. A most ordinary score.
Average.
May I?
Friendly looked sharply up at him.
Yes.
Koska gathered the dice and gently rolled them back.
6. You win.
That's my problem.
Really? Losing is mine. What happened? No trouble in the gaming hall?
Some.
There was a long streak of half-dried blood across the convict's neck, dark in the lamplight.
You've got something just here,
said Koska. Friendly wiped it off, looked down at his red-brown fingertips with all the emotion of an empty sink.
Blood.
Yes, a lot of blood tonight.
Now Koska was back to something approaching safety. The giddy rush of danger was starting to recede, and all the old regrets crowded in behind it. His hands were shaking again. A drink, a drink, a drink. He wandered through the doorway into the warehouse.
Ah, the ringmaster for tonight's circus of murder.
Morvia leaned against the rail of the stairs, sneering down, Day not far behind, her dangling hands slowly peeling an orange.
Our poisoners! I'm sorry to see you made it out alive. What happened?
Morvia's lip curled still further.
Our allotted role was to remove the guards on the top floor of the building. That we accomplished with absolute speed and secrecy. We were not asked to remain in the building thereafter. Indeed, we were ordered not to. Our employer does not entirely trust us. She was concerned that there be no indiscriminate slaughter.
Koska shrugged.
Slaughter, by its very definition, would not appear to discriminate.
Either way, your responsibility is over. I doubt anyone will object if you take this now.
Morvier flicked his wrist, and something sparkled in the darkness. Koska snatched it from the air on an instinct. A metal flask, liquid sloshing inside. Just like the one he used to carry. The one he sold. Where was it now? That sweet union of cold metal and strong liquor lapped at his memory, brought the spit flooding into his dry mouth. A drink, a drink, a drink. He was halfway through unscrewing the cap before he stopped himself.
It would seem a sensible life lesson never to swallow gifts from poisoners.
The only poison in there is the same kind you have been swallowing for years. The same kind you will never stop swallowing.
Koska lifted the flask.
Cheers.
He upended it and let the spirit inside spatter over the warehouse floor, then tossed it clattering away into a corner. He made sure he noted where it ended up, though, in case there was a trickle left inside.
No sign of our employer?
He called to Morvier.
Or her northern puppy?
None. We should give some consideration to the possibility that there may never be any.
He's right. Vitari was a black shape in the lamplit doorway to the kitchen.
Chances are good they're dead. What do we do then?
Day looked at her fingernails.
I, for one, will weep a river.
Morvier had other plans.
We should have a scheme for dividing such money as Makato has here.
No, said Koska, for some reason intensely irritated at the thought. I say we wait.
This place is not safe. One of the entertainers could have been captured by the authorities, could even now be divulging its location.
Exciting, isn't it? I say we wait.
Wait, if you please, but
Koska whipped his knife out in one smooth motion. The blade whirred shining through the darkness and thumped, vibrating gently into the wood no more than a foot or two from Morvier's face. A little gift of my own. The poisoner raised one eyebrow at it.
I do not appreciate drunks throwing knives at me. What if your aim had been off?
Koska grinned. It was. We wait.
For a man of notoriously fickle loyalties, I find your attachment to a woman who once betrayed you perplexing.
So do I. But I've always been an unpredictable bastard. Perhaps I'm changing my ways. Perhaps I've made a solemn vow to be sober, loyal, and diligent in all my dealings from now on. Vitari snorted.
That'll be the day. And how long do we wait?
Demanded Morvier. I suppose you'll know when I say you can leave.
And suppose I choose to leave before?
You're nothing like as clever as you think you are. Koska held his eye. But you're cleverer than that.
Everyone, be calm,
snarled Vitari in the most uncalming voice imaginable.
I don't take orders from you, you pickled remnant. Maybe I need to teach you how.
The warehouse door banged open, and two figures burst through. Koska whipped his sword from his stick, Vitari's chain rattled. Day had produced a small flatbow from somewhere and levelled it at the doorway. But the new arrivals were not representatives of the authorities. They were none other than Shivers and Monza, both wet through, stained with dirt and soot, and panting for breath as though they had been pursued through half the streets of Sipani. Perhaps they had. Koska grinned. You need only mention her name, and up she springs. Master Morvier was just now discussing how we should divide your money if it turned out you were burned to a cinder in the shell of Cardottes.
Sorry to disappoint you,
she croaked. Morvier gave Koska a deadly glare.
I am by no means disappointed, I assure you. I have a vested interest in your survival to the tune of many thousands of scales. I was simply considering a contingency.
Best to be prepared, said Day, lowering the bow and sucking the juice from her orange.
Caution first, always.
Monza lurched across the warehouse floor, one bare foot dragging, jaw muscles clenched tight against evident pain. Her clothes, which had not left too much to the imagination in the first instance, were badly ripped. Koska could see a long red scar up one thin thigh, more across her shoulder, down her forearm, pale and prickly with gooseflesh. Her right hand was a mottled, bony claw, pressed against her hip as though to keep it out of sight. He felt an unexpected stab of dismay at the sight of those marks of violence, like seeing a painting one had always admired willfully defaced. A painting one had secretly hoped to own, perhaps? Was that it? He shrugged his coat off and held it out to her as she came past him. She ignored it.
Do we gather you are less than satisfied with tonight's endeavors?
Asked Morvier.
We got Ario. It could have been worse. I need some dry clothes. We leave Sipani right away.
She limped up the steps, torn skirts dragging in the dust behind her, and shouldered past Morvier. Shivers swung the warehouse door shut and leaned against it, head back.
That is one stone-hearted bitch,
muttered Vitari as she watched her go. Koska pursed his lips. I always said she had a devil in her. But of the two, her brother was the truly ruthless one.
Ha!
Vitari turned back into the kitchen.
It was a compliment.
Monza managed to shut the door and make it a few steps into her room before her insides clenched up as if she'd been punched in the guts. She retched so hard she could hardly breathe, a long string of bitter drool dangling from her lip and spattering against the boards. She shivered with revulsion, started trying to twist her way out of the whore's clothes. Her flesh crept at the touch of them, her guts cramped at the rotten canal stink of them. Numb fingers wrestled with hooks and eyes, clawed at buttons and buckles. Gasping and grunting, she tore the damp rags off and flung them away. She caught sight of herself in the mirror, in the light of the one lamp. Hunched like a beggar, shivering like a drunk, red scars standing out from white skin, black hair hanging lank and loose. A drowned corpse standing, just about.
You're a dream, a vision, the very goddess of war.
She was doubled over by another stab of sickness, stumbled to her chest and started dragging fresh clothes on with trembling hands. The shirt had been one of Benner's. For a moment, it was almost like having his arms around her, as close as she could ever get now. She sat on the bed, her own arms clamped around herself, bare feet pressed together, rocking back and forth, willing the warmth to spread. Another rush of nausea dragged her up and had her spitting bile. Once it passed, she shoved Benner's shirt down behind her belt, bent to drag her boots on, grimacing at the cold aches through her legs. She delved her hands into the wash basin and threw cold water on her face, started to scrape away the traces of paint and powder, the smears of blood and soot, digging at her ears, at her hair, at her nose.
Monza,
Koska's voice outside the door.
we have a distinguished visitor.
She pulled the leather glove back over her twisted joke of a hand, winced as she worked her bent fingers into it. She took a long, shuddering breath, then slid the Calves out from under her mattress and into the clasp on her belt. It made her feel better just having it there. She pulled the door open. Carlot Dan Ida stood in the middle of the warehouse floor, gold thread gleaming in her red coat, watching Monza as she came down the steps, trying not to limp, Koska following after.
What in hell happened? Cordotis is still burning. The city's in uproar.
What happened? Barked Monza.
Why don't you tell me what happened? His august fucking majesty was where Fuscar was supposed to be.
The black scab on Ida's neck shifted as she swallowed.
Fuscar wouldn't go. He said he had a headache, so Ario took his brother-in-law along in his place.
And he happened to bring a dozen knights of the body with him, said Koska. The king's own bodyguards, as well as a far greater volume of guests than anyone anticipated. The results were not happy for anyone.
Ario?
Muttered Ida, face pale. Monza stared into her eyes.
Deader than fuck.
The king?
She almost whispered.
Alive, when I left him. But the building did tend to burn down after that. Maybe they got him out.
Ida looked at the floor, rubbing at one temple with her gloved hand.
I'd hoped you might fail. No such luck. There will be consequences now. You do a thing like this, there are consequences. Some you see coming and some you don't.
She held out one hand.
My antidote? There isn't one. I kept my side of the bargain. There was no poison. Just a jab with a dry needle. You're free.
Ida barked despairing laughter at her.
Free? Orso won't rest until he's fed me to his dogs. Perhaps I can keep ahead of him, but I'll never keep ahead of the cripple. I let him down and put his precious king in harm's way. He won't let that pass. He never lets anything pass. Are you happy now? You talk as if there was a choice. Orso and the rest die, or I do, and that's all.
Happy isn't part of the sum. Monza shrugged as she turned away. You'd better start running. I sent a letter. She stopped, then turned back. Letter? Earlier today, to Grand Duke Orso. It was written in some passion, so I forget exactly what was said. The name Shiloh Vitari was mentioned, though, and the name Nikomo Koska. Koska waved it away with one hand. I've always had a lot of powerful enemies. I consider it a point of pride. Listing them makes excellent dinner conversation. Ida turned her sneer from the old mercenary back to Monza. Those two names, and the name of Makato as well. Monza frowned. Makato. How much of a fool do you take me for? I know who you are, and know Orso will know too. That you're alive, and that you killed his son, and that you had help. A petty revenge, perhaps, but the best I could manage. Revenge? Monza nodded slowly. Well, everyone's at it. It would have been better if you hadn't done that. The Calvers rattled gently as she rested her hand on its hilt. Why? Will you kill me for it? I'm as good as dead already. Then why should I bother? You're not on my list. You can go. Ida stared at her for a moment, mouth slightly open, as though she was about to speak. Then she snapped it shut and turned for the door. Aren't you going to wish me luck? What? The way I see it, your best hope now is that I kill Orso. Ario's one-time mistress paused in the doorway. Some fucking chance of that. And she was gone. Part 4. Viscerine. War without fire is as worthless as sausages without mustard. Henry V. The Thousand Swords fought for Ospria against Muris. They fought for Muris against Sapani. They fought for Sapani against Muris, then for Ospria again. Between contracts, they sacked Opril on a whim. A month later, judging they had perhaps not been thorough enough, they sacked it again and left it in smouldering ruins. They fought for everyone against no one, and no one against everyone, and all the while, they hardly did any fighting at all. But robbery and plunder, arson and pillage, rape and extortion, yes. Nikomo Koska liked to surround himself with the curious, that he might seem strange and romantic. A 19-year-old swordswoman inseparable from her younger brother seemed to qualify, so he kept them close. At first he found them interesting. Then he found them useful. Then he found them indispensable. He and Monza would spar together in the cold mornings, the flicker and scrape of steel, the hiss and smoke of snatched breath. He was stronger and she quicker, and so they were well matched. They would taunt each other and spit at each other and laugh. Men from the company would gather to watch them, laugh to see their captain bested by a girl half his age, often as not. Everyone laughed, except Benner. He was no swordsman. He had a trick for numbers, though, and he took charge of the company's books, and then the buying of the stocks, and then the management and resale of the booty and the distribution of the proceeds. He made money for everyone, and had an easy manner, and soon was well loved. Monza was a quick study. She learned what Stolicus wrote, and Veturio, and Bialaveld, and Farens. She learned all that Nikomo Koska had to teach. She learned tactics and strategy, maneuver and logistics, how to read the ground, and how to read an enemy. She learned by watching, then she learned by doing. She learned all the arts and all the sciences that were of use to the soldier.
You have a devil in you, Koska told her when he was drunk, which was not rarely. She saved his life at Muris. Then he saved hers. Everyone laughed, except Benner again. He was no lifesaver. Old Sazine died of an arrow, and the captains of the companies that made up the 1,000 Swords voted Nikimo Koska to the Captain General's chair. Monza and Benner went with him. She carried Koska's orders. Then she told him what his orders should be. Then she gave orders while he was passed out drunk and pretended they were his. Then she stopped pretending they were his, and no one minded because her orders were better than his would have been, even had he been sober. As the months passed and turned to years, he was sober less and less. The only orders he gave were in the tavern. The only sparring he did was with a bottle. When the 1,000 Swords had picked one part of the country clean and it came time to move on, Monza would search for him through the taverns and the smokehouses and the brothels and drag him back. She hated to do it, and Benner hated to watch her do it, but Koska had given them a home and they owed him, so she did it still. As they wended their way to camp in the dusk, him stumbling under the weight of drink, and her stumbling under the weight of him, he would whisper in her ear,
Monza, Monza, what would I do without you?
Vengeance, then. General Ganmark's highly polished cavalry boots click-clicked against the highly polished floor. The Chamberlain's shoes squeak-squeaked along behind. The echoes of both snap-snapped from the glittering walls and around the great hollow space, their hurry setting lazy dust motes swirling through bars of light. Schenk's own soft work boots, scuffed and supple from long use, made no sound whatsoever. Upon entering the presence of His Excellency, the Chamberlain's words frothed busily out, you advance towards him without undue speed, looking neither right nor left, your eyes tilted down towards the ground, and at no point meeting those of His Excellency. You stop at the white line upon the carpet, not before the line, and under no circumstances beyond it, but precisely at the line. You then kneel. I do not kneel, said Schenkt. The Chamberlain's head rotated towards him like an affronted owl's. Only the heads of state of foreign powers are accepted. Everyone must... I do not kneel. The Chamberlain gasped with outrage, but Ganmark snapped over him. For pity's sake! Duke Orso's son and heir has been murdered. His Excellency does not give a damn whether a man kneels if he can bring him vengeance. Kneel or not, as it suits you. 2 white-liveried guardsmen lifted their crossed halberds to let them pass, and Ganmark shoved the double doors wide open. The hall beyond was dauntingly cavernous, opulent, grand, fit for the throne room of the most powerful man in Styria. But Schenkt had stood in greater rooms before greater men, and had no awe left in him. A thin red carpet stretched away down the mosaic floor, a white line at its lonely end. A high dais rose beyond it, a dozen men in full armor standing guard in front. Upon the dais was a golden chair. Within the chair was Grand Duke Orso of Tarlins. He was dressed all in black, but his frown was blacker yet. A strange and sinister selection of people, 80 or more, of all races, sizes, and shapes, knelt before Orso and his retinue in a wide arc. They carried no weapons now, but Schenkt guessed they usually carried many. He knew some few of them by sight. Killers, assassins, hunters of men, persons in his profession, if the whitewasher could be said to be in the same profession as the master painter. He advanced towards the dais without undue speed, looking neither right nor left.
He passed through the half-circle of assorted murderers and stopped precisely at the line. He watched General Ganmark stride past the guards and up the steps to the throne, leaned to whisper in Orso's ear, while the Chamberlain took up a disapproving pose at his other elbow. The Grand Duke stared at Schenkt for a long moment, and Schenkt stared back, the hall cloaked all the while in that oppressive silence that only great spaces can produce.
So, this is he. Why is he not kneeling?
He does not kneel, apparently, said Ganmark.
Everyone else kneels. What makes you special?
Nothing, said Schenkt.
But you do not kneel.
I used to, long ago. No more. Orso's eyes narrowed.
And what if a man tried to make you?
Some have tried.
And?
And I do not kneel.
Stand then. My son is dead.
You have my sorrow.
You do not sound sorrowful.
He was not my son. The Chamberlain nearly choked on his tongue, but Orso's sunken eyes did not deviate.
You like to speak the truth, I see. Blunt counsel is a valuable thing to powerful men. You come to me with the highest recommendations.
Schenkt said nothing.
That business in Keln, I understand that was your work. All of that, your work alone. It is said that the things that were left could hardly be called corpses.
Schenkt said nothing.
You do not confirm it.
Schenkt stared into Duke Orso's face and said nothing.
You do not deny it, though.
More nothing.
I like a tight-lipped man. A man who says little to his friends will say less than nothing to his enemies.
Silence.
My son is murdered, thrown from the window of a brothel like rubbish. Many of his friends and associates, my citizens, were also killed. My son-in-law, His Majesty the King of the Union, no less, only just escaped the burning building with his life. Sertorius, the half-corpse Chancellor of Sepani, who was their host, wrings his hands and tells me he can do nothing. I am betrayed. I am bereaved. I am embarrassed. Me!
He screamed suddenly, making the chamber ring and every person in it flinch. Every person except Schenkt. Vengeance, then.
Vengeance!
Orso smashed the arm of his chair with his fist.
Swift and terrible.
Swift, I cannot promise. Terrible, yes.
Then let it be slow and grinding and merciless.
It may be necessary to cause some harm to your subjects and their property.
Whatever it takes. Bring me their heads. Every man, woman, or child involved in this to the slightest degree. Whatever is necessary. Bring me their heads.
Their heads, then.
What will be your advance?
Nothing.
Not even.
If I complete the job, you will pay me 100,000 scales for the head of the ringleader, and 20,000 for each assistant, to a maximum of 250,000. That is my price.
A very high one,
squeaked the Chamberlain.
What will you do with so much money?
I will count it and laugh, while considering how a rich man need not answer the questions of idiots. You will find no employer anywhere unsatisfied with my work. Schenkt moved his eyes slowly to the half-circle of scum at his back. You can pay less to lesser men, if you please.
I will, said Orso. If one of them should find the killers first.
I would accept no other arrangement, Your Excellency.
Good, growled the Duke. Go then. All of you go. Bring me revenge.
You are dismissed,
screeched the Chamberlain. There was a rustling, rattling, clattering as the assassins rose to leave the great chamber. Schenkt turned and walked back down the carpet towards the great doors without undue speed, looking neither right nor left. One of the killers blocked his path, a dark-skinned man of average height but wide as a door, lean slabs of muscle showing through the gap in his brightly coloured shirt. His thick lip curled.
You are Schenkt? I expected more.
Pray to whatever god you believe in, that you never see more.
I do not pray.
Schenk leaned close and whispered in his ear, I advise you to start. Although a large room by most standards, General Ganmark's study felt cluttered. An oversized bust of Juvens frowned balefully from above the fireplace, his stony bald spot reflected in a magnificent mirror of coloured viscerine glass. Two monumental vases loomed either side of the desk, almost to shoulder height. The walls were crowded with canvases in gilded frames, two of them positively vast. Fine paintings, far too fine to be squeezed. A most impressive collection, said Schenkt. That one is by Collier. It would have burned in the mansion in which I found it. And these two are Nasserins, that by Orus. Ganmark pointed them out with precise jabs of his forefinger. His early period, but still. Those vases were made as tribute to the first Emperor of Gurkel, many hundreds of years ago, and somehow found their way to a rich man's house outside Capriel. And from there to here. I try to rescue what I can, said Ganmark. Perhaps when the years of blood end, Styria will still have some few treasures worth keeping. Or you will. Better I have them than the flames. The campaign season begins, and I will be away to Visserine in the morning to take the city under siege. Skirmishes, sacks and burnings. March and countermarch. Famine and pestilence, naturally. Maim and murder, of course. All with the awful randomness of a stroke from the heavens. Collective punishment. Of everyone, for nothing. War, Schenkt. War. And to think, I once dreamed of being an honourable man, of doing good. We all dream of that. The general raised one eyebrow. Even you? Even me. Schenk slid out his knife, a Gurkish butcher's sickle, small but sharp as fury. I wish you joy of it, then. The best I can do is strive to keep the waste to the merely epic. These are wasteful times. Schenk took the little lump of wood from his pocket, dog's head already roughly carved into the front. Aren't they all? Wine? It is from Cantaine's own cellar? No. Schenk worked carefully with his knife while the general filled his own glass, wood chips scattering across the floor between his boots, the hindquarters of the dog slowly taking shape. Hardly a work of art like those around him, but it would serve. There was something calming in the regular movements of the curved blade, in the gentle fluttering down of the shavings. Ganmark leaned against the mantel, drew out the poker, and gave the fire a few unnecessary jabs. You have heard of Monscaro Mercato? The Captain General of the Thousand Swords, a most successful soldier. I heard she was dead. Can you keep a secret, Schenkt? I keep many hundreds. Of course you do. Of course. He took a long breath. Duke Orso ordered her death. Hers and her brother's. Her victories had made her popular in Talents. Too popular. His Excellency feared she might usurp his throne, as mercenaries can do. You are not surprised? I have seen every kind of death and every kind of motive. Of course you have. Ganmark frowned at the fire. This
was not a good death. None of them are. Still, this was not a good one. 2 months ago, Duke Orso's bodyguard vanished. No great surprise, he was a foolish man, took little care over his safety, was prone to vice and bad company, and had made many enemies. I thought nothing of it. And a month later, the Duke's banker was poisoned in Westport along with half his staff. This was a different matter. He took a very great deal of care over his safety. To poison him was a task of the greatest difficulty, carried out with a formidable professionalism and an exceptional lack of mercy. But he dabbled widely in the politics of Styria, and the politics of Styria is a fatal game with few merciful players. True. Valent and Bulk themselves suspected a long enmity with Gurkish rivals might be the motive. Valent and Bulk. You are familiar with the institution? Schenkt paused. I believe they employed me once. Go on. But now, Prince Ario, murdered. The general pushed one fingertip under his ear. Stabbed in the very spot in which he stabbed Bena Makato, then thrown down from a high window? You think Monscaro Makato is still alive? A week after his son's death, Duke Orso received a letter from one Carlot Dan Ida, Prince Ario's mistress. We had long suspected she was here to spy for the Union, but also tolerated the affair. Surprising. Ganmark shrugged. The Union is our confirmed ally. We hope them win the latest round of their endless wars against the Gurkish. We both enjoy the backing of the banking house of Valent and Bulk, not to mention the fact that the King of the Union is Orso's son-in-law. Naturally, we send each other spies by way of neighbourly good manners. If one must entertain a spy, she might as well be a charming one, and Ida was undeniably charming. She was with Prince Ario in Sipani. After his death, she disappeared. Then the letter. And it said that she was compelled through poison to assist Prince Ario's murderers, that they included among their number a mercenary named Nikomo Koska and a torturer named Shiloh Vitari, and were led by none other than Makato herself, very much alive. You believe it? Ida had no reason to lie to us. No letter will save her from His Excellency's wrath if she is found, and she must know it. Makato was alive when she went over the balcony, that much I am sure of. I have not seen her dead. She is seeking revenge. Ganmark gave a joyless chuckle. These are the years of blood. Everyone is seeking revenge. The Serpent of Talins, though? The Butcher of Capril, who loved nothing in the world but her brother? If she lives, she is on fire with it. There are few more single-minded enemies a man could find. Then I should find this woman, Vitari, this man, Koska, and this serpent, Makato. Though one must learn she might still live. If it was known in Talins that Orso was the one who planned her death, there could be unrest, revolt even. She was much loved among the people. A talisman, a mascot, one of their own, risen through merit. As the wars drag on and the taxes mount, His Excellency is less well-liked than he could be. I can trust you to keep silent? Schenkt kept silent. Good. There are associates of Makato's still in Talins. Perhaps one of them knows where she is. The general looked up. The orange glow of the fire splashed across one side of his tired face. But what am I saying? It is your business to find people. To find people and to... He stabbed again at the glowing coals and sent up a shower of dancing sparks. I need not tell you your business, need I? Schenkt put away his half-finished carving and his knife and turned for the door. No,
downwards. They came upon Visserine as the sun was dropping down behind the trees and the land was turning black. You could see the towers even from miles distant. Dozens of them, scores, sticking up tall and slim as ladies' fingers into the cloudy blue-grey sky, pricks of light scattered where lamps burned in high windows.
Lot of towers,
Shivers muttered to himself.
There always was a fashion for them in Visserine.
Koska grinned sideways at him.
Some date all the way back to the New Empire, centuries old. The greatest families compete to build the tallest ones. It is a point of pride. I remember when I was a boy, one fell before it was finished, not 3 streets from where I lived. A dozen poor dwellings were destroyed in the collapse. It's always the poor who are crushed under rich men's ambitions. And yet they rarely complain because, well, they dream of having towers of their own.
Koska chuckled.
Why, yes, I suppose they do. They don't see that the higher you climb, the further you have to fall.
Men rarely see that till the ground's rushing at 'em.
All too true. And I fear many of the rich men of Visserine will be tumbling soon.
Friendly lit a torch, Vitari 2 and Day a 3rd, set at the front of the cart to light the way. Torches were lit all round them, till the road was a trickle of tiny lights in the darkness, winding through the dark country towards the sea. Would have made a pretty picture at another time, but not now. War was coming, and no one was in a pretty mood. The closer they came to the city, the more choked the road got with people, and the more rubbish was scattered either side of it. Half of them seemed desperate to get into Visserine and find some walls to hide behind. The other half to get out and find some open country to run through. It was a bastard of a choice for farmers when war was on the way. Stick to your land and get a dose of fire and robbery for certain, with rape or murder more unlikely. Make for a town on the chance they'll find room for you, risk being robbed by your protectors or caught up in the sack if the place falls. Or run for the hills to hide, maybe get caught, maybe starve, maybe just die of an icy night. War killed some soldiers, sure, but it left the rest with money and songs to sing and a fire to sit around. It killed a lot more farmers and left the rest with naught but ashes. Just to lift the mood, rain started flitting down through the darkness, spitting and hissing as it fell on the flickering torches, white streaks through the circles of light around them. The road turned to sticky mud. Shivers felt the wet tickle his scalp, but his thoughts were far off. Same place they'd tended to stray to these last few weeks. Back to Cardotti's and the dark work he'd done there. His brother had always told him it was about the lowest thing a man could do, kill a woman. Respect for womenfolk and children, sticking to the old ways and your word. That was what set men apart from animals and carls from killers. He hadn't meant to do it. But when you swing steel in a crowd, you can't duck the blame for the results. The good man he'd come here to be should have been gnawing his nails to the bloody quick over what he'd done. But all he could get in his head when he thought of his blade chopping a bloody chunk out of her ribs, the hollow sound it made, her staring face as she slid dying down the wall, was relief he'd got away with it. Killing a woman by mistake in a brothel was murder, evil as it got. But killing a man on purpose in a battle was all kinds of noble, a thing to take pride in, sing songs of. Time was, gathered round a fire up in the cold north, that had seemed simple and obvious. But Shivers couldn't see the difference so sharp as he'd used to. And it wasn't like he'd got himself confused. He'd suddenly got it clear. You set to killing folk, there's no right place to stop that means a thing.
You look as if you've dark thoughts in mind, my friend, said Koska. Don't seem the time for jokes. The mercenary chuckled. My old mentor, Sazine, once told me you should laugh every moment you live, for you'll find it decidedly difficult afterwards. That's so? And what became of him? Died of a rotten shoulder. Poor punchline. Well, if life's a joke, said Koska, it's a black one. Best not to laugh then, in case the joke's on you. Or trim your sense of humour to match. You'd need a twisted sense of humour to make laughs of this. Koska scratched at his neck as he looked towards the walls of Visserine, rising up black out of the thickening rain. I must confess, for now I'm failing to see the funny side. You could tell from the lights there was an ugly press at the gate, and it got no prettier the closer they came. Folk were coming out from time to time, old men, young men, women carrying children, gear packed up on mules or on their backs, cartwheels creaking round through the sticky mud. Folk were coming out, easing nervous through the angry crowd, but there weren't many being let the other way. You could feel the fear, heavy on the air, and the thicker they all crowded, the worse it got. Shivers swung down from his horse, stretched his legs, and made sure he loosened his sword in its sheath. All right. Under her hood, Monza's hair was stuck black to the side of her scowling face. I'll get us in. You are absolutely convinced that we should enter? Demanded Morvier. She gave him a long look. Orso's army can't be more than 2 days behind us. That means Ganmark. Faithful Carpi, too, maybe, with the 1,000 swords. Wherever they are is where we need to be, and that's all. You are my employer, of course, but I feel duty-bound to point out that there is such a thing as being too determined. Surely we can devise a less perilous alternative to trapping ourselves in a city that will soon be surrounded by hostile forces. We'll do no good waiting out here. No good will be done if we are all killed. A plan too brittle to bend with circumstance is worse than no... She turned before he'd finished and made off towards the archway, shoving her way between the bodies. Women, Morvier hissed through gritted teeth. What about them? Growled Vitari. Present company entirely accepted. They are prone to think with heart rather than head. For what she's paying, she can think with her arse for all I care. Dying rich is still dying. Better than dying poor, said Shivers. Not long after, a half-dozen guards came shoving through the crowd, herding folk away with their spears, clearing a muddy path to the gate. An officer came frowning with them, Monza just behind his shoulder. No doubt she'd sown a few coins, and this was the harvest. You 6, with the cart there. The officer pointed a gloved finger at Shivers and the rest. You're coming in. You 6 and no one else. There were some angry mutters from the rest stood about the gate. Somebody gave the cart a kick as it started moving. Shit on this! It ain't right! I paid my taxes to stay here all my life, and I get left out? Someone snatched at Shiver's arm as he tried to lead his horse after. A farmer, from what he could tell in the torchlight and the spitting rain, even more desperate than most. Why should these bastards be let through? I've got my family to... Shivers smashed his fist into the farmer's face. He caught him by his coat as he fell and dragged him up, followed the first punch with another, knocked him sprawling on his back in the ditch by the road. Blood bubbled down his face, black in the dusk as he tried to push himself up. You start some trouble, it's best to start it and finish it all at once. A bit of sharp violence can save you a lot worse down the line. That's the way Black Dow would have handled it. So Shivers stepped forwards quick, planted his boot on the man's chest, and shoved him back into the mud. Best stay where you are. A few others stood behind, dark outlines of men, a woman with 2 children around her legs. One lad looking straight at him, bent over like he was thinking of doing something about it all. The farmer's son, maybe. "I do this ship for a living, boy. You feel a pressing need to lie down?" The lad shook his head. Shivers took hold of his horse's bridle again, clicked his tongue, and made for the archway. Not too fast. Good and ready in case anyone was fool enough to test him. But they were already back to shouting before he'd got a stride or two, calling out how they were special, why they should be let in while the rest were left to the wolves. A man getting his front teeth knocked out was nothing to cry about in all this. Those that hadn't seen far worse guessed they'd be seeing it soon enough, and all their care was to make sure they weren't on the sharp end of it. He followed the others, blowing on his skinned knuckles, under the archway and into the darkness of the long tunnel. Shivers tried to remember what the dogman had told him. 100 years ago, it seemed now, back in Adua. Something about blood making more blood, and it not being too late to be better than that. Not too late to be a good man. Rudd Three Trees had been a good man, none better. He'd stuck to the old ways all his life, never took the easy path if he thought it was the wrong one. Shivers was proud to say he'd fought beside the man, called him chief. But in the end, what had Three Trees' honor got him? A few misty-eyed mentions around the fire. That, and a hard life, and a place in the mud at the end of it. Black Dow had been as cold a bastard as Shivers ever knew. A man who never faced an enemy if he could take him in the back. Burned villages without a second thought. Broke his own oaths and spat on the results. A man as merciful as the plague, and with a conscience the size of a louse's cock. Now he sat in Scarling's chair with half the north at his feet, and the other half feared to say his name. They came out from the tunnel and into the city. Water spattered from broken gutters and onto worn cobbles. A wet procession of men, women, mules, carts, waiting to get out, watching them as they tramped the other way. Shivers tipped his head back, eyes narrowed against the rain flitting down into his face as they went under a great tower, soaring up into the black night. Must have been 3 times the height of the tallest thing in Carleon, and it weren't even the biggest one around. He glanced sideways at Monza, the way he'd got so good at doing. She had her usual frown, eyes fixed right ahead, light from passing torches shifting across the hard bones in her face. She set her mind to a thing and did whatever it took. Shit on conscience and consequences both. Vengeance first, questions later. He moved his tongue around in his mouth and spat. The more he saw she was right. Mercy and cowardice were the same. No one was giving prizes for good behavior. Not here, not in the north, not anywhere. You want a thing, you have to take it, and the greatest man is the one that snatches most. Maybe it would have been nice if life was another way, but it was how it was. Monza was stiff and aching, just like always. She was angry and tired, just like always. She needed a smoke worse than ever. And just to sprinkle some spice on the evening, she was getting wet, cold, and saddle-sore besides. She remembered Visserine as a beautiful place, full of twinkling glass and graceful buildings, fine food, laughter, and freedom. She'd been in a rare good mood when she last visited, true, in a warm summer rather than a chill spring, with no one but Benner looking to her for leadership and no 4 men she had to kill. But even so, the place was a long way from the bright pleasure garden of her memory. Where there was a lamp burning, the shutters were closed tight, light just leaking out around the edges, catching the little glass figures in their niches above the doors and making them twinkle. Household spirits, a tradition from long ago, before the time of the New Empire even, put there to bring prosperity and drive off evil. Monza wondered what good those chunks of glass would be when Orso's army broke through into the city. Not much. The streets were thick with fear, the sense of threat so heavy it seemed to stick to Monza's clammy skin and make the hairs on her neck prickle. Not that Visserine wasn't crawling with people. Some were running, making for docks or gates. Men and women with packs, everything they could save on their backs, children in tow, elders shuffling behind. Wagons rattled along, stacked with sacks and boxes, with mattresses and chests of drawers, with all manner of useless junk that would no doubt end up abandoned, lining one road or another out of Visserine. A waste of time and effort trying to save anything but your lives at a time like this. You chose to run, you'd best run fast. But there were plenty who'd chosen to run into the city for refuge and found to their great dismay it was a dead end. They lined the streets in places. They filled the doorways, huddled under blankets against the rain. They crammed the shadowy arcades of an empty market in their dozens, cowering as a column of soldiers tramped past, armor beaded up with moisture, gleaming by torchlight. Sounds came echoing through the murk, crashes of breaking glass or tearing wood, angry shouts or fearful, once or twice an outright scream. Monza guessed a few of the city's own people were making an early start on the sacking, settling a score or two or snatching a few things they'd always envied, while the eyes of the powerful were fixed on their own survival. This was one of those rare moments when a man could get something for free, and there'd be more and more taking advantage of it as Orso's army gathered outside the city. The stuff of civilization already starting to dissolve. Monza felt eyes following her and the rest of the merry band as they rode slowly through the streets. Fearful eyes, suspicious eyes, and the other kind, trying to judge if they were soft enough or rich enough to be worth robbing. She kept the reins in her right hand, for all it hurt her to tug at them, so her left could rest on her thigh, close to the hilt of her sword. The only law in Visserine now was at the edge of a blade, and the enemy hadn't even arrived yet. "I have seen hell," Stolicus wrote, "and it is a great city under siege." Up ahead, the road passed under a marble arch, a long rivulet of water spattering from its high keystone. A mural was painted on the wall above. Grand Duke Salia sat enthroned at the top, optimistically depicted as pleasantly plump rather than massively obese. He held one hand up in blessing, a heavenly light radiating from his fatherly smile. Beneath him, an assortment of Visserine's citizens, from the lowest to the highest, humbly enjoyed the benefits of his good governance. Bread, wine, wealth. Under them, around the top of the archway, the words,